The Earth before our eyes has entered an ice age. Global temperatures are dropping day by day, with no signs of improvement. Please don't give up hope. The government will not abandon you. As long as we unite, we will overcome this disaster. Let's stand together. The male reporter was broadcasting live from the scene when a plane suddenly crashed straight into him. The TV in Han Feng's house was broadcasting the news, but then the signal was lost. At the same time, a voice called out from outside, Han Feng. Han Feng, holding a blood-stained iron pipe, walked over and peeked through the peephole. He found it was Li Huina, the girl he had liked for so long. He opened the door without hesitation. Hurry up and come in. It's too dangerous outside. Li Huina didn't just come in. She threw the door wide open and gave Han Feng a passionate kiss. Then she boldly flirted with him. Just as their affection was heating up, Han Feng was suddenly attacked by someone, causing him to collapse on the spot. In his dying moments, Han Feng heard the two of them talking and realized that Li Huina had been colluding with that man from the very beginning. They plotted to murder him to seize the supplies he had prepared for the apocalypse. Fortunately, God has eyes. Han Feng was granted a chance to be reborn. I just checked the time. It's June 28th right now, and the apocalypse begins on July 15th. I was murdered, but now I've returned a half a month before the apocalypse. That means I've been reborn. But this rebirth seems to come with strange symptoms. Han Feng looked down at his right hand, which was emitting a red light. Ever since I woke up, this red light has been wrapping around my right hand. But besides feeling a little warm, this light hasn't brought me anything. It doesn't have any function either. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. A cold wind blew past, making Han Feng sneeze. As a result, his hand suddenly turned from red to green. Furthermore, that green light grew larger and larger, scaring Han Feng so much that he didn't dare to stand on the balcony anymore and quickly ducked back inside. What exactly is causing my body to emit light? Han Feng looked at his hand. He noticed the green light gradually shrinking. His head also suddenly felt dizzy, like his blood sugar was dropping. Damn it, what the hell is this? A thought popped into Han Feng's mind. It seems like a lot of novels mention this kind of scene. The protagonist in the story gets a cheat-like ability after being reborn. With hope, Han Feng grabbed a knife and did a basic slash. As a result, besides burning some extra calories, this action had no effect whatsoever. His stomach started protesting again. The fridge was completely empty. Just as Han Feng was afraid he would faint from hunger, he luckily spotted a jar of roasted soybeans on the table. These are the snacks I bought before the apocalypse. Although they won't fill me up, at least it's something to pad my stomach. Han Feng reached out his glowing green hand to grab a soybean. Before he could even put it in his mouth, with a poof, the soybean actually turned into a plant. Did the roasted soybean just turn into this? My fatigue is gone. The green light disappeared too. Could it be related to this green light? Han Feng plucked a pod from the plant and split it open to check. These are soybeans. This couldn't be my ability, right? What a shocking discovery. I need to find a chance to study this properly. But the most important thing right now is to gather supplies before the apocalypse hits. On the way to the supermarket, Han Feng started piecing the events together. After waking up, the red light appeared on my right hand first. Then it changed to a green light. The green light fluctuated in size, simultaneously increasing my heart rate and making me more tired. Then, I held a soybean with the green glowing hand, and it turned into a soybean plant. What kind of ability is this exactly? While Han Feng was deep in thought, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Han Feng, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping too? We're so destined to meet. Han Feng was startled and looked at the girl in front of him. Li Huina, the goddess he had painstakingly pursued for 3 years. Whatever she wanted, he would try his best to satisfy her. Even though I knew she only saw me as a spare tire, I never expected to be killed by her in the end. Despite his extreme hatred, Han Feng had to clench his fists and try to stay calm. He knew that now was not the time for revenge. Securing supplies was far more important. Seeing Han Feng remain silent for a long time made Li Huina anxious. What are you daydreaming about? I've been calling you for ages. Han Feng smiled and replied, sorry. It's just that you look even prettier today, so I got a little distracted. Oh, you? Since when did you become such a smooth talker? In her heart, She thought the fish had taken the bait, so she got straight to the point. Since we ran into each other today, how about we take this chance to go shopping? Han Feng knew her tricks all too well. He knew she just wanted to use him as a walking ATM for her shopping spree, so he rejected her and headed straight to the Walmart supermarket. This was the largest and best-stocked supermarket in the East District. But when the Ice Age arrived, the entire supermarket was cleared out overnight, and they never found out who did it. He had to hoard as many supplies as possible in the few days before the apocalypse. Food, thermal clothing, medicine, daily necessities, heating fuel. The list of things to prepare was endless. But the biggest problem right now was Han Feng looked at the meager balance in his bank account and couldn't help but get a headache. Just then, Han Feng received a promotional text from a loan app. As if enlightened, Han Feng immediately downloaded all the loan apps to his phone. Anyway, when the apocalypse comes, I won't have to pay them back. Scene change. Li Huina was fuming over being rejected by Han Feng when a luxury car suddenly pulled up right next to her. The person driving that luxury car was none other than Han Feng. Is this your car? Li Huina asked in surprise. Yeah, I just bought it. My old man made quite a bit of money in Country M over the past 2 years, so he gave me some. I just saw him off at the airport, Han Feng bragged. After a moment of silence, Li Huina suddenly teared up. So you were seeing your dad off at the airport today? I didn't know, and I even asked you to go shopping with me. I'm sorry. When you were so cold earlier, I thought you were going to abandon me as a friend. Watching her put on a show, Han Feng didn't expose her, but pretended to dote on her. Silly girl. How could I ever abandon you, Huina? You're a very important person in my heart. Hearing this, Li Huina secretly rejoiced. She continued with some mushy words. Actually, in my heart, you're a special existence too, Han Feng. I'd love to grab a meal and watch a movie with you today. I want to get to know you better. What do you think? When she looked up, she saw Han Feng busy with a pile of boxes in the trunk. I still have to move all this stuff up to my apartment today. I'm so busy. Feeling ignored, Huina pouted. Why did you buy so much stuff? It's nothing, just some things I like. Oh right, there's a gift I bought for you in there too. Hearing there was a gift for her, Huina happily said a few words and quickly left. I can't let her know I'm hoarding supplies. These supplies are my capital to survive the apocalypse. We'll settle our debts when the end of the world comes. I still need to catch that bastard who murdered me with you. Thinking of this, Han Feng revealed a sinister smile. Now I'm actually looking forward to the apocalypse. On July 15th, the apocalypse begins. Heavy snow will start falling, and the temperature will plummet to -20 degrees Celsius. Over the next month, the temperature will gradually drop to -70 degrees. The world will be covered in white snow, making it impossible to go outside. Therefore, Han Feng needed to hoard enough food reserves and install sealed containers to prevent people in the complex from discovering his massive food stash. Some sensitive supplies required him to transport them himself at night when no one was around. The power grid would be extremely unstable after the apocalypse, so Han Feng built a generator for this purpose and stockpiled enough fuel to last a year. When the apocalypse hits, the heating system will stop working, so he needed to retrofit an independent heating system for his apartment. While he was at it, he reinforced the doors and remodeled the rooms. He also set aside a room specifically for supplies. By the time Han Feng finished everything, it was already the 14th, just one day before the temperature drop. Next was time to handle the most important matter. In order to survive the freezing apocalypse, relying solely on the prepared supplies wouldn't be enough. So, the ability to turn soybeans into plants would be Han Feng's hope for survival. At this moment, Han Feng hesitantly looked at the plate of soybeans on the table. These soybeans were created using my ability. But this ability triggers so randomly. I still haven't figured out the activation mechanism. First, I need to confirm if they're edible. After checking, he confirmed that these soybeans were edible. This meant that at the very least, this ability could produce food, so Han Feng continued to study how to use his ability by testing it on other types of food. However, because he tested it too much, he overworked himself and fainted without realizing it. By the time he woke up, Han Feng's body was once again in a state of exhaustion. While recharging his energy, he took the time to think about the results he had obtained. Before fainting, Han Feng had tested many types of food. Some had no reaction at all, but some were like the soybeans, evolving from seeds into fully cooked food. There were also some that exploded. After exploding, they turned into a black, coal-like substance. Fortunately, this black substance could be burned, so now Han Feng didn't have to worry about a heat source to stay warm. So Han Feng kept trying over and over again until he fainted. This success rate is way too random. I can't grasp the pattern at all. The way this ability operates definitely has a principle behind it. At least I've grasped the conditions to trigger it. The key lies in my consciousness. Han Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He imagined himself in nature. His body and mind were both a part of nature. When he opened his eyes, sure enough, his hand emitted a green light. Having finished testing the plant system, Han Feng now moved on to test the meat system. As soon as Han Feng placed his hand on the piece of meat, the green light gradually faded and disappeared. No reaction? Does it only work on plants? With doubts in his mind, Han Feng tried again. This doesn't work either. But when I was focusing, I could feel two different colors. I haven't tried the red color I saw at the very beginning yet. Thinking to himself, Han Feng switched his hand to emit the red light. The piece of meat in his hand was subsequently surrounded by a red glow, but just a second later, it turned into a mushy mess, scaring Han Feng so much that he threw the meat onto the floor. Waiting until he calmed down, Han Feng finally dared to approach and examine the meat. Do different types of meat react with the red light? But it feels like this is just a type of heating. Is the only effect of the red light to heat things up? No, it doesn't feel like simple heating. It's more like the process of a substance disintegrating. Could it be? Han Feng held the meat in his right hand, activated the green light in his left hand, and grabbed a handful of soybeans. If green represents the evolution of matter and red represents disintegration, what if I combine these two lights? As soon as the meat and the soybeans collided, they instantly formed a fresh, delicious piece of meat several times larger than the original one. Meanwhile, the pile of soybeans in Han Feng's hand had disappeared. Did they fuse with the meat? Han Feng observed the meat in his hand. The quality is very fresh. The texture and smell are definitely meat. Let's try a bit more. A while later. Why is this happening? Why did they all fail? Forget it. I'll save it to study slowly later. Regardless, I've made some gains today. As long as I thoroughly research this ability, I'll be the man standing at the pinnacle of the apocalypse. While Han Feng was hyping himself up, he remembered a problem. Just having food isn't enough. I still don't have anything to defend myself with. I need to pack up and head out. I must get a weapon before the temperature drops. Just as Han Feng finished speaking, it started to snow. Wandering the streets, Han Feng couldn't help but feel anxious. The temperature will drop to -45 degrees within a week. I have to find a gun quickly. But buying and selling firearms is illegal. I don't have any connections to buy guns, so what should I do? While Han Feng was deep in thought, he was startled by the shout of a man standing not far away. I'm working on a project here. An investment of tens of millions. Do you know Old Wong from the Lita Shigang group? The boss over there is my big bro. This guy? I think I remember him. This flashy way of dressing. The people in the complex called him a hooligan. Li Zi, also known as Brother Li. He lived in the same complex as Han Feng. Rumor had it that he was in charge of helping people contract construction projects, and he made quite a bit of money in this area. He didn't have a proper job, but he always gave off the impression of being very busy. Maybe he has a way to buy guns. Thinking of this, Han Feng took the initiative to approach Li Zi and strike up a conversation. Brother Li, long time no see. Li Zi looked at Han Feng with a haughty gaze. Do we know each other? It's me, little Han. We've greeted each other before. Don't tell me you've forgotten me, Brother Li. Han Feng replied with an awkward smile. Oh, little Han. I've been too busy with projects lately. My memory isn't so good. Don't blame me. What's up? Han Feng looked left and right, then leaned in and whispered into Li Zi's ear about his desire to buy a gun. Hearing this, Li Zi shouted in shock. What? What do you need that for? Han Feng felt a bit guilty and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Little bro, I have to make this clear to you. You shouldn't do illegal things like this. Guns aren't something you can just casually mess with. Even though I have connections, I can't harm you. Li Zi lectured Han Feng with a scary expression. Bro, don't get excited. You misunderstood. Actually, it's just a personal grudge, and I want it for self-defense, Han Feng explained. The other day, I was biking to work and ran into an old guy spitting everywhere. He happened to spit right on my face. When I went to reason with him, I didn't expect him to spit on my face again. So I beat him up. Before he left, he said he wanted revenge. The next day, he brought people to wait at the intersection and beat me up. He even said he'd beat me every time he saw me. I've never suffered such a grievance. That's why I want to find a weapon for self-defense. That's pretty much the story. Hearing Han Feng's story, Li Ziyi believed it completely. He cursed indignantly a few times and agreed to help Han Feng buy a weapon. Brotherly will help you with this. I'll contact my good bro right away. We'll go together right now. Thank you, bro, Han Feng replied gratefully. Then let's take the bus. If my Ferrari wasn't in for maintenance, I would have driven you there. Han Feng pressed his car key fob and smiled. Bro, let's take my car. The snow is pretty heavy right now. Sitting in the car, Li Ziyi nodded and asked, You're doing pretty well for yourself, kid. How much did this car cost? Around 700,000, Han Feng answered honestly. Not bad. That's pretty cheap, Li Ziyi said. At the same time, he took a selfie and posted it online as if the car were his. Following Li Ziyi's directions, they quickly arrived at Boss Lu's place. The boss of a gang Li Ziyi knew. Li the loudmouth. What are you looking for me so late for? I came to find Boss Lu for a little business. As he spoke, Li Ziyi placed a red envelope on the table. Speak quickly, I'm busy, Boss Lu barked, but his attitude softened somewhat compared to before. This little brother of mine wants to ask you to buy some goods. He wants to buy a gun. A gun? Boss Lu narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Feng. You came to me just to buy a crappy gun? I thought it was something important. Xiangzi. Yes. The man standing next to Boss Lu replied and took a handgun out of his pocket. 6,000. Boss Lu set the price. Boss Lu, what I want is something a bit longer. The kind with a sniper scope. Kid, did you say a sniper rifle? What do you want it for? Do you think you can just get one because you want it? I only have this short one. Take it or leave it. Seeing Boss Lu getting agitated, Li Ziyi stepped in to help. This story goes back 5 years. His wife. A while later. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. How could all 3 kids not be his? Terrible. Boss Lu slammed the table in anger and cursed. Brother Li is really making things up, Han Feng thought to himself. Yet, Boss Lu actually believed it. He immediately said to Han Feng, Didn't you want a sniper rifle? Brother Lu will arrange it for you. You'll just have to wait a few days. Then he ordered Xiangzi, Sort this little brother out. See if you can find a semi-automatic. Get a lot of ammo too. Li Ziyi turned and smiled at Han Feng. See what I told you? Done in a flash. Suddenly, Boss Lu held the handgun out in front of Han Feng. Take it. It's a gift. Han Feng took the gun, then returned the favor by saying to Boss Lu, Brother Lu, my colleague working in the government revealed that due to the recent abnormal weather, they're preparing to restrict the sale of supplies. It's best if you and your brother stock up on some supplies. Boss Lu looked at Han Feng scrutinizingly. Looking at his serious face, he clicked his tongue and said, Got it. Now get lost. Seeing you pisses me off. On the drive back, Li Ziyi said proudly, Did I do a beautiful job helping you out, or what? My good bro can even get you a cannon. Thanks for your help, brotherly. I'll buy you some cigarettes later. Buy cigarettes? You're being too polite, little bro. I always find joy in helping others. But if you really want to give me something, just get Chenghua. You know, I cough if I smoke anything else. Don't buy too much, about 7 or 8 cartons is enough. Once my project is done, I'll take you to the sauna, Li Ziyi replied happily. Han Feng didn't pay attention to Li Ziyi's words. His mind was busy thinking, supplies and weapons are all prepared now. At least I can safely get through the early stages of the apocalypse. Next is to properly study my ability. If I can completely solve the food problem, my survival rate in the apocalypse will increase significantly. The falling snow made the road slippery, and Han Feng was lost in thought, so he wasn't paying attention. As a result, he slipped and fell flat on his face right at the entrance. Ouch! My leg. I think it's broken. Bro, please take me to the hospital. Han Feng trembled in pain, hastily tossing his car keys to Li Ziyi. I don't have a driver's license. I didn't bring my driver's license. I can't drive without a license. I know. I'll support you there. Lean on me. As he spoke, Li Zi used all his strength to pull Han Feng up. Han Feng only opened his mouth to say one short sentence. "Let's take a taxi, bro. I have money." At the same time, in an office at the hospital, Jin Jian was on duty when she received a call. "Head nurse, please come to the lobby. There are too many patients." "I'll be right there." At the same time, Han Feng was sitting in the room listening to the doctor's diagnosis. "You have a fracture. It needs to be immobilized. After I immobilize it for you, stay in the hospital for an hour of observation, then get your medicine and you can go." Han Feng had to listen to the doctor and go out to the lobby to wait. Li Zi also had urgent business and had to leave immediately, but he didn't forget to remind Han Feng. "Call me if you need anything." "Take care, bro," Han Feng replied, then observed his surroundings. Because of the sudden temperature drop and blizzard, accidents had skyrocketed. Emergency beds had even been added outside the emergency room. "How long will I have to wait to get my medicine today?" Han Feng sighed wearily. At this moment, a beautiful figure glided past, catching Han Feng's attention. "Head nurse, the wound on bed 5 has been treated. Please check it." Jin Jian replied and walked over. She attentively checked each patient one by one. Han Feng couldn't take his eyes off her. He couldn't help but admire her in his heart. She's amazing. To be a head nurse at such a young age. Outstanding ability, great attitude towards patients, and very beautiful too. It's just. Han Feng looked at Jin Jian squatting down to talk to a child patient, accidentally revealing her panties inside, and felt embarrassed. She's just not guarded enough. Sure enough, very quickly, a pervert showed his face. The old man sitting in the same row as Han Feng suddenly called out, "Head nurse." Coming right up. Jin Jian approached him and asked with a smile, "I'm sorry, we're short-handed right now. Could I help you a little later?" "Ouch, my waist is hurting again. It feels worse than before. Could you help me see what's causing it?" He intentionally distracted Jin Jian, while his other hand had already readied his phone and slipped it under her skirt. "I'm sorry. In this situation, we have to take an X-ray first before we can determine the cause." Seeing Jin Jian's innocent expression, he pushed his luck even further and started getting handsy with her. Suddenly, a crutch flew out of nowhere and hit him, causing him to fall over. The phone also slipped from his hand. "Sorry, first time using a crutch, it flew out of my hand." "Your phone isn't broken, is it?" Han Feng looked apologetic and directly picked up the man's phone, making him feel guilty and yell, "Don't touch my phone. You little brat, give it back to me right now." Sure enough, Han Feng held up the photo the man had secretly taken. "Old man, you've got some nerve. You even dare to secretly film the hospital's nurses, and you got handsy too. If you don't want to be caught by security and taken to the police station, get lost right now. Of course, I can't give the phone back to you. Next time I see you do this, I'll expose you on the trending searches." The old man was furious, but couldn't do anything. He left the hospital in a huff. Wasn't his waist hurting? He ran pretty fast. Han Feng looked at Jin Jian with a surprised look. "I can't believe there's someone this innocent in the world. You were being secretly filmed under your skirt just now." Han Feng pointed at the secretly taken photo of Jin Jian. Only then did Jin Jian panic and say, "It really is me. Why didn't I notice?" "Hey, whether you delete it all or call the police is up to you. You still need to be a bit more guarded in the future. Don't let people take advantage of you." Jin Jian happily took the phone, then smiled and said, "Thank you. I wanted to ask earlier, is your leg injured?" Han Feng finally remembered his crippled leg and cried out in pain. Jin Jian helped Han Feng bandage his wound before she felt at ease to go take care of other patients. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to come back in a week to change the dressing." "Yeah," Han Feng smiled back. In his heart, he thought, "A week later? We probably won't see each other again." The next day, an emergency news broadcast interrupted. All regions of China will experience an exceptionally heavy blizzard and a temperature drop in the next 24 hours. According to news from our overseas reporters, temperatures around the world are currently plummeting. Chinese experts and 46 other countries are urgently heading to the United Nations to discuss the cause. However, experts respond that this weather will not last too long, but please pay attention to disaster warnings and the arrangements of the police and local governments. We hope everyone will not panic, not believe in rumors, and especially not fight over supplies. This disaster will pass very quickly. Han Feng listened to the news broadcast on TV and sighed wearily. The government always hides the truth and uses fake news to pacify the public. If I hadn't died once, I would have believed it too. Anyway, I've stocked up on enough supplies this time, reinforced the house, and the heating equipment is ready. Everything is fully prepared. I won't have to worry about this issue for the time being. Han Feng was sipping the wine in his hand when his phone continuously rang with notifications. It was messages from the complex's group chat. Han Feng skimmed through the comments. Among them, there were lines that startled him. Everyone, listen to me. This heavy blizzard is not caused by the weather, but by the inside of the earth. Mark my words, this is not a normal blizzard disaster. The extreme cold apocalypse is about to descend. Extreme cold apocalypse? Who is this person? How do they know about the apocalypse? This guy named marginalized person. Looks like I need to pay attention. Muttering to himself, Han Feng continued to observe the group chat. The residents in the apartment building were messaging. Building manager, can you clear the accumulated snow in the complex a bit? Cars can't even get out. Yeah, I'm in a hurry to go to the supermarket to buy some food. Did we pay the management fees for nothing? Hurry up, the road in front of the complex needs to be cleared too. Otherwise, the supermarket will be sold out. With snow piling up like this, you guys still want to drive? Even if you get out of the complex, you won't be able to move an inch. Then what should we do? It's minus 20 degrees now. Are we supposed to walk outside? Yeah, who knows how long this snow will keep falling. I heard everyone is frantically hoarding supplies. If we don't go, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Where's the building manager? Come out here and give us an answer. A staff member from the building management replied, We are very sorry, dear residents. The snowfall is simply too heavy, and our manpower is currently limited. The residents in the apartment building messaged, Then what's the point of keeping you building managers around? You can't even solve a small problem like this. Refund our management fees. That's right, refund our money. Han Feng thought to himself, This argument is completely meaningless. Human strength is fundamentally not enough to clear this snow. At this moment, the homeowner of 1204 messaged, Everyone, stop arguing. Someone recognized the homeowner of 1204 and messaged, Classmate Jiang. The homeowner of 1204, Jiang Shuiyo, messaged, With snow falling this heavily, even if we finish clearing it, it will be covered again in a few hours. Instead of wasting time arguing, why don't we all clear the snow together so we can get out sooner? The building managers are human too. Facing a natural disaster like this, there's nothing they can do. Besides, you guys are just using them to vent your anger, right? The response to this person was a bunch of questioning words from other people in the apartment complex. Who the hell are you to dare lecture us? Are you a homeowner? Why are you speaking up for them? Yeah, are you with the building management? Jiang Shuiyo messaged, Everyone, I'm not speaking up for the building management. I'm just stating my perspective. Forcing the building management right now has no meaning whatsoever. The problem won't be solved, and we won't get the result we want. The residents in the apartment complex saw that it made sense, so they calmed down a bit. Then what do you say we do? Yeah, are we supposed to just wait to starve to death? At least driving to the supermarket is impossible now. Jiang Shuiyo messaged, Even if the roads in the complex are cleared, who can guarantee that the roads outside have been cleared by someone? I suggest we walk there. If you guys are willing, I can go down and help the building management clear the road. Han Feng thought to himself, Speaking of which, I seem to have some impression of this guy named Jiang. I remember before I was reborn, he was always very active. At this moment, someone messaged, Ugh, this is getting a bit too complicated. If you want to go out, you have to clear the snow. If you're not going out, then shut up. After sending the message, this person went offline. Li Zi also sent a message. All this fuss over clearing some snow. So annoying. I'm coming down to help. Once the road is clear, I have a multi-million-dollar business deal to discuss with my good brother. Han Feng sneered and thought to himself, That tone sounds like someone I know. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed suit. I'm going too. Me too. Among them, Han Feng also saw a message from Li Huina. Count me in. The food at home is about to run out. I need to go buy groceries for the next few days. Although I've had a bit of a cold these past 2 days, since Brother Xiang is setting an example, I'll come down and help too. A few single young men messaged. With good men like us here, How could we let our Huina go down there? You just stay home and rest up. Li Huina messaged. Thank you all for your concern. I'll have to rely on everyone for the cleanup then. Seeing this, Han Feng closed the group chat. He muttered under his breath, so pretentious. Huina really has her ways. He noticed a private message and opened it. It was from Li Huina. Han Feng, what have you been busy with these past few days? You promised to contact me. I'm still waiting for you. Oh, right. When you come find me, could you stop by the supermarket and buy some groceries? Buy a lot. I'll be waiting for you. Looking at the messages accompanied by a seductive photo of Li Huina, Han Feng said softly, wearing so little in this weather, trying to seduce me? She's really pulling out all the stops just to turn me into her errand boy. Let's see how I should reply. Hi. Got it. Not long after, Li Huina received Han Feng's message. After reading it, she angrily threw her phone on the bed and cursed. Han Feng, you bastard. Just you wait. Time passed. Today was the second day after the snowfall. The outdoor temperature was -20 degrees. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the heating system and the internet were still working. People's daily lives were still going on. Han Feng was just sitting in his room, scrolling through some videos to kill time. It's only the second day, and I'm already bored. It seems the biggest problem in the apocalypse is learning how to endure loneliness. Besides, the condition of my injured leg isn't looking good. An injury to the bone and tendons will take months to fully recover. Sighing to himself, Han Feng continued scrolling through videos and was drawn in by the content of one. Science exploration program. Do people with healing abilities really exist in the world? Doctors confirmed that after this man jumped from the 15th floor, his internal organs and bones began to recover. Is this real or fake? Please tune in for the next episode. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Heh. Han Feng grinned, and a green light emanated from his hand, which he placed on his bandaged leg. A few minutes later, the light dissipated. Han Feng slumped back on the sofa in disappointment. Looks like I was overthinking it. I actually thought the green light could help heal wounds. As he spoke, Han Feng yawned. He gradually drifted off to sleep and had a strange dream. In that dream, Han Feng was dressed in tribal clothing, riding the lead goat. He led the flock of goats, galloping away. Suddenly, he was thrown off by the goat. The lead goat bucked him to the ground. His leg was injured and bleeding as a result. Suddenly, a goat approached and was about to lick Han Feng's wound. Han Feng pushed its head away. The goat got angry. Its tongue suddenly elongated. It wrapped around Han Feng's injured leg and lifted it high. A second later, a green light began to emanate from the point of contact. At the same time, Han Feng jolted awake from the dream. What kind of chaotic dream was that? As he spoke, Han Feng was surprised to find his injured leg emitting a green light. Thinking of something, Han Feng quickly removed the bandage and tried to take a step. My leg. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Could it be that the green light automatically healed it while I was sleeping? Let's test it a bit more. With that thought, Han Feng went to get a knife and tremblingly made a small cut on his finger. In the blink of an eye, a green light flared up on Han Feng's injured hand. Seeing this, Han Feng smirked and said softly, so that's how it is. I get it now. Meanwhile, in the courtyard below, the residents of the complex were clearing snow together, creating a path to the outside. After working together to push away a large tree blocking the road, Jiang Shuiyo clapped his hands and said, Everyone's worked hard. Uncle Lu, you've worked hard. We had to trouble you on such a snowy day. Lu Guangyao pointed at the two men, Jin Taiwan and Jin Taiwu, and said with a laugh, I don't have that kind of strength. It was all thanks to these Jin brothers. The two Jin brothers smiled shyly. Just then, Jin Jian slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Jin brothers went over to help. One of them extended a hand and said, Are you okay? The ground is all iced over. Be careful. I'm fine. Thank you. Smiling, Jin Jian took the man's hand and was pulled up. Next, Jin Taiwan said with a smile, Well, we'll go clear the main road first. If you need any help, just call us. Jin Jian smiled and said, You guys go on ahead. I can handle it. Elsewhere, Jiang Shuiyo said to Lu Guangyao, The snow is getting thicker. We need to hurry when we go shopping later. Lu Guangyao agreed. You're right. Speaking of shopping, I just remembered something. Jiang Shuiyo asked, What is it, Uncle Lu? Lu Guangyao scratched his head and replied with a laugh. It's nothing major. I heard that a few days ago, one household in the complex was moving things in every day, as if they were moving house. They used a small truck to bring in a lot of stuff and carried it into their home. Jiang Shueyo said with a smile. Isn't that pretty normal? Maybe it's a new resident or someone renovating their house. Lu Guangyao replied. But I saw gas cans and even a stove. This doesn't look like a normal move. It's like they're preparing for winter. Just then, the two Jin brothers walked over and said, Brother Jiang, Uncle Lu, the main road is clear. We should be able to get through now. Lu Guangyao said. Thanks for the hard work, you two. Suddenly, a young man smoking a cigarette slung his arms over the Jin brothers' shoulders and said, What were you guys just saying about preparing for winter? Sounds interesting. A second later, a snowball hit the back of the smoker's neck. Behind him, Lu Yin dusted off her hands and said, Wu Kuan-yu, stop slacking off. Get back to work. Wu Kuan-yu angrily pointed at Lu Yin and shouted, I'm slacking? I'm clearly the one doing all the work. You're just standing there watching. Lu Yin pushed his hand aside and said, Don't point when you talk. Jiang Shueyo stepped in. All right, you two, stop fighting. The main road is clear. Then, Jiang Shueyo shouted loudly, Everyone, you can stop now. Get ready. We're all going to the supermarket to buy supplies. Jin Jian happily pumped his fist. The Jin brothers took out their phones and spoke in low voices. We need to buy a lot of stuff for our house. I'll send Mom a message and see what we need. Lu Guangyao asked Jiang Shueyo. Jiang, what do you think about this whole situation? Do you think it has anything to do with this natural disaster? Jiang Shueyo was silent for a few seconds, then turned back with a smile. To be honest, I'm not worried about it. This is just a short snowstorm. It'll stop soon, and life will go back to normal. So, for now, I don't see any connection between the two. And let's take a step back. Even if this snow doesn't stop, if someone in our community is stockpiling a large amount of supplies, wouldn't that be a good thing for all of us? Lu Guangyao scratched his head and laughed. You've got a point. Young people really do have sharp minds. A moment later, Jiang Shueyo, with a backpack on and an umbrella in hand, turned to the crowd behind him and shouted, Everyone, please line up to leave. No pushing. The snow is getting heavier. Try to be back within 3 hours. Behind him, everyone else, also with backpacks and umbrellas, followed Jiang Shueyo. Meanwhile, in Han Feng's room, he was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by Li Zi, pounding on the door. Opening the door, little bro. Han Feng, with a sleepy expression, opened the door and said, Oh, it's you, brotherly. Sorry, I was just sleeping. Outside the door, Li Zi, carrying a long bag, smiled and said, Little bro, I brought the stuff you needed. It's a semi-automatic rifle. Handing the gun bag to Han Feng, Li Zi added, Also, Brother Lu told me to thank you properly for the tip you gave him earlier. Han Feng took the bag and said with a smile, Brother Lu is too kind. Suddenly, Li Zi let out a long sigh. Han Feng asked with concern, What's wrong? Li Zi replied, Have you heard about what happened at the East District supermarket? We cleared all the snow today to go buy things, but it turns out the supermarket was completely emptied overnight. Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. The supermarket was cleared out in one night. He thought to himself, So it happened after all. Li Zi said, Well, I'm heading back now. Make sure to dress warmly, little bro. Han Feng smiled and said, You got it, brother. Back in his room, Han Feng's expression turned grim as he thought to himself. Emptying a supermarket overnight without a sound. How is that possible? I remember reading about it in a novel or a comic before. An ability that can suck all items into a separate space could do something like that. Could a spatial type ability really exist? This is really unsettling. I need to study my own ability properly. If someone with a different power really does show up, I need to at least be able to defend myself. For now, I know my ability can react with various types of food. It has a survival-based effect, but the success rate is incredibly low. On average, it only works once out of every 10 tries with soybeans. And with meat, it's hard to succeed, even once in 10 tries. What's going on? As he pondered, Han Feng picked up a soybean and activated his green light. A few seconds later, with a pop, the soybean in his hand turned into a black, charcoal-like substance. Han Feng's face twitched as he looked at the black lump in his hand. Asterisk, the failure rate is way too high. I have to figure out how to use this thing today. Asterisk. Time passed. When the clock struck 10:45 p.m., Han Feng was panting as he looked at the soybean plant in his hand. Next to the table was a tall pile of the black substance. Asterisk, finally. I finally got a grasp on how to use it. It turns out that when I use the green light, its energy output isn't fixed. Asterisk. Asterisk, each type of food requires a different energy point. If it's not exact, it fails. Asterisk. Asterisk, wait a minute. This system feels very familiar. It's like that online dance rhythm game that was popular over a decade ago. Asterisk. If I compare the energy values to the up, down, left, and right buttons, then the sequence of energy input needs to be perfectly correct to finally hit that threshold. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but test it out. The result was a lush, green soybean plant. Asterisk, next up, I'll test it on meat. Meat and vegetables are different. Asterisk. When it fails, it turns into an incredibly disgusting black liquid. Thinking this, Han Feng went to the kitchen, took out a piece of meat, and held it in his hand. The principle should be more or less the same. Asterisk, first, I need to determine all the energy required for this type of meat. It seems to take even longer than with vegetables. Asterisk. Han Feng thought things would go as smoothly as they did with the soybeans, but he was wrong. The piece of meat in his hand soon turned into a pile of black liquid that gave off a foul smell. However, Han Feng didn't give up and continued to experiment. He repeated the process an unknown number of times, until finally, his persistence paid off. The original piece of meat had grown into a leg of meat many times its original size. Han Feng grinned, then collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion, thinking to himself, finally, I've found the successful method for meat. The next day, Han Feng was lying on the sofa, watching the news on TV. Good morning, viewers. Today is July 17th. This is the third day of this snow disaster. All parts of the country are experiencing a once-in-a-century blizzard. To ensure the livelihood of the entire population, all regions are actively fighting and mitigating the disaster's damage. Due to this heavy snow, transportation, electricity, and the internet have been paralyzed nationwide. Please wait patiently for rescue teams to arrive for repairs. Local governments are also distributing relief supplies to the affected areas. Therefore, we hope that everyone will stay indoors unless there is a special reason. Just like in my past life, everything is starting to break down. Sighing softly, Han Feng opened his phone to check the situation in the apartment complex's group chat. When he saw that everyone in the group had started arguing, he thought to himself, they're arguing so fiercely. It seems it's all because they saw that news report. Some believe that there will be a rescue team, as the news said, but some are still debating how to save themselves. Just then, a message from Lu Guangyao appeared in the group chat that caught Han Feng's attention. Does everyone really believe the content of the news? If the situation was under control as the news said, the rescue team would have arrived long ago. But so far, we haven't seen the trucks full of supplies as promised. Instead, I heard from friends that they saw many armored tanks and other heavy weapons heading towards City A. Then there's only one possibility. A war is likely about to break out. Reading this message from Lu Guangyao, everyone in the group chat expressed confusion and fear. Hey, is that true? Doesn't that mean we're screwed? Han Feng thought to himself, an outbreak of war. Before my rebirth, I think I heard about this too. In the group chat, Jiang Shueyo appeared and messaged, if it's really as Uncle Lu predicts, we should find things to protect ourselves. Currently, some homeowners are already starving because they haven't stored enough food, and the government's relief supplies may not arrive in time. I believe we must first establish our own organization to help those in difficulty in our complex. Therefore, I propose that for now, residents of the complex who have stored enough food should contribute some food to those in need. Let's start with me. I will donate half of my food supplies. Any family that needs help can come to me at any time. Wu Kuanyu messaged, Brother Jiang makes sense. We people in the complex can help each other and get through this crisis together. We can't let a single family go hungry in this cold weather. If we're donating, count me in. Huina, you should donate a little too. At the same time, Li Huina was sitting in her room, angrily looking at her phone screen and cursing softly. Are you sick, Wu Kuanyu? You didn't ask so many other people, but you had to ask me. Is it because I didn't agree to be your girlfriend before? In the group chat, Li Huina pretended to be pitiful and messaged, I'm so sorry, I actually don't have any food left at home. A young man stood up and messaged, Huina doesn't even have any food. Why don't you ask someone else? Wu Kuanyu messaged, how was I supposed to know? I just hope all the neighbors can unite. If we can't ensure true unity, I won't bother donating either. Someone agreed and messaged, indeed, no one wants to be taken for a fool. The group chat fell silent for a moment. Everyone seemed to be thinking. A few minutes later, people had made their decisions and messaged back. If we're donating food, count me in. Count me in too. Does anyone need clothes? My family has medicine. If you need it, just come and get it. Jiang Shuiyo messaged. Then on behalf of the residents of the complex, I thank you all. The number of people is a bit large right now. Why don't we appoint a representative to be in charge? It's like we're setting up our own temporary emergency committee, responsible for counting and distributing the donated supplies. Reading this, Han Feng let out a contemptuous smile and thought to himself, a temporary committee, huh? I remember this happening before my rebirth. It was just a trick to scam people out of their supplies and food. Time passed. July 19th, the 5th day of the apocalypse. The outside temperature had dropped below -40 degrees. The heating system was completely paralyzed due to the extreme weather. Everyone was thinking of ways to keep warm to maintain their body temperature. Just as before Han Feng's rebirth, the situation was only getting worse. Except for his place. In Han Feng's room, a large stove was providing warmth. The fuel was the pile of black substance from his failed ability experiments. He himself was sitting on the sofa playing games. The table was covered with food and drinks. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Han Feng picked it up. Hello. The person on the other end of the line said, Hello, is this resident 1801, Mr. Han Feng? I am the person in charge of Building 8. In 20 minutes, we will be clearing the road. After the snow is cleared, please come down to the parking lot to find me for a roll call. Han Feng cursed angrily to himself. The snow is so heavy outside. You guys, Summer, clean up? I'll clean up your ass. Despite his cursing, 20 minutes later, Han Feng was still present in the first-floor lobby with an unwilling expression, thinking to himself, forget it. For now, I won't show my hand to the neighbors. I need to minimize the risk of my room's secret being exposed. Walking with the crowd towards the entrance, Han Feng was surprised to see that the snow had piled up past half of the apartment complex's entrance door. The others were also surprised and exclaimed, Holy crap! We just cleared the road yesterday. I've never seen snow several meters high in my entire life. After the surprise wore off, someone suggested, let's open the door first. The man in the brown coat near the door heard this and tried to push the door open with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. So he looked towards Han Feng and a few other young men nearby and shouted, You guys with the black hair over there, come and give me a hand. Han Feng and the other young men nearby heard this and all walked towards the door. I'll count to 3, and we'll push together. Following the command of the man in the brown coat, everyone pushed hard together and successfully opened the door. Instantly, a wave of bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, sweeping through the entire room. This snow is too much. It's so cold. Holy crap. I can't even open my eyes. Cries rang out. Even though everyone was wearing many layers of clothing, they still couldn't withstand the harshness of the wind and snow, so they had to retreat deeper inside, away from the door, to get some relief. Han Feng huddled in a corner, crying out internally, It's so cold. If I go out in this weather, I'll definitely freeze to death in my sleep. The others had the same idea, shivering as they talked to each other. We'll definitely freeze to death if we go out to clear snow now. With this much snow, clear my ass. Only a madman would go out in this temperature. Suddenly, a shout came through. I'll go. Hearing this voice, Han Feng was surprised and thought to himself, this voice. He turned his head to look and saw Li Zi walking over and saying, What's with you cowards? You need some spirit, some spirit. Han Feng smirked to himself. As expected, it's our brother Li. Seeing Li Zi walk towards the door, a few kind-hearted people advised, Don't show off. This isn't a joke. That's right. Let's wait for the snow to stop first. But Li Zi wouldn't listen. He took a long drag from his cigarette and then charged out aggressively. In just a few breaths, he disappeared into the thick snow. And in just a few more breaths, everyone heard his cries for help. Help! Help me! Help! Hearing this, everyone rushed over. They successfully pulled a purple-faced Li Ziyi out and closed the door. Han Feng went over to help Li Ziyi up and asked, "Brotherly, are you okay?" Ahem. He looked at the crowd around him and suggested, "Everyone, let's go to the parking lot first to find the person in charge for roll call. We'll figure out a plan after the snow stops. With the snow as it is now, we can't clear it by human strength anymore." A while later, in the parking lot, Jiang Shuiyo stood in the center of the crowd and said, "There's just too much snow right now. We'll start clearing it when it lets up. After that, this underground parking lot will become our supply donation and distribution point." Han Feng stood in the crowd, staring at Jiang Shuiyo and thinking to himself, so this is the guy named Jiang from the group. So he's the one who started this emergency committee scam. Jiang Shuiyo continued, "Once again, thank you all for your help. I never expected so many households to be willing to donate so many of their supplies. Your generous donations have helped many residents in difficulty. Once again, on their behalf, I thank you all." The crowd heard this and said, "Every family faces hard times. It's only right to support each other. As long as we unite, I believe we will definitely overcome this crisis." Han Feng thought to himself, "Just you watch. The disaster won't stop. It won't be long before you all regret this." Beside him, Li Ziyi, shivering, said, Old bro, I'm heading upstairs first." Han Feng nodded and said, "All right, brother." Just then, he suddenly saw Jin Jiyin carrying several boxes into the crowd. Due to carelessness, she stumbled and fell backward. Han Feng saw this and quickly ran over to catch her, asking, "Are you okay?" "Thank you." As she spoke, Jin Jiyin looked up at the person who helped her. When she saw it was Han Feng, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. Your leg. How did it heal so quickly?" Han Feng quickly explained, "I've had a very strong recovery ability since I was a child. A simple fall like this heals in a few days. So that's how it is." Jin Jiyin believed Han Feng's lie without a doubt. Her eyes lit up as she clenched her fists and praised, "Wow, that's so amazing." In response, Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. He proactively took the stack of boxes from Jin Jiyin's hands and said, "Let me carry these for you." Jin Jiyin said, It's okay. They're very heavy." Han Feng smiled and said, "I'm strong. Consider this my thanks for helping me with the bandage. If you put it that way, then I'll have to trouble you." With that, Jin Jiyin let go of the boxes. In that instant, Han Feng felt his whole body sag, almost dropping the boxes in his hands. Han Feng strained to lift the boxes, his body trembling slightly. He forced a weak smile and asked, "May I ask what you have in these boxes?" Jin Jiyin smiled and said, "You mean in these boxes? Mainly some medical supplies and a few things to be donated. Are they a bit heavy? Or should I help you?" Seeing her adorable expression, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "No need. I don't feel a thing." Jin Jiyin leaned in and said, "Don't push yourself too hard. My strength is greater than many men's." Han Feng asked in surprise, "Really? Have you been that strong since you were a child?" Jin Jiyin lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Not really. Actually, it's for another reason." Seeing her like this, Han Feng became a little suspicious. Jin Jiyin regained her composure and said with a smile, It's nothing. Sorry. It's just, some things happened. Anyway, I can't explain it clearly myself." Moving past the topic, Jin Jiyin asked, "Oh, right, I still don't know your name." Han Feng replied, "Han Feng." Jin Jiyin put her hands behind her back, turned her face to look at Han Feng, and said with a smile, "My name is Jin Jiyin. It's nice to meet you." Her appearance made him blush. He was lost in thought for a few seconds. Jin Jiyin didn't seem to notice. She continued to smile and ask, "So, Han Feng, what do you do for a living?" Han Feng replied, "I'm unemployed." Jin Jiyin exclaimed, "Wow." Han Feng asked, "What's so wow about being unemployed?" At that moment, a passerby accidentally bumped into Jin Jiyin, causing her to lose her balance and fall towards Han Feng. Her chest pressed against his arm, making him blush again. Jin Jiyin also blushed, quickly pulling away and saying, "Sorry." Han Feng said, It's okay. Not far away, Li Huina saw their ambiguous interaction. She walked over and said, Han Feng, why did you go out without calling me? With that, she proactively linked her arm with Han Feng's and looked at Jin Jiyan, asking, Who is this? A friend of yours. Instantly, Han Feng felt his hand lighten. Jin Jiyan had, with lightning speed, taken back the boxes and said, Well, you two can talk. I won't disturb you anymore. I can take the things over there myself. Thanks. Before Han Feng could say anything, Li Huina said, Oh, okay. When Jin Jiyan was far away, Han Feng spoke up. Huina, why are you here? Li Huina smiled and replied, I came down to get supplies. You didn't contact me, so I was worried something might have happened to you. Han Feng pretended to scratch his head and said with a laugh, I was just about to send you a message, Huina. Li Huina huffed softly and said, You liar. I just saw you laughing and talking with that girl. Then, she beamed and asked, By the way, Han Feng, do you have any extra food at home? I'm about to run out. Can you spare some for me? Han Feng gave a sly smile and said, I don't have much food left at home, but I can spare some for you. However, I messaged you a few days ago, and you still haven't replied. How about you come stay at my place for a few days? As he finished speaking, he put an arm around Li Huina. Li Huina was a little startled by Han Feng's unusual attitude and actions. She quickly pushed him away and said with a forced smile, I didn't understand what you meant back then. If you want me to come over and talk, you can just find me online. Han Feng turned to leave, yawning as he said, Looks like you're not interested. I guess I'll just go back then. Seeing this, Li Huina quickly grabbed Han Feng's sleeve and cried out, Wait a minute. Han Feng stopped and turned to look at her. Li Huina lowered her head and said, I feel like you've changed recently, Han Feng. You know I'm very serious when it comes to relationships. I don't want others to think I'm with you just because you have a lot of money. So, can you give me a little more time? Han Feng pretended to be moved and said, Yeah, while inwardly sneering. If I hadn't been through this once before, I might have actually believed you. I really want to tear off that ugly, fake mask of yours. If it weren't for finding the man behind her. Wait a minute. Why do I need to go looking for him myself? I can just follow the script from before my rebirth and make Li Huina bring that man here again. Thinking of this, Han Feng smiled and said, I was just kidding. Li Huina looked at Han Feng in surprise and whispered, Han Feng. He continued, I'll wait for your answer to my question. I'll bring the food to your place tomorrow. Li Huina said joyfully, Really? Han Feng, you're the best. Then, she turned to leave and said, Well, I'm heading back first. If anything comes up, let's talk online. Han Feng waved and said, Be careful not to catch a cold. As soon as Li Huina turned around, a contemptuous smile appeared on her face, unaware that behind her, Han Feng was also looking at her with a similar contemptuous smile. 2 days later, in Han Feng's room, his phone suddenly vibrated, announcing a new message. Li Huina, Han Feng, what are you doing? You said 2 days ago you wanted to give me some supplies. When are you going to give them to me? Why haven't you replied? Glancing at it, Han Feng didn't care. He continued to enjoy the hot bowl of meat noodles in front of him and said, This is the life. So delicious. This weather is perfect for eating hot food like this. Time continued to pass. It got colder and colder outside. While everyone was worrying about basic necessities, only Han Feng was leisurely sitting in his room with a large stove, enjoying hot food. The experiments over the past few days had confirmed 2 things for Han Feng. First, meat wouldn't grow infinitely large. Second, meat, like beans, could be used infinitely. Before, every time he created a bean sprout, he would take half of the bean to continue growing it into a sprout and eat the other half. Using the same principle, Han Feng experimented on meat. Under the effect of the 2 types of light, half a piece of meat with a few beans would become almost a whole piece of beef. Then, he would take that new piece of beef and use the same principle again. The result was the same. After that, he conducted the experiment many more times. The final result was just as he had predicted. I won't have to worry about not having enough to eat anymore. Happily thinking to himself, Han Feng continued to devour the hot bowl of food in front of him. After eating his fill, Han Feng poured himself a glass of red wine, went to the sofa, and watched TV. Good morning, viewers. Today is August 2nd, the 19th day of the snow disaster. My current location is Podu Haitai Island in the Maldives, 78 kilometers from the equator. The average temperature here is minus 42 degrees. The entire island has been almost completely swallowed by ice and snow. The seawater can be seen freezing at a visible rate. According to expert research, the thickest layer of ice has reached 55 centimeters. As far as we know, the countries near the equator affected by this disaster are no different from other places. Han Feng thought to himself, the actual situation is many times worse than what's being reported on television. Suddenly, a loud explosion accompanied by a small tremor occurred, startling Han Feng. He quickly went to the window and looked outside. When he saw the mushroom cloud in the distance, Han Feng thought to himself, that's the 7th explosion already. What on earth is happening outside? Next, Han Feng saw many military helicopters flying across the sky. Han Feng took out his phone. He checked the situation in the group chat and realized that the situation outside had also led to a crisis among the residents here. The residents in the parking garage were trading various necessary items and food. But many residents were also taking advantage of the situation to price gouge, leading to numerous fights. Besides that, Han Feng also saw in the group chat that residents in need were currently lining up in the parking garage to receive supplies. A while later, Han Feng, dressed in many layers of warm clothing, went down to the parking garage. With a sneeze, Han Feng thought to himself, it's way too cold. If it weren't for gathering some information, I wouldn't have bothered coming down here. I remember before my rebirth, a riot broke out in the complex. But at that time, I never knew the specific reason for the riot. This time, I must first understand the situation to minimize risks later on. With that thought, Han Feng went to the supply distribution point. When he arrived, he saw that many people were already lined up and waiting, and he thought to himself, there are quite a few households in need. At that moment, an argument was breaking out at the front of the line. The man who had just received supplies shouted loudly, I donated several boxes of supplies at the beginning, and now you're giving me this little bit of food? Opposite him, Jiang Shuiyo sat at a table and said with a smile, everyone gets an equal share. The man wouldn't accept it. He shouted again, give me back the supplies I donated before. Jiang Shuiyo said, I'm sorry, the supplies really can't be returned to you. Right now, while the disaster is still ongoing, I hope you can think of the bigger picture. After this disaster is over, I will personally pay to compensate you. How about that? The man shouted, who knows how long this snow disaster will last? I just want the supplies I donated before. The people in line behind him grew impatient and shouted, are you trying to be a pain? Mr. Jiang already said he'd compensate you. You have to give him some face. I think you're just trying to get more supplies. Take your food and get lost. We're all waiting to eat here. Don't hold things up. You donated it, and now you want it back? Have you no shame? That's right. Everyone on the committee is already having a hard time. You damn fatty, get lost. Standing at the end of the line, Han Feng smirked and thought to himself, they can't let him take back the supplies now. But it's so shameless to put themselves on a moral high ground and force others to donate more food. Beside him, someone spoke up. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Han Feng turned in surprise to see it was Li Zi. Li Zi also saw Han Feng. He raised his hand in greeting. It's you, little bro. Han Feng smiled and said, what a coincidence, brother. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Li Zi replied with a laugh, still doing great. Just a little weak and confused. That's all. Han Feng looked at him, somewhat speechless, and said, and you still say you're doing great? Suddenly, Li Zi's stomach rumbled a few times. His expression turned sad as he rubbed his stomach and said softly, lately, I've just been using tap water to stave off hunger. It's been too tough. Han Feng asked in surprise, you don't have any supplies at all? Li Zi replied, at that time, I wanted to help the neighbors, so I donated a large amount of supplies to the committee. As a result, the food I had left at home ran out, and the snow disaster is still ongoing. And the food the committee gives out is just a tiny bit. If I had known, I would have kept more supplies for myself. Looking at Li Zi, Han Feng thought for a moment, then smiled and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, can you do me a favor? Then, he whispered something into Li Zi's ear. Li Zi listened and nodded continuously. In the end, he looked at Han Feng in surprise and asked, Is it that simple? You'll give me 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Han Feng replied, That's right. But don't complain that it's too little. I don't have many supplies stored up. Han Feng thought Li Zi would complain, but instead, he was moved to tears and said, Old bro, you're just making an excuse to give me food. I'll never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Han Feng smiled helplessly and said, We're brothers, don't be so formal. Li Zi suddenly slapped Han Feng's shoulder firmly and assured him, Don't worry, old bro. You can count on me for this small matter. Han Feng smiled and said, Thank you, brother. Come to my place later to get the food. Li Zi turned to leave and said, Then I'll go get my supplies first. Smiling and giving Li Zi a thumbs up, Han Feng thought to himself, A few packs of instant noodles and sausages, and he's already helping me. This way, I won't have to gather intelligence myself anymore. Although I feel a little guilty. Then again, who else gets to lie comfortably on the sofa, eating delicious food and playing games? In a cheerful mood, Han Feng was about to return to his room to enjoy his warm life, when he suddenly heard someone shout, Han Feng. Then, a hand slapped him straight across the face. Li Huina, with an angry expression, looked at him and said, You've disappointed me so much. Li Huina questioned, Why do you keep ignoring my messages? Her voice was so loud that people nearby also heard and cast curious glances. As for Han Feng, he was very surprised by the slap. His expression froze. He raised his hand to touch the slapped spot and thought to himself, Just now, she slapped me. I haven't even settled the score with her for last time. And now she slaps me for no reason. Does she think I'm easy to bully? Seeing that Han Feng didn't answer her, Li Huina once again questioned him loudly. Are you deaf or dumb? Did you hear what I said to you? Han Feng collected his thoughts. He took a deep breath of cold air to calm down, then looked at her and said, Sorry, Huina. This is what happened. A moment later, Li Huina exclaimed, What? It was stolen. Han Feng replied, I put the supplies in front of the door and went to get the key. When I came back, I found the supplies were gone. Li Huina asked, So have you looked for them? Han Feng replied, I have, but there's not a single clue. Li Huina asked worriedly, So do you still have any supplies? Han Feng replied, Not much. I can last a few more days eating 1 meal a day. Hearing this, Li Huina greedily said, Then that's great. If you eat 1 meal every 2 days, can't you give me half? That way, we can get through this disaster together. Han Feng thought to himself, How shameless. How can she even say something like that? That's right. In her eyes, I'm just a tool to be used when needed. On the surface, Han Feng smiled and said, Well, I already promised you, Huina. Let's go halfsies. Li Huina said joyfully, Really? Thank you so much, Han Feng. So can you help me bring it down now? Han Feng said, Let's do it tonight. I'll go back and tidy up, then I'll message you. Wait for my message. Then I'll head back first. You should go back soon too. Don't catch a cold. With that, she turned and left. Han Feng waved and said, Wait for me tonight. That evening, Li Huina huddled in front of the elevator in the lobby of Han Feng's apartment building. While waiting, she continuously messaged him. 8:15 p.m. Han Feng, can I come over now? 8:40 p.m. Han Feng, are you there? Is my food ready? 9:05 p.m. Han Feng, I'm in your lobby. 9:34 p.m. Han Feng, aren't you coming down? I'm so cold. After waiting for an hour without any sign of Han Feng and no reply to her messages, Li Huina cursed angrily to herself. Han Feng, what is that guy doing? He's not answering his messages or his phone. Is he standing me up again? Looking up at the out-of-service elevator, Li Huina hesitated for a moment, then decided to take the stairs up to Han Feng's place. Having waited for so long, she wasn't willing to go back empty-handed. However, Han Feng's apartment was on a high floor, so she was soon out of breath. But there was no other way. Li Huina could only persevere and climb, cursing loudly in her heart. Damn you, Han Feng. If it weren't for the supplies, I wouldn't have come looking for him. I'm exhausted. I haven't had anything to eat these past few days. When she reached the 16th floor, Li Huina let out a breath and thought to herself, Finally, almost there. At that moment, the light in the stairwell suddenly went out. Li Huina was startled and said softly, The emergency lights are broken too? Then, she heard a strange noise from above. Who's there? As she spoke, Li Huina looked up and was stunned to see a black bag of supplies. It landed squarely on her head. A few minutes later, the lights came back on. Li Huina, covered in flour, looked at the person in front of her and screamed, Han Feng. Han Feng, carrying 2 black bags similar to the one that had fallen on Li Huina's head, said, "Sorry, Huina. I fell asleep. When I saw your message, I immediately grabbed the supplies and ran down here. I didn't expect the lights to suddenly go out. I bumped into the railing and couldn't hold on to the bag of flour." Li Huina cursed angrily. "Are you a pig? You can't even do something this simple." She tried to pick the stuff out of her hair and said softly, "So disgusting." Han Feng thought smugly to himself, "This is what I prepared for you." Then, he handed the black bag he was carrying to Li Huina and said, "This is the rest of my supplies." Li Huina took it and opened the bag to look. When she saw the jumbled mess of mixed items inside, she couldn't help but ask, Isn't this stuff moldy? It looks like garbage." Han Feng explained with a smile, "This is what I have left after being frugal." Li Huina asked in disgust, "It's so dirty. Is it still edible? If you don't want it, then give it back to me." As he spoke, Han Feng reached out as if to take the bag back. Li Huina quickly hugged the bag to her chest, looking at Han Feng warily and saying, "Who said I don't want it?" Looking at Li Huina's disheveled appearance and pathetic expression at that moment, Han Feng thought mockingly, "This is the goddess I once desperately pursued." Li Huina didn't notice Han Feng's expression. She took out an apple from the bag, took a bite, and said with a soft laugh, "The outside is a little black, but the inside should still be good. I can just cut a bit off with a knife and eat it." Then, she snatched the other black bag from Han Feng's hand and said, "Give me this flour too." Opening it to take a look, she said cheerfully, "Great. There's still half left." Then, she took the 2 bags and went down the stairs without saying a word to Han Feng. Her attention was completely focused on the 2 bags in her hands. Han Feng stood on the stairs, smirking as he watched her, and thought to himself, "This garbage is enough to give you a stomachache for a few days. You can't shower in this weather. You can just walk around with that flour on you." Just as he turned to leave, his expression suddenly hardened, but his feet didn't stop. He continued to walk towards the hallway. The moment he stepped out of the stairwell, a figure followed, entering the hallway from the stairwell. In the hallway, Han Feng was already waiting. With one hand, he grabbed the person's collar and pushed them to the ground. "What do you want?" With a shout, he raised his other hand, about to punch the person. But then, the punch never landed. Han Feng looked at the person he had pinned to the ground and exclaimed to himself, "Hey, a little girl." Han Feng looked at the girl with glasses and questioned her. "Hey, are you following me? What are you up to?" The girl with glasses just stared at him without saying anything. In response, Han Feng suddenly gave a dark smile and threatened, "If you don't talk, I'll strip off your clothes." The girl with glasses still said nothing. Han Feng let go. He had to let go of her collar and stand up. "It's fine if you don't talk. I'll let you go this time. Hurry home. Don't play any more games." After saying that, Han Feng was about to return to his room when he suddenly found his sleeve being tugged by the girl with glasses. Han Feng turned back to look at the girl with glasses and asked, "What is it? Don't look at me like that. If you don't talk, I'm leaving." The girl with glasses suddenly pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Han Feng asked, "You want me to follow you?" The girl with glasses let out a soft sound. Not long after, Han Feng was led by the girl with glasses to her room. As soon as he entered the room, Han Feng was so shocked by the piles of boxes filling the room that he cried out, "Did you prepare all of this?" The girl with glasses spoke. Han Feng asked, "Could it be that you knew about the snow disaster in advance?" The girl with glasses took off her coat, looked at Han Feng, and replied, "Calculation. Result, Ice Age." Then, she pointed to her message history in the apartment complex's group chat and said, "I said it in the group." Han Feng looked at the message and had a realization, pointing at her and exclaiming, "So you're the one from the outskirts. Amazing. But why did you bring me to your home and tell me all this?" The girl with glasses pointed in a direction. Han Feng looked over curiously and saw several surveillance monitors set up there. And on them were scenes of him moving his stockpiled supplies into his room. "What is this? Have you been monitoring me all this time?" As he asked, Han Feng whipped his head around to look at the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses, however, innocently continued to take off her outer long-sleeved shirt, wearing only a nightgown underneath, and replied. Han Feng stared blankly at the girl with glasses, forgetting to even question her. Then, he reacted, his face immediately turning red as he quickly said, "Don't just suddenly take off your clothes." The girl with glasses said, "Hot." Han Feng exclaimed, "That's not what I meant." Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, he immediately shouted, "Stop taking them off. Put your clothes on for me." A moment later, the girl with glasses, wearing a comfortable set of home clothes, sat on the sofa, her hands typing furiously on the keyboard, her eyes glued to the laptop screen. Han Feng sat beside her, glanced at her, and said, "So, you suspected me and monitored me because you saw me stockpiling a lot of things before the snow fell?" The girl with glasses replied. Han Feng said, "The main purpose of monitoring me was to confirm whether we could cooperate, right?" The girl with glasses replied. Han Feng asked, "When you say cooperate, you mean?" Just as he was speaking, she suddenly reached over the back of the sofa. She pulled a machine in front of Han Feng and said, "Teach me how to use the generator." Han Feng reacted. He tried operating the generator once and said, "Like this, it's done. Do you understand now?" The girl with glasses replied. Han Feng looked at the girl with glasses and asked, "Is there anything else?" The girl with glasses looked at him for a few seconds, then pointed in a direction. Han Feng followed her finger and saw a water heater there. So he went over with the girl with glasses again and instructed her, "Adjust it like this to get hot water. But remember to turn it off after use." The girl with glasses replied. That was just the beginning. The girl with glasses seemed to know nothing. Han Feng had to guide her through one thing after another. When they got to the refrigerator, raw meat should be kept in the freezer. You also need to take it out of the packaging to store it. You've made such a mess. Don't just stand there watching, come and help me. When they got to the stove, you must be careful with safety when using gas. Watch me closely. He even had to guide her on how to use the stove and the rice cooker. When the gas is sufficient, the flame will be strong, and the meal will be delicious. Is the rice cooked? When the green light is on, it's done. Finally, a table of food with 3 savory dishes appeared on the table. Han Feng said, "All right, hurry up and eat." The girl with glasses said nothing and started to pick up her chopsticks. Han Feng, a little exasperated, slammed the table and exclaimed, "I feel like I'm about to become a full-time nanny. My self-control is too weak." The girl with glasses looked at Han Feng blankly. Han Feng said, "I was just kidding." Then, he also started to pick up his chopsticks. In his heart, he sighed and thought, "I'm so tired." After eating for a while, Han Feng turned to the girl with glasses and said, "Let me tell you first, after we finish eating, I'm going home." However, he found that she had already fallen asleep. How can you fall asleep right after eating? Han Feng gave a wry smile and could only lay her down on the sofa and cover her carefully with a blanket. Leaving the girl with glasses' house, Han Feng thought to himself, "It's like babysitting." The next day, Han Feng was sleeping when he was awakened by a knock on the door. "So early. What's the matter?" Muttering and complaining, Han Feng went to open the door and saw the girl with glasses with several boxes of supplies stacked in front of his door. The girl with glasses said, "These are for you." Han Feng said, "You're too kind." Looking at the pile of boxes that was more than half his height, Han Feng was surprised and thought to himself, "So much." Noticing that the girl with glasses was still standing there looking at him, Han Feng asked, "Is there anything else?" The girl with glasses pointed to the generator next to her and said, "Can you teach me one more time?" Han Feng said. And so, a few more days passed. After a few days of contact, Han Feng confirmed that the young girl on the same floor as him was a certified idiot. She lacked a lot of basic knowledge, and she seemed very eager to learn everyday knowledge, dragging him to her house every day to teach her. Currently, Han Feng was sitting at the dining table in the girl with glasses' house. After tasting the few dishes she had made herself after a few days of learning, Han Feng said reluctantly, "Your cooking has improved, I guess. But no matter what these foods are, many people are still fighting over them. But if it were peacetime, even a dog wouldn't eat it." Remembering something, Han Feng looked at the girl with glasses and asked, "By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet." The girl with glasses replied, "Wang Chenyan Shi." Han Feng lowered his head and continued to eat, saying, "Pretend I never asked." Meanwhile, in the parking garage below, People were once again fighting over food. Damn it, this piece of trash. On what grounds do you get to receive supplies? Give it here. Those supplies are mine. Who can prove they're yours? And so, a chaotic brawl for food broke out. It wasn't until Jiang Shuiyo turned on a loudspeaker and deliberately created a deafening, ear-splitting sound that the agitated crowd stopped. Have you all had enough fighting? He helped up a man with a swollen face and said sternly, fighting to the death over these few remaining supplies. Isn't it ridiculous? You have the nerve to say that. You were the one who proposed donating supplies. My family has only received 1 pack of instant noodles in days. That's right. If you're not careful, you'll starve to death. Faced with the rebuttal, Jiang Shuiyo remained calm and replied, let me summarize. Because the distributed supplies are not enough to eat, and the donated supplies have all been used up, you have to fight for the few remaining supplies. That's right. That's why I just said, it's ridiculous. You deserve to starve. Think carefully about who caused this situation. One person spoke up. Let me help you remember. Jiang Shuiyo picked up a piece of bread and began his manipulation. A piece of bread that originally cost only a few cents was pushed up to several tens, even hundreds, by those with enough supplies. To squeeze you dry, they even divided the bread into 5, even 10 portions to auction off. In the end, they successfully profited from the disaster. While you not only spent all your money to buy food, but also fought amongst yourselves for the few remaining supplies. Isn't that ridiculous? The ones with more supplies who didn't donate are them. The ones who deliberately raised the prices are also them. And in the end, the ones who die of hunger are us. Is that fair? Right now, what we need to do most is not to unite and stand up to take back what belongs to us. As expected, Jiang Shuiyo's opinion immediately brainwashed the crowd, who were wasting away from hunger. It made them turn their criticism towards those who hoarded supplies. It's not fair. We must take back our share of the supplies. That's right. We're just taking back what belongs to us. Seeing their agitated expressions, Li Zi knew something big was about to happen, so he secretly sent a message to Han Feng. Little brother, something big is happening. Those people, they're about to loot supplies. Han Feng was sitting and chilling when he received the message and quickly asked back, who are they? It's that guy named Jiang. He's using the homeowners to loot supplies from others. They're breaking down doors from house to house. They're all carrying weapons. Avoid them if you can. Don't confront them head on. Got it. You be careful too. Han Feng replied and began to check his house again. He couldn't help but feel anxious. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. Although I bought 2 guns to deal with crisis situations. But if it's an organized action like this, once my supplies are exposed, facing those agitated neighbors, I'm afraid I'll be torn to shreds by them. Anyway, I have to prepare everything first. Just as Han Feng was reinforcing his doors and windows, the lights went out. Moans began to sound all around. The power's out. Contact the building management, quick. Look, the whole building opposite has lost power too. Can't get through anymore. Looks like the signal is gone too. Han Feng pulled back the curtain to observe, then busily went to refuel his generator. He thought to himself, the snowstorm plus the overuse of electricity for heating, a power outage was bound to happen sooner or later. Moreover, the heavy snow and low temperatures outside have made equipment repairs impossible. This means this power and internet outage could last forever. If the homeowners realize that the power won't be coming back, the fear could make the riot situation even more serious. That's when it will truly be hell. Rewind to half an hour ago. Li Huina was slurping down a hot bowl of noodles. At that time, I said directly in the group that I would buy all the supplies at 5 times the market price. Those poor guys immediately shut up. This stuff only cost me a little over 500,000. I even took a portion of the supplies to auction off. Those poor guys fought over buying from me. I made a small profit. What do you think? Following me was the right choice, wasn't it? As she spoke, the blonde man sitting opposite Huina reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth, which was stained with noodle soup. Huina didn't resist and even proactively took his hand, smiling in reply. Her expression made the blonde man secretly rejoice. As long as I have supplies, this woman will be in the palm of my hand. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. What's going on this floor? I remember every apartment has someone living in it. You guys, open this one first. Bring the tools over here, Quick! What's all this noise so late at night? With suspicion, the blond man went to press his ear against the door to listen. Are you sure it's this one? Positive. I saw this person buy up all the supplies from dozens of households. I remember now, it's this guy? He was the first one in the group to raise the price. Stop dawdling, kick the door down. The moment the person on the other side finished speaking, the blond man's face, which was pressed against the door, was thrown back by the force from outside. And, very quickly after that, the door was smashed open. A group of people carrying collapsible batons rushed in aggressively. Back to our main character. At this moment, Hanfeng was fumbling around trying to activate the electric trap system at his front door. That's strange. Why isn't there any power yet? As soon as Hanfeng finished speaking, the wire exploded. Why is this so difficult? If only I had internet access, it would be great. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Hanfeng cautiously peered through the peephole. This height, this level of foolishness. Hanfeng sighed wearily and called out, "What is it now?" The girl with glasses, Wang Qingyan, looked up at the peephole and replied, "I need help." "What a pain. Coming to find me when I'm busy." Hanfeng was about to open the door for the little girl when he suddenly remembered how he was ambushed in his past life for trusting someone, and he let go of the handle. Ahem. I heard that some homeowners have started breaking down doors to loot supplies. So hurry back. I'm not opening the door for you. Wang Qingyan continued to knock on the door, but when she saw no movement from Hanfeng, the little girl huddled in a corner, patiently waiting for him. Just then, voices started coming from the stairwell. Hurry up before someone else gets there first. There are a few occupied units on the 18th floor. Whatever, let's just go house by house. A few seconds later, that group of people had climbed up to Hanfeng's apartment floor. But surprisingly, Wang Qingyan was nowhere to be seen. Because she had been pulled into the house by Hanfeng in the nick of time before that group of people discovered her. Looks like no one has been to this floor yet. Those 2 units will be ours. That man exchanged words with the other 2, then, along with another person, walked up to Hanfeng's door. "Give me the crowbar," that man said softly to his accomplice, then knocked on the door. "Hello, we're here to deliver supplies." "Hello? Is anyone home?" Seeing no response, they started trying to break down the door, but to no avail. Why is the door to this house so sturdy? Can't even break the doorknob. Brother maybe we should pry open the neighbor's door first. Mark this house. The 2 men exchanged words and then left. Only then did Hanfeng let out a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Good thing I reinforced the door and the handle. He chuckled as he recalled the scene when he requested an extra 5 centimeters of steel inside the door, including the handle. The craftsman had been bewildered and asked him, "Are you hiding from debt collectors?" At that moment, he suddenly realized he was still covering Wang Qingyan's mouth to prevent her from making any noise, so he quickly let go. He said awkwardly, "Are you okay? I was afraid they would find out someone was in the house, so..." Wang Qingyan lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." A while later, after waiting until there were no more sounds outside, Hanfeng said, "It seems like they've really gone. After I finish installing this, if they dare to kick my door again, I'll zap them first." With that, Hanfeng continued his work of connecting the electrical system to the door. "What's this?" Wang Qingyan asked curiously. "A defensive measure using electric shock." "Ah, but you probably wouldn't understand even if I explained it. I don't even understand why this electric shock device is so hard to make." Wang Qingyan observed for a while and then said, "This anti-theft system uses electric current and voltage difference. You know about this?" Hanfeng looked at Wang Qingyan in surprise. "After cutting off the power, you just need to wrap the bare wire around the doorknob and ensure proper insulation. Then connect the ground wire from the distribution box to the doorknob. Finally, turn on the power source." Hanfeng followed Wang Qingyan's instructions, and sure enough, he was able to get the anti-theft system working. It actually worked. "How do you know this stuff?" "The evil king's true eye has the ability to see through all the truths of the world." Hanfeng sighed at these words. "Fine, pretend I never asked. If you need my help with something, just say it quickly. I'm very busy." As he spoke, Hanfeng cleaned up the messy wires on the floor. Wang Qingyan pulled out some personal items from her coat and replied, "The evil king's true I will reside here." Hanfeng replied casually, but he quickly snapped his head around to look at Wang Qingyan. What did you say? Are you kidding? Absolutely not. You go home right now. Han Feng walked over to Wang Qinyan, but his foot got caught in a wire, causing him to fall and hit his hand on the coffee table. Ouch, that hurts. Wait, it doesn't hurt anymore. Only then did Han Feng notice that the coffee table had become as soft as a piece of cloth, and his hands were now emitting a purple light. Could it be that this purple light made the coffee table turn like this? The toolbox too. Han Feng picked up the hammer, which had also become limp. So this purple light can make objects soft. At that moment, Han Feng looked up and saw Wang Qinyan staring at him intently. Oh no, I forgot someone else was in the house. The little girl, Wang Qinyan, squinted at him for a long time. Finally, she opened her mouth. Are you also a messenger chosen by the evil king's true eye? Han Feng was a little startled by her question, but to cover up the reason, he could only admit it. I am also a subordinate of the evil king. That's why strange phenomena like this often occur. The little girl heard this and raised her hand to signal him to stop. Her eyes instantly lit up. She said happily, since we are both messengers, we should support each other. Let's just share the resting room. Han Feng sighed helplessly. A girl like you wants to be with me. But before he could finish, the sound of a closing door echoed. He fell silent. He turned his head to look at the door and complained, I haven't even agreed yet. Do you think this is the evil king's den? But she was already gone. It was useless to say anything. He shook his head helplessly, putting the matter aside to focus on his own ability. What exactly was that purple light on his hand just now? It could actually turn objects from hard to soft. Han Feng thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue. It seems the light I have isn't just of two types. It's just that I haven't discovered them all yet. The purple light appeared when I was tripped by the wire and then hit the coffee table. Thinking back, the feeling at that time was a bit strange. Just then, he found that the purple light had returned. So just by recalling the dangerous situation from before, the purple light appeared. Could it be that this purple light also works on electrical wires? After thinking for a moment, he stood up and went into the kitchen. Holding a large knife in his hand, he wanted to try it on another object. In an instant, the knife in his hand was enveloped by the purple light. He didn't expect it to work on steel as well. The knife quickly softened, like fruit jelly. After that, Han Feng tried it on many different items. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The longer he used this purple light, the more severely the item was softened. Other than that, there were no other changes. This ability's effect is like chicken ribs. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered, is there any other way I can try? For example, what if I combine the two types of light, green and purple? Thinking of this, he immediately acted. Two types of light quickly appeared in his hands. He combined them into one. Then he picked up the knife from before, letting it be completely enveloped in that stream of light. When the light dissipated, the object inside was gradually revealed. The knife had now returned to its original shape, only it was shinier than usual. Han Feng frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. Then, he used force on the objects on the table. Finally, he realized that the mixed light of the two types could change the toughness of objects, and the hardness was a bit exaggerated. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea. At the same time, in a dark corner of the staircase, two gloomy voices echoed. One person asked, "Old brother, you're not really going to hand over the supplies you stole, are you?" The other person heard this and snorted coldly. Only a ghost would hand them over. I don't even have enough for myself. After handing them over, they have to be divided among the women and the elderly. On what grounds? The person behind him nodded in agreement. But we must keep this matter a secret. If anyone finds out, we're done for. But at that moment, the person in front saw something. He exclaimed in surprise, "Look behind you." The other person heard this and was startled, turning his head. But he saw the wall behind him moving. Soon after, a face appeared on the wall. It was bizarre. It was constantly wriggling back and forth, which was a bit scary. In an instant, that face was right up against the face of a man standing nearby. And that's not all. It even grew two hands, constantly reaching forward. Immediately, the two men were so scared they trembled and muttered, "There's a ghost." Then they turned and ran. The bizarre face suddenly trembled. A voice followed, "I can't breathe anymore." It turned out that the person who created this strange phenomenon was Han Feng. He had used his ability on his own wall, turning it from hard to soft. He let out a sigh of relief. using it on the whole wall, so tiring. With that, he withdrew his ability from the wall. With a thump, the wall quickly changed back, returning to its original shape. Han Feng couldn't help but pant. I'm exhausted. But he didn't stop. He went to pick up a large hammer. He wanted to test the hardening effect on the wall. Taking a deep breath, he finally began. He fiercely struck the wall in front of him with the hammer, just like that. Outside, the snow was falling heavier and heavier. But inside his house, Han Feng was covered in sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The wall in front of him was not damaged at all after being hit many times. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too exaggerated. I couldn't even chip it." On another note, downstairs, at the supply drop-off point, a person returned with a small bag and placed it on the table. He stammered, "Most of the homeowners are out of food. I only managed to collect this much. Sorry." But as soon as he finished speaking, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Then, he was pushed down onto the table. The one who acted was Taiwu. He forcefully pushed the man down, aggressively questioning, "Where did you hide the bags of food you stole?" The man refused to confess, gritting his teeth and saying, "Who hid anything? Everything I stole is right here." But Taiwu didn't believe him. He said angrily, "Stop pretending. I clearly saw you take 3 large bags just now, but you only handed over 1. The man still denied it, shouting, "You must have seen wrong. I definitely handed everything over." Hearing these words, Taiwu snorted coldly. "Still won't talk, huh? Looks like I'll have to beat it out of you to make you honest." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to strike. But before he could do anything, his hand was caught. Startled, he turned his head. Seeing who it was, he frowned. "Mr. Jiang, why are you back?" The person who had arrived was Shueyo. He whispered persuasively, "Can you let him go first? Let's talk things over slowly," Taiwu said indignantly. "But this person has hidden everyone's food." Shueyo nodded slightly. He said seriously, "I know. Leave this to me, okay?" Taiwu was a bit surprised, then nodded in agreement. Letting go of the man, he snorted and said, "Out of respect for Mr. Jiang, I'll spare your life." At this time, Shueyo walked over to the man, extending his hand to help him up. He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The man trembled, unable to speak. Shueyo gave a sincere smile, but the man actually believed it. The man quickly handed over the supplies he had stolen. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. My family has 5 mouths to feed. The food rations we were given really weren't enough." So on. But before he could finish, Shueyo handed him a box of food. "Take it. This is my food ration for today." He asked suspiciously, "Mr. Jiang, what are you trying to do?" Shueyo pretended to be magnanimous and said, "Rules are rules. Everything collected must be turned in. Then, food rations are divided based on a fixed number of people. But I can also understand your predicament. Hurry up and take it back." The man's eyes immediately filled with emotion. He tremblingly took the box of food, whispering his thanks. He even said that if there was anything in the future, he could just ask him. Shueyo nodded slightly and replied, "If you have any difficulties, just let me know." Soon after, carrying 2 large bags of supplies, he turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, take your supplies and go home quickly." The crowd was very obedient and quickly left. The 2 brothers, Taiwan and Taiwu, approached him. Taiwu asked suspiciously, "How did you get him to hand over the hidden food? And why did you give him your own food ration?" With a soft laugh, Shueyo said calmly, "Actually, I didn't do anything. I just reasoned with him a little. In the history of Country M, there have been many violent conflicts due to conflicts of interest between different classes. But its nature is defined as a collective social behavior. As long as they are not caught in the act, the participants will not be convicted. So Shueyo just told Old Wang, if he breaks the rules, the collective will not accept him. He will just be a common thief. Not to mention whether he will be punished by law after the disaster ends. But before that happens, Old Wang will also have to face the revenge of those he robbed. In the distance, Old Lu smoked a cigarette while observing them. He secretly sighed. In such mass riots, there is usually a leader who guides the action. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. But whether they are heroes or people who use others for their own purposes is uncertain. This kid is not simple. At the same time, at Han Feng's house, he was constantly testing the hardness of the things he had just reinforced in the house. He hammered until his hands and feet were trembling, but they were almost unbreakable. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. This room has been completely reinforced. The items have also been confirmed. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Han Feng was slightly startled. Could it be the neighbors coming to loot supplies again? He quickly ran to the door, peeking through the peephole to see who it was. At the door was that detestable Huina. She said tremblingly, Han Feng, it's me. I've thought it through these past few days. I can't betray your feelings for me. Han Feng frowned slightly, looking at her outside. The scene from his past life quickly flashed through his mind. Her words were exactly the same as that day. She also said, outside the door, besides her, there was also that man. The thought of it made Han Feng angry. He walked over to the coffee table, picked up the gun he had placed there. They've finally come. I should just shoot this adulterous couple directly to get my revenge. But then he reconsidered. The power is out now. I'm in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. If I don't kill them with one shot, I might be killed instead. Moreover, I'm not sure how effective this electric shock thing is. He forced himself to calm down. I've finally waited for this moment. I have to stay calm. Right now, the biggest threat to me is not that Huina, but the mysterious man hiding in the dark. Therefore, I need to go out right now to determine his position and then deliver a fatal blow. But how can I determine his position from inside the house? Han Feng's eyes darted around as he thought. A moment later, he remembered. He must be hiding in the blind spot behind my door. He fumbled along the wall, finally stopping at a corner. It's probably in this position. Although it will take some time, this can be done. With that thought, he placed his hand on the wall, emitting a faint purple light. Outside, Huina kept saying, "Are you there? Please open the door for me." The man asked impatiently, "Is this kid worth us spending so much effort to rob?" Huina nodded slightly and replied, "He still has extra supplies. I remember that right before the disaster, one night, he bought a whole truckload of goods." Hearing this, the man was delighted. Then this guy has enough to feed us for a few days. But he didn't notice a strange phenomenon appearing behind him. The wall suddenly softened, and it even moved closer to him. The other side seemed to have noticed something. He looked at Hona and asked, "Do you hear any sound?" She frowned suspiciously. "What sound?" He muttered in a low voice. "I think I hear something behind me." With that, he quickly glanced over to see. But before he could see anything, he was punched. He was sent flying, startling Huina. She quickly went over, asking suspiciously, "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." But he didn't answer. At this time, she saw Han Feng's door crack open. She quickly went to look and saw Han Feng appear, but he was carrying a fire extinguisher. Huina looked at him, confused, not knowing what he was planning to do. Before she could ask, he sprayed her in the face with the fire extinguisher, causing her to scream in fear. Huina covered her eyes, but the gas from the fire extinguisher made her eyes sting so much she couldn't open them. She pleaded, "Stop spraying." With no other choice, she could only retreat outside. She couldn't help but cough twice. Just then, she seemed to see something. Her eyes widened in horror. Huina saw the man lying on the ground, trembling nonstop. He was even muttering for help. She hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to help him up or not. But at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared from within the smoke. Huina was grabbed by that hand. That hand, of course, belonged to Han Feng. He forcefully pushed her outside. Scared, she turned and ran. Han Feng watched her retreating back, snorting with contempt. Running so fast. At this time, that bastard had also managed to sit up. But how could Han Feng give him that chance? He said coldly, "Who told you to stand up?" Immediately after, he raised his foot to kick him. But the man blocked it with his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Do you know who my father is? If you dare to touch me, I'll..." But before he could finish, Han Feng had already made his move, kicking him in the face. He snorted and said, "So what if I touch you?" He didn't care who his father was. He was going to beat him up anyway. The man was pinned to the ground by him, saying in fear, "Brother, wait a minute." He asked in a low voice, "I have no grudge against you. Why are you?" But Han Feng continued to attack, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He said coldly, "I was about to ask you the same thing." Then, he continuously punched him black and blue, constantly questioning him about why he had killed him. When his hands were covered in blood, he finally stopped. The other person couldn't say a word. His face was now swollen, covered in blood. He looked a bit pathetic. Unfortunately, Han Feng had no intention of letting him go. He picked up a nearby baseball bat. He slowly walked over, clearly intending to kill him. The man said in a low voice, "Give me a reason." Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "A reason? Stop pretending for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely swung the bat at his head. Fresh blood instantly splattered everywhere. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "When you killed me, did you ask for a reason?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that the person in front of him was already dead. He covered his mouth with his hand at the horrific sight, but he couldn't hold it in. He dry heaved on the spot. Just then, the sound of a door opening suddenly echoed. Han Feng was startled and turned his head to look. He only saw the little girl, Wang Chunyan, huddled in a corner. She asked in a low voice, "Do you need any help?" Afterward, the two of them disposed of the bastard's body and went back inside. He looked at the little girl in front of him, unable to help but feel suspicious. The scene was so terrifying, yet the little girl showed no fear at all. This little girl is a bit scary. It's best not to let her stay in my house. With that thought, he spoke up. Those people might come back for revenge at any time, so you'll be implicated if you stay here. But the little girl didn't care, silently drinking her water. Han Feng became more anxious. "So, do you agree or not? I'm doing this for your own good." At this time, the little girl shook her head and replied, "No, I want to stay here." Han Feng said angrily, "But it will be very dangerous to stay here. We might both die, you know." As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl placed her glass on the table. She said calmly, "No need to worry. The evil king's true, I will help you. The evil king's energy has been used up. I need to go to sleep now." With that, the little girl turned and went back to her room. Han Feng quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. He said with dissatisfaction, "Don't always torture me with your second-person speeches. I'm talking to you about real problems." The little girl glanced at the hand holding her. She said an incomprehensible word, then reached out to open the door to her room. Han Feng looked at the little girl suspiciously. And then what? But as soon as the door opened, his eyes widened in shock. On another note, the building below was preparing to distribute supplies. A crowd of people surrounded the table set up by the management committee to receive food. And that woman, Huina, was also here. To receive supplies, she had given a fake name. Number 601, Building 4, surname Liu, one-person household. The management committee staff quickly handed the supplies to her. After she turned and left, another person used that room number to receive supplies. The management committee was surprised and questioned it, but she didn't care. She was thinking about what had happened earlier. The man who was with her hadn't returned all night. And why did he suddenly fall down like that? Could it be that Han Feng did something? However, what worried her more was that when Han Feng opened the door, there was clearly a faint light and warmth in the house. This proved that he had something to generate electricity. She suspected that he knew about the disaster in advance and had prepared. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. If that was the case, he knew but didn't tell her. He even gave her useless garbage. She needed to find a time to confirm the situation at his house. While she was thinking, she accidentally bumped into someone who was walking towards her. The person glanced at her for a moment, then called out, "Wait a minute. Isn't this Huina?" She was a little surprised and looked at the person in front of her. The person looked at her and said with a smile, "Huina, we're burning a charcoal stove in the lobby of Building 5. Do you want to come over and warm up?" She hid the supplies in her hand, turned her head, and said flatly, "No need. I'd rather go home to warm up." But after taking only 2 steps, she was pulled back by the person. He said urgently, "I have a lot of food. Come and stay at my place for a few days." As he spoke, he leaned close to Huina's ear and whispered, "Just think about it. I've always liked your type." She angrily pushed his hand away, gritting her teeth and saying, "Get lost. What do you take me for? Who would care about your garbage?" When being nice didn't work, the person snorted with contempt. "What are you pretending for? Do you really think no one saw? Just you, pretending to be a member of the management committee. Do you believe I'll expose your true face?" As soon as these words were spoken, the people behind them immediately started whispering, causing Huina to panic. She used the supplies in her hand to hit the person in the face and shouted, "Let go of me." The person didn't expect her to act like this. He was about to strike in anger. "You bitch." But before he could do anything, A hand slapped him across the face. It sent him flying. An angry voice followed. Don't bully women. The crowd waiting for supplies noticed the commotion and frowned, whispering among themselves. A series of eyes looked towards the man who was sitting there trembling. But no one went to help. The one who hit him was Jian. She looked at Huina and asked, Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Huina waved her hand and shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you. Jian took out a business card and handed it to her with a smile, saying, Here, take this. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just come and see me. No need, thank you. Huina said coldly, then turned her head to leave. At that moment, the man had gotten up. He shouted fiercely, You stinking bitch. Then he grabbed Jian by the collar. He quickly pushed her to the ground and cursed, You fucking meddler. Despite her being beaten, Huina just stood there with no intention of stopping it. The man was now about to punch Jian. But before he could land the punch, another hand grabbed him and pulled him away. The person who arrived was Z. He fiercely pushed him to the ground. He snorted coldly. In my life, the thing I hate most is men hitting women. Just then, Shueyo finally ran over. As soon as he saw him, the man quickly reported, Mr. Jiang, this person faked their identity to receive supplies. I saw her with my own eyes colluding with the rich kids to drive up the price of supplies. Huina quickly denied it. Seeing this scene, Z was indignant and wanted to rush up and hit him. Why does a scumbag who hits women like you have the nerve to report someone? But before he could do anything, his collar was grabbed by a hand. Shueyo shouted fiercely, What do you think the supply collection committee is? Our duty and responsibility is to protect the vulnerable groups and provide everyone with food to survive. The other person quickly apologized. Shueyo snorted, If there's a next time, you can leave this place. Then he turned away. He walked up to Jian and Z and said apologetically, I'm sorry to have frightened you both. About what I said last time, have you two really thought it through? Hearing this, Z turned his head away. He said coldly, I'm not interested in gathering people to loot. I won't join you even if I starve to death. Jian also politely refused. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I still can't accept this method. But if you have a patient here, I can still help you. Shueyo watched their retreating backs and sighed helplessly. At that moment, Huina suddenly pulled his hand from behind. She said in a low voice, Brother Jiang, can I join you all? It was the same old trick. She pressed herself against Shueyo, starting to flirt with him. Actually, I've admired you for a long time. I just didn't have the chance. But it's different now. We have a lot of time. But Shueyo bluntly pushed her away and refused. Li Zishu, are you mistaken about something? One of them knows how to fight, the other can treat illnesses. May I ask what you know? Right now, you have no value to be accepted. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Huina was a bit anxious when things didn't work out. Soon after, she quickly shouted, Brother Jiang, what if I told you I know where there are supplies? On another note, at Han Feng's house, Han Feng's dissatisfied shouts echoed continuously. I've said this so many times. It has a propeller, it has 3 sides, it's square, and it has a roof. Hearing his words, the little girl, Wang Qinyan, reached into a spatial rift in front of her. Very quickly, she pulled something out. Han Feng exclaimed happily, I found it. But the thing that was taken out was a model. His face immediately became annoyed. Isn't this a model from a clothing store? What does it have to do with what I just described? Han Feng sighed helplessly. To put it simply, this middle school girl has a spatial storage ability. She can open a black hole in front of her chest and suck in everything she sees. But putting things in is easy, taking them out is difficult. The probability of her finding the right item is very low. Han Feng frowned at the little girl, asking suspiciously, What's it like inside your black hole? Why is it so hard to find things? He kept questioning her. The little girl shook her head and said, I've never explored it. He continued to ask, Then can I stick my head in to see and help you find it? The little girl nodded slightly. Han Feng was slightly startled, but before he could regain his composure, the ground shook violently, causing everyone to fall to the ground. With that thought, he put his head in. It didn't take long for him to squeeze into the hole. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Immediately, he was so surprised he frowned, because in front of him were a lot of objects. The space was so large he hadn't expected it. No wonder it's an ability that can clear out a supermarket in one night. But isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? But at this moment, Han Feng suddenly felt suffocated. His whole body was trembling. He quickly pulled himself out of the hole. Only then could he breathe normally again. He knelt on the ground and coughed. A moment later, he questioned her fiercely. Why didn't you tell me beforehand that there's no oxygen inside? And it feels like the water in my body is being drained away. The little girl, Wang Qinyan, indifferently said she didn't know. Just then, the little girl suddenly let out a sound. A moment later, she pulled something out of her hand again. Looking at the thing in front of him, Han Feng immediately cheered up. This is it. It really exists. But at that moment, the little girl spoke again. I found other things too. In an instant, his house was covered by a pile of objects. Han Feng exclaimed in horror, "What are these things?" In the dark staircase of the building, a group of people fumbled in the darkness as they slowly made their way to the 18th floor. But the two people walking behind were trembling nonstop. This 18th floor is really creepy. Do we really have to go up? We're not going to run into that monster, are we? Hearing this, the person in front immediately became dissatisfied. It's the 21st century. You two still believe in ghosts. They were sent by Shueyo, who wanted them to investigate the truth of what Huina had said. They didn't want to disappoint him. Someone asked suspiciously, "But what if that girl is lying to Mr. Jiang?" The other person angrily cursed, "Don't talk nonsense. Trust Mr. Jiang's judgment. Let's solve this quickly and get back as soon as possible." But they didn't know that their actions had been seen by Han Feng and the girl through a pre-installed camera. Where did all this stuff come from? Of course, from the little girl, Wang Qinyan's space. Han Feng considered for a moment, then suggested, "Let's start the second plan. I'll go light the fire. After I come back, you go out." The little girl nodded slightly to show she understood. He turned and walked out, thinking to himself as he went, "I have to time this perfectly." The clock now showed only 2 minutes left. Downstairs, the group of people suddenly felt that something was wrong and stopped. The person in front hesitated and said, "Do you two hear something up ahead?" The other two trembled with fear. Could it be a ghost? While they were suspicious, bright flashes of light suddenly appeared on the stairs above. Soon after, a series of model cars suddenly rushed towards them, but on them were also many firecrackers. The group of people saw this and frowned suspiciously. Are those toy cars? But the next moment, a car came right in front of him. Only then did he see the burning fuses. But unfortunately, he was too late. Those firecrackers had already exploded, engulfing them in smoke and fire. Due to the smoke, they couldn't see anything at all. The sounds of fumbling and panic echoed continuously. But that wasn't all. Other strange things now appeared above their heads. The common thing about them was that they still had firecrackers. The group of people immediately screamed and ran. That remote-controlled plane was still crazily chasing them. Through the camera, the little girl, Wang Qinyan, saw the whole scene. She looked at Han Feng and asked suspiciously, "Throw it." But he shook his head and said, "Get a little closer, then throw it. This time, we have to teach these guys a lesson." The time was now about 15 seconds. But that guy suddenly turned his head and hit the plane with a stick, causing Han Feng to cry out in alarm, "Careful, don't let the plane get hit." But it was too late. The man had already hit one of the plane's wings. The left wing was damaged. The little girl, Wang Qinyan, shook her head and said, "Lost control on the left side. Can't stabilize." Han Feng quickly said, "Control it. This is the only one we have." Time slowly passed. Finally, only 3 seconds remained. Han Feng could only tell the little girl, Wang Qinyan, to try and hold on a little longer, until there was only 1 second left. With a boom, the building erupted with the sound of fireworks, illuminating the entire snowy sky. But Han Feng and the girl's plane was still flying in the air. The right propeller was broken, and it was descending. Han Feng quickly said, "Find a place for it to land, quick. Don't let it get broken." The little girl, Wang Qinyan, tried her best to control it. A moment later, it stopped outside the staircase window of a certain floor. Hearing this, Han Feng stood up from his chair and said, "I'll go get it right away. This drone is very important to us." But the little girl suddenly spoke up. "There's a body on the stairs." Han Feng was slightly startled. "Zoom in closer for me to see." He leaned close to the camera. Sure enough, he saw a person lying on the landing of the stairs. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that brotherly? Why is he lying there? Could he have been hit too?" After a moment's hesitation, he went to open a cabinet. Then he slowly said, "I'll be right back. I have the key, so don't you dare open the door." He quickly took things from the cabinet, but at that moment, something was suddenly handed to him. He looked up at the little girl, Wang Qinyan, and asked, "What's this?" The girl said flatly, "To ensure communication." Han Feng nodded slightly, took it, and then thanked her. He slowly stepped out with a gun. "Hopefully, I won't have to use it." Han Feng slowly walked down the stairs. The little girl, Wang Qinyan, continuously reported his safety to him through the camera. The lower he went, the colder he felt. According to the drone's measurement, the outside temperature was -49 degrees. Without protection, a person would freeze to death in just half an hour. Zi's situation was not good right now, so he had to be quick. On the other side, after the scouts returned, they reported everything to Shueyo. After listening, he nodded in understanding. "I see. You've worked hard." He ordered someone to give them clothes and shoes to wear. Then, he took out 3 packs of supplies and gave them to the 3 men. He said, "We will absolutely not let your contributions go unrewarded." The 3 men quickly took them and thanked him. On this side, Huina sat in a corner, only now daring to speak. "Brother Jiang, can I join you all now?" But Shueyo shook his head. "First, we can't confirm whether this was done by your friend or not. Second, if Uncle Lu hadn't seen the person transporting the goods with his own eyes, I wouldn't believe you at all." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the crowd and said, "Let's all go upstairs and see. Get another tool for her to use." Regardless of whether her information was true or false, or what her real purpose was, he hoped she could prove her worth in the upcoming actions. Huina frowned upon hearing these words. Then she went to Taiwu's side and took the stick from his hand. She nodded firmly and said, "I understand." Shueyo quickly gathered everyone, seriously instructing, "Everyone is an important resource for our group. Please pay attention to your safety when going up." And so, a group of them slowly went up the stairs. Sueyu was, of course, the one leading the way. At this moment, Taiwu suddenly called out, "Sir, look, that's Li Zi." He was lying unconscious on the stairs at that moment. Shueyo went over and gave him some water to drink. Very quickly, he regained consciousness from his stupor. But the water was too hot, causing him to tremble and cry out. When he calmed down, he was startled to realize that the people who had saved him were Shueyo's group. He immediately stood up, with difficulty. Seeing this, Taiwu immediately became angry and cursed. "Li Zi, what's your attitude? The sir saved you, and you don't even say a word of thanks." Zi heard this and snorted back. He said contemptuously, "If you want to thank someone, you should thank the people whose supplies you robbed. Stop pretending to be a hero." Taiwu became even angrier. "You bastard." Shueyo raised his hand to stop him, smiling as he said, "Brotherly, I really want to invite you to join us." Zi snorted back, "In your dreams. I've said it many times, I will absolutely not join." Seeing his attitude, Taiwu became even more furious. "Li Zi, don't be so shameless." Zi didn't care much, saying flatly, "So what? You want to force me to join your group?" After saying that, he turned to leave. But after taking only a few steps, he was pulled back by Shueyo. He looked at him. "Brotherly, do you have some misunderstanding about us? We just hope you can contribute and bring more hope of survival to those weak and disadvantaged groups." Shueyo pointed his finger at his face, saying bluntly, "You, surnamed Jiang, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You only give those people a meal every 3 days. How is that any different from waiting to die? Besides, I have no parents, so don't even think about tricking me with your schemes." At the same time, Han Feng, on the stairs, couldn't help but be startled when he heard Shueyo's words. Only 1 meal every 3 days? So that means Shueyo doesn't want to care about them. But that's right. To win over the young people, the management will have to accept the old, weak, sick, and disabled. If this continues, sooner or later, there will be internal conflicts within the committee. Down below, Taiwu was fiercely cursing Zi. "Don't you be ungrateful." He asked him if he wanted to join or not. "If you don't want to join, then get lost. Don't block our way." Zi heard this and head-butted him. He snorted back and said, "I'm not moving, so what are you going to do about it?" The group of people saw him standing blocking the stairs and raised their weapons, wanting to go up. Seeing this, Shueyo immediately sighed. Then he looked at Taiwu and nodded, indicating that he could charge forward. Immediately, the entire group began to force Zi back step by step. He glared at them, saying fearlessly, "Come on. You think I'm afraid of you?" Up above, Han Feng saw this situation and couldn't help but worry. This is bad. Brotherly is about to collapse. I have to go help him. But their group is too large. Even if I go, I won't be able to do anything. He hesitated for a long time, but didn't go forward. He's helped me so much before. I can't just watch him die like this. After thinking for a moment, he reached into his coat pocket. He pulled out his pistol. He aimed it downwards, but he still hadn't fired. At this moment, Zi had been cornered against the wall by Shueyo's men. But he suddenly saw something, just as he was wondering. The sound of a gunshot suddenly rang out. The baseball bat in Taiwa's hand immediately fell to the ground. In an instant, his face was filled with fear. He trembled and fell to the ground. The people behind him also panicked and quickly retreated. Han Feng, from above, pointed his gun at them and warned, "Quiet. Everyone, don't move." Seeing the gun in his hand, that group of people became even more frightened. Zi looked at him standing beside him, unable to help but feel suspicious. "Old bro, you're..." The group of Shueyo's men didn't dare to say a word at this moment, trembling nonstop. Behind them, Huano was mixed in with the crowd, frowning as she looked at him. She couldn't help but wonder, why did he dare to come out? And he has a gun too. In front, Han Feng gave his house key to Zi. "Take it. We'll slowly retreat upwards." He quickly nodded, then followed Han Feng up. Shueyo's group kept retreating, asking him what to do. But Han Feng didn't give them a chance to talk much, firing another shot that startled them. He warned in a cold voice, "I already said, don't move. Drop your weapons. Kneel on the ground." That group of people was very afraid of that black muzzle, so they could only obey him. Seeing this, Han Feng suggested that Zi go up quickly, while his gun was constantly aimed at the group. In an instant, the two of them disappeared from sight. The group of people could only watch helplessly as the two of them went up step by step. At this time, Shueyo finally dared to speak. "Does anyone know who that was just now?" Huina quickly replied, "He's Han Feng. We're about to reach his house." Taiwo heard this and was dissatisfied. He grabbed her by the collar and shouted, "Why didn't you say earlier that he has a gun?" She shook her head in fear. "This is the first time I've seen it too." Shueyo seemed to believe her. He went to stop Taiwu. All right. I believe Miss Lee wouldn't lie to us." Then, he turned his head to look at the crowd and reassured them. "Everyone, think carefully. With such an important weapon, how could he not have supplies?" As soon as these words were spoken, the people behind them immediately nodded in agreement. Shueyo didn't give up, continuing to stir up their emotions. Moreover, maybe he's the one who caused the price of supplies to rise back then. Shueyo remembered what old Lu had said. It was highly likely that the person he met was him. At this time, Taiwu suddenly spoke up. "Brother Jiang, are we still going with the original plan? What if he shoots?" "No. If he dared to kill people, he would have done it just now." Shueyo shook his head and said, he didn't believe they could stay in the room forever without coming out. With that thought, he looked at the crowd again and said, "Everyone, the plan has changed for now. We'll go back and prepare safety measures, then we'll come back. They must take Han Feng's room." On another note, in front of Han Feng's room, Zi and the other person had returned. Zi quickly opened the door, but his hand kept trembling. He couldn't open it for a long time. He said apologetically. Han Feng declined to comment. "Don't worry. It seems they're not chasing us." A moment later, Zi finally managed to insert the key into the lock. The moment the door cracked open, he felt the warmth. He just stood there, stunned. Han Feng waited for a long time and became a little impatient, urging, "Hurry up and go in." Only then did he regain his composure and enter the room. But as soon as he entered, he found that there was a stove here, and there was a generator that every household needed. More importantly, there were supplies all over the room. Zi walked around and was so surprised his eyes widened. "Little brother, what on earth is going on with your house?" Han Feng was about to explain when the door to the room suddenly opened, startling Zi. He only saw the little girl, Wang Qinyan, peeking her head out. She asked in a low voice, "Where's the drone?" Han Feng was startled and remembered, "I forgot about it." And Z became more and more surprised, asking suspiciously, "What drone?" 2 hours later, Han Feng had told Z everything. He ate and nodded. So that's how it is. But he still couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too impressive. To be able to predict the snow disaster, and to prepare so much. It seems that studying hard really pays off." Han Feng let out a soft laugh, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry. I was worried about the information about the supplies leaking out before, so I never told you the truth." But Z didn't care much. He placed his chopsticks on the table. Then he stood up from his chair, bowed to Han Feng. "Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead. You've treated me so well, truly with all your heart and soul." Han Feng was a little surprised by his action. He quickly said, "Don't be like that. You've helped me a lot too. Come on, let's continue eating. I still have a lot of food." Z's eyes filled with emotion. He said sincerely, "You're truly a good person." After a moment of sentimentality, Z sat back down at the table to eat and drink. As he ate, he said, "By the way, little brother, the situation in the residential area is very different now." He asked him if he remembered the message he had sent him. Since that day, that Jiang guy has been using so-called collectivism to loot supplies everywhere. Some people followed, and some refused. After some people left, Jiang pretended not to care at all on the outside. But behind their backs, he sent Jin Taiwu to deal with them, saying it was to reduce the threat. Han Feng heard this and frowned, asking, "Is that the older twin of that pair of college students?" Z nodded slightly and revealed, "That's right. The organization learned it all in the womb." Han Feng thought for a moment before speaking. No wonder the residential area's management developed so quickly. Their methods are truly dirty. This guy is really not easy to deal with. But at that moment, Z suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Just as the saying goes, what goes around comes around." Guess who they robbed later? They robbed Li Jinghe himself. He's the boxer who once won the middleweight championship. Han Feng was startled and asked suspiciously, "Then weren't the people on the committee beaten to a pulp?" Z shook his head and replied, "Not that bad. But they wanted to save face, so they wouldn't admit defeat. Those people were encouraged by that Jiang guy to continue fighting with Li Jinghe. But in the end, they were knocked out by that person. Because of this, Jinghe also gained 2 followers. One of the 2 is very famous. One is Zheng Yingguo, an old fan of Li Jinghe. It's said that he has been boxing for several years and is famous for his speed. The other is named Jin Zhongzai, a diehard fan of Li Jinghe. People say he was born with divine strength. His body is as big as a monster's. Relying on the prestige of these 2 and Li Jinghe, a force was formed in the community. And this group of people really hates that guy surnamed Jiang. To divert the conflict, Jiang tried every means to rob Han Feng of his things. After hearing this, he asked suspiciously, "In other words, pulling you in was just a last-minute idea, right?" Z nodded slightly. Han Feng frowned slightly and pondered. No wonder that bastard surnamed Jiang wanted to win over Z. It seems his side is not comfortable either. Just then, a sound suddenly came from outside the door, startling the 3 of them. The little girl, Wang Qinyan, looked through the camera and said, "Someone's here." "It's Jiang Shueyo's group again." Han Feng quickly stood up and said, "I'll go close the electric door." But before he could do anything, his shirt was pulled back by a hand. The little girl, Wang Qinyan, told him that she smelled sulfur. Han Feng was slightly startled, but before he could regain his composure, the ground shook violently, causing everyone to fall to the ground. Han Feng cursed with some anger. "They actually dared to blow up my house." The little girl, Wang Qinyan, said flatly, "They probably used a local explosive. This type of explosive is not very powerful." Han Feng frowned and asked, "You know about this too?" He was just asking casually. Then he looked at the camera again. Very quickly, he saw a familiar figure. He couldn't help but sneer. So it was that bitch Huina who brought Jiang Shueyo here. With that, he went to the shelf and started to connect the electricity. Then he suggested, "Everyone, stand a little further away from the door." After waiting for the 2 of them to move away, he started to apply the electric shock. Immediately, a shrill scream came from outside. The person standing in front of the door was electrocuted and fell to the ground. Shueyo was a little surprised to see this scene, but he quickly regained his composure. He immediately ordered, Place the explosive at the joint between the door and the wall. This time, use 2 packs. Taiwu followed the order and placed 2 packs of explosives in front of the door. With a boom, the sound of an explosion echoed through the sky again. The wall began to show cracks, but the door frame did not pop out. Shuyo frowned slightly. He didn't expect this to happen. The explosive was definitely not the problem. It seemed that Han Feng had taken precautions beforehand. After pondering for a long time, he spoke up. This time, use 3 packs of explosives, and I will designate a place for the explosion. If it still doesn't budge, continue to increase the dosage. Today, they were determined to break into Han Feng's house. Inside the house, Han Feng and the other person had blocked the door with many objects. Just as they finished, the door shook again. The 2 of them quickly separated. Han Feng asked something, but Ziyi couldn't hear anything at all. When the deafening sound subsided, Han Feng was startled and exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Ziyi quickly said, "The wall is broken. Go get something to block it." Han Feng was a bit anxious. He was afraid that if the explosions continued like this, the crack would get bigger and bigger. With that thought, he spoke up. "Blocking it is useless. Let's move everything quickly. I have a solution." Ziyi frowned suspiciously and asked, "What time is it to be moving things?" But before Han Feng could answer, the little girl, Wang Qinyan, came over and said, "I'll help." Ziyi glanced at the little girl. "Are you kidding me, kid? Go back to the bedroom and hide." But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a spatial rift appear in front of the little girl. But something even more surprising happened, as waves of objects were being sucked into it. A moment later, everything had been absorbed into the space. Ziyi exclaimed in fear, "It's true. Everything was sucked in." Before he could regain his composure, he saw a purple light appear in Han Feng's hand. "I'll try to soften the wall to see if I can reshape it. But I have to control the range, otherwise the hardening process will take a long time." Immediately, the purple light enveloped the entire wall. A moment later, Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. One of his hands had switched to a green light. Very quickly, the 2 streams of light mixed together, combining to repair the wall. Han Feng watched as the wall was gradually repaired, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Ziyi exclaimed in shock, "That's amazing, little brother. What kind of superpower is this?" While Han Feng was wondering how to explain, the little girl, Wang Qinyan, suddenly called out, "Get down." It seemed to be at the same time, the ground shook violently again. The newly repaired wall began to show cracks again, causing Han Feng to panic a little. The little girl, Wang Qinyan, quickly explained, "They're blowing it up from the front." Biting his lip fiercely, Han Feng was a little angry. "In that case, it's useless to fix it no matter how I try." After thinking for a long time, he spoke up. "I have a dangerous idea. Are you all willing to trust me this one time?" The little girl, Wang Qinyan, agreed without hesitation. Ziyi also quickly said, "What is it?" "Little brother, you just need to say the word." Nodding with satisfaction, Han Feng said seriously, "Then let's do as I say." In an instant, the sound of explosions echoed again. The door to Han Feng's room began to shake violently. It didn't take long for it to crack open. The group, led by Taiwu, slowly entered. He instructed, "Be careful to search every nook and cranny for supplies." Shuyo, from behind, also reminded, "Everyone, be careful. They might be ambushing us. Go see if the house has any supplies." Soon after, a group of people began to rummage through Han Feng's house for supplies like a gang of robbers. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Taiwu came out of the kitchen, carrying a box. His face was unpleasant as he said, "Brother Jiang, the kitchen only has some garbage and this box of seeds." Shuyo was a little surprised to see the box of seeds. Taiwu fiercely cursed Huina. "Damn it! You didn't lie to us, did you?" She immediately shook her head and denied it. "I didn't. Maybe he hid it in the room." Hearing her words, the 2 of them went into the room to look for supplies. They carefully entered. They didn't want to get hit. One of them pushed the door with his hand and felt an obstacle behind it. Before he could regain his senses, his face was forcefully kicked. It was Z. He rushed out from inside. With the force of the door, he had knocked the 2 men to the ground. Han Feng followed him out. He also had a gun in his hand. As soon as they saw him, that group of people immediately shouted, "Be careful." The 2 sides were thus locked in a stalemate. Han Feng then warned, Damn it, get the hell out of here, all of you. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Polite? Umph. Shueyo heard this and snorted back. Have you ever been polite before? Hoarding supplies, ignoring the collective, causing so many residents to suffer from hunger. He also said that he came today to demand justice. Look at this hypocritical bastard, robbing others and still speaking so righteously. But he said it without any shame, continuing to use the name of the collective to threaten Han Feng. If you still have a bit of conscience in your heart, then hand over the supplies. Only by uniting can we overcome the apocalypse. Han Feng pouted at him. This guy talks a big game, but in reality, isn't it just moral blackmail? This kind of person is the most despicable. But now these fools believe him so much, like a pack of wolves so hungry their eyes are red, desperate for release. Right now, he has become the target for them to vent their anger. As long as it's handled properly, it'll be fine. With that thought, Han Feng immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Which of your eyes saw that my house has supplies?" Huina didn't believe him and retorted, "You must have hidden them." She said that the last time she came here, his room even had a heater and lights. If you don't confess honestly, then just wait to die. But as soon as she finished speaking, the glass in front of her was shot straight through by a bullet. Of course, it was Han Feng who had acted. He snorted and said, "Li Huina, you still have the face to say that? If it weren't for you tricking me into trading supplies for seeds, I wouldn't be in this situation today." Taiwu seemed to believe his words, turning to Huina and scolding, "Damn it, are you messing with us?" She shook her head in fear. "No, I'm really not lying." Seeing the two of them arguing, Shueyo stepped in to mediate. "Don't fight amongst yourselves. I have a simple way. You guys go to his room and see." With that, he pointed at the two men sitting on the ground. He looked at Han Feng provocatively. "Mr. Han, I'm sure you wouldn't refuse, would you?" Having prepared thoroughly, Han Feng did not object. A moment later, that group of people came out to report, "Brother Jiang, there's only some trash and a little girl in the room." The person they were talking about was the little girl, Wang Chenyan. The little girl threw herself into Han Feng's arms and cried loudly, "Brother, I'm scared. I'm hungry." Han Feng quickly comforted her, "Don't be scared. After they leave, I'll go find food for you." In the end, they found nothing and had to leave, feeling a bit dissatisfied, muttering unhappily. Shueyo glanced at Huina, his voice stern. "Miss Li, I need an explanation." With things having progressed this far, she had to give everyone an explanation. She didn't know how things had turned out this way. She quickly explained, "I really didn't lie to you all. I clearly saw it with my own eyes." She glared at Han Feng on the other side, thinking angrily to herself, could it be that he played a trick? It's all because of you that I'm in this mess. It's all because of you, you damn bastard. With that thought, the flashlight in her hand suddenly pointed at Han Feng. Her action startled him. The light from the flashlight made his eyes a little uncomfortable. While he was off guard, the gun in his hand was snatched by her. Huina pointed the gun at Han Feng, shouting angrily, "Where did you hide the supplies? It was you who played a trick, wasn't it? Tell everyone the truth, or I'll shoot." The group of Shueyo's men were a little stunned by this scene. Han Feng, on the other hand, was calmer. He smirked. "The truth." He pouted and said, "The truth is that my supplies were all tricked away by you a long time ago. You're lying. You're a liar. I'll kill you," Huina shouted in a rage. Unfortunately, for someone like her who hadn't done heavy work all year, how could she hold a gun steady? In a flash, something knocked the gun out of her hand. The group of Taiwu's men conveniently went over and grabbed her, causing her to struggle in defiance. Han Feng saw his gun on the ground and was about to go and pick it up, but he was a step too late. A pair of hands was faster than him. It was that bastard, Jiang Shueyo. He didn't know what he was planning to do. The two of them just stood there, facing each other. Taiwu, on this side, was constantly grabbing Huina's hair and scolding her. "You stinking bitch, you dare to lie to us. This is for lying to us." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the stick in his hand, wanting to beat this woman. Unfortunately, before he could bring it down, Shueyo grabbed his hand and stopped him. He urged, "The management committee is not a violent organization. This is also not a place for punishment. Even if she did deceive us, we should at least give her a chance to correct her mistake." With that, he turned his head to look at Han Feng, putting on a detestable, sanctimonious expression as he said, Mr. Han, I'm very sorry about what happened today. He said they were all victims and that he would give him an explanation later. As he spoke, he handed the gun back to him. He was a little startled by this action, but he didn't suspect anything and reached out to take it. Shueyo continued, I sincerely invite you to join the management committee. He said he didn't need to answer right away, just to consider it. Tell me what you think tomorrow when you come to get supplies. Then he left with his group. After the room was left with only the three of them, Z asked worriedly, Old bro, are you hurt? Han Feng shook his head slightly, sighed, and said, Finally, the act is over. Soon after, the three of them went to the little girl, Wang Qinyan's room on the upper floor to rest. Z couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect this little girl to have a room on the upper floor too. Han Feng nodded slightly and replied, That's right. It's big and spacious, much more comfortable than my place. And it was thanks to the little girl that they were able to put on this act. Going back in time, Han Feng had told the little girl to put away everything in the house, but to remember to leave a bag of trash and packaging, not to take everything. He ordered Z to open the window to quickly lower the temperature in the room. He said they had to make the place look like it hadn't had food for a long time. Just let the people outside break down the door. But in the end, they would get nothing. That Jiang guy had put on such a big show. If he returned empty-handed, it would definitely stir up public outrage. In that case, people would point their fingers at the weak. Moreover, Han Feng advertised the gun, so that Huina would definitely become the scapegoat. Z heard this and frowned. But there are so many of them. Even with a gun, it might not be safe, right? For example, the gun was just taken away. That's the worst-case scenario. Han Feng nodded slightly and replied, After getting the gun, Jiang Shuio might be able to solve the problem peacefully to maintain his image. Z continued to ask, But what if Jiang Shuio had fired the gun? With a soft laugh, Han Feng said calmly, There was only one bullet in the gun, and I had already used it. Hearing this, Z understood. He gave a thumbs up and praised, You're amazing, little brother. So you deliberately let them take the gun, right? Han Feng replied calmly, You could say it was part of the plan. Z nodded and said, So our next step is to just pretend to be struggling and make money in silence. But Han Feng objected. Their next mission was to overthrow that damn management committee. Below the management committee's base, they were currently distributing supplies to everyone. The scene was too noisy and chaotic, causing them not to notice two people quietly entering the supply warehouse. At this time, two people from the management committee were coming out from inside. They were the ones assigned to check the door of the supplies. The two Han Fengs hid on one side and looked at them. For eyes met. The two of them secretly made a plan. According to Z's investigation, the first 4 floors had been cleared. The 5th and 6th floors had been occupied by the building's support staff, so they couldn't get to the 7th and 8th floors. He thought the warehouse was probably up there. There would be guards above the 5th floor. He would go up first to distract them, while Han Feng would take the opportunity to knock them out with a stick. As for the gun, they would try not to use it. According to the plan, the two of them slowly went up, but it was a bit strange. There was no one there. They continued up to the 6th floor. Still no one. But Han Feng still reminded Z not to let his guard down. They stopped on the 7th floor, but they didn't encounter any obstacles. Han Feng asked hesitantly, Are you sure they would put the supplies on these 2 floors? Z shook his head and said, I'm not sure about the situation now either. Z looked around for a while, then said, If there are no guards, then forget it. But not seeing a single person is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? The two of them weren't sure either. They could only take it one step at a time. Z suggested they split up, left and right. If anything happened, they would just call out. Han Feng nodded slightly, then carefully entered. He had thought they would have to fight to get up here. This was fine too. This time was just for scouting anyway. Earlier, in the little girl, Wang Qinyan's room, the 3 of them were eating and discussing their strategy. Han Feng said seriously, There are too many people on the management committee. We can't defeat them alone. The only way to overthrow them is to destroy them from within. As I see it, the management committee is an organization linked by supplies. As long as we find the warehouse where the supplies are stored and let the little girl, Wang Qinyan, take everything, the management committee will immediately collapse. That's easier said than done. Only a ghost knows which room they put the supplies in. We still have to be careful that someone will come up at any time. While Han Feng was thinking, he saw Z happily running over from the other side. He was a little helpless. Didn't I say we had to be careful? A moment later, the two of them were standing in front of the warehouse door. Han Feng asked with some suspicion. It's written so clearly like this. Don't you think it looks more like a trap? Z frowned slightly. But according to the writing here, this is the warehouse. But what was more surprising was that even the key was already in the lock. Very thoughtful. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a trap. But Z didn't think so. He said in a low voice, maybe they forgot to take the key out. Let's just open it and see. With that, he reached out to unlock it. But Han Feng spoke up and stopped him. Wait. He had seen a thin wire wrapped between the key and the handle. This is a classic trap. Han Feng reminded. We have to be careful. He remembered just now, the two men mentioned checking the warehouse door. Maybe they were talking about this trap. Anyway, don't touch it casually. Just knowing it's here is enough. They would go upstairs to check further. As long as they confirmed the location of the warehouse and slowly found a way to open the door, it would be fine. Han Feng suggested. Z also nodded in agreement. But at that moment, the two of them ran into two other people coming out of the door. 8 eyes stared at each other blankly for a long time. It was Han Feng who reacted quickly, grabbing Z's hand and running. The two of them quickly ran forward. But the other two had already caught up. One of them wanted to attack Z with a stick. Han Feng quickly blocked it with his own hand. Taking this opportunity, Z kicked the other man. After that, the two of them opened the door in front of them and entered, conveniently using an iron bar to block the door. Han Feng clutched his aching arm, asking suspiciously, didn't you say there was no one there when they were distributing supplies? Z shook his head vaguely. Who knows? They didn't let me on this floor last time. Just then, there were footsteps on the stairs. Han Feng frowned and said, damn it, someone's coming up. He suggested they go up first. There were probably fewer people up there. Soon after, they had gone up to the 8th floor. Z looked at Han Feng worriedly and asked, little brother, your hand. Han Feng shook his head slightly and replied, it seems to be broken. But he didn't care much. He said calmly, first, we need to find a place to hide. But Z suddenly pointed behind him and shouted, little brother, behind you. Han Feng turned his head suspiciously to look. But before he could react, his mouth was covered by a hand. Finally, he was pulled behind the door. Han Feng was thus pulled and fell inside. The door was immediately closed. He couldn't help but groan twice. Outside, Z was constantly worried and shouted, banging on the door, little brother, are you okay? Wait for me. I'm coming to save you. In front of Han Feng was a man. He frowned at him, asking coldly, what are you two doing here? Han Feng looked at the man warily. He gritted his teeth and said, we came to get supplies. But the man didn't believe him. He stepped on his hand with his foot, causing him to scream in pain. The man snorted and said, do you take me for a 3-year-old? You two deliberately avoided the 5th and 6th floors. You must know something about the management committee, right? Han Feng frowned at him, asking suspiciously, have you been following us all this time? Following you? The man pouted contemptuously. Do you really think there's no one guarding here? Hearing this, Han Feng was startled. In the corner of the wall, a group of people were lying unconscious. Could it be that these people were killed by this guy? Just then, angry sounds came from outside. Get him. Is there anyone else? Search the rooms. Han Feng's heart raced. Damn it, Brotherly is still outside. But the man in front of him was extremely calm. He snorted, his expression unreadable. Then, he walked step by step towards the window. He opened it without hesitation. As if guessing his intention, Han Feng exclaimed in surprise, this is the 8th floor. What are you trying to do? The man replied calmly, actually, it's only the 4th floor. The snow has already fallen to the 3rd and 4th floors. Besides, with the snow as a cushion, you won't die from this height. He raised an eyebrow at Han Feng, saying seriously, jump or be beaten to death. You choose. While Han Feng was hesitating, the sound of footsteps and the door being broken down grew closer and closer. He glanced at the window. The man was no longer there. At that moment, the door was gradually being broken down. It seemed to be at the same time, Han Feng had climbed onto the windowsill. He gritted his teeth and jumped down. In the moment of falling, a purple light appeared on his arm. On this side, the man had landed safely. Hearing the commotion, He glanced over to the other side. He saw Han Feng climbing out from under the thick snow. From above, the pursuers looked down and shouted, "He's still alive. There's another one." While Han Feng was still dazed and didn't know what to do, the man's figure flashed past his face. He was seen fiercely crashing into the glass door, causing it to shatter. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Holy crap! Is he a bull? But he didn't have time to think much. The snow was still falling nonstop. He quickly followed the man inside. A moment later, that group of people had also chased them down below. But Han Feng and the other man were nowhere to be seen. Inside the room, the man had started a fire to warm up. Han Feng sat beside him, unable to help but think, this man is quite good. If it weren't for him just now, I might have been discovered. He has a lot of experience in escaping. Although it goes against logic, and I don't really believe it, the truth proves that his decision was very correct. While he was lost in thought, the man suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Scared? It's just a dead person, that's all. Han Feng was startled when he heard this, frowning as he looked at him and asked, Why did you help me? The man snorted, Help you? I only regret not being able to kill you directly. The fact that you too, Han Feng, didn't fall for the idiotic trap on the 7th floor proves that you have some brains. I want you to tell me everything you know about the management committee. He didn't forget to warn. Of course, it's fine if you don't talk. That way, I'll just have another meat shield. Han Feng couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Based on the group of people he had knocked unconscious, it could be judged that this person came here to steal supplies, or had a grudge against the management committee. His plan was interrupted by the appearance of the two of them. With that thought, he looked at him and asked, Do you have a grudge against them? The man pouted and said, If you say so, then so be it. If it weren't for the secret that Jiang Shuiyo has on him. Before he could finish, Han Feng immediately shouted, What secret? The man smirked. He stood in front of him, saying coldly, You really do know Jiang Shuiyo, and there's some kind of relationship between you two. He warned him, Either spit out the information related to the management committee, or you'll become the second corpse here. You choose. In an instant, Han Feng's expression darkened. Under the flickering fire inside the room, a story was being woven. Han Feng, his eyes full of sincerity, looked at the man and said, After that Jiang Shuiyo guy brought explosives to my house, then stole my woman and my supplies. As he spoke, he placed his gun on the table, took a deep breath, and continued. To get revenge on them, I took out this last resort. But with just one gun, I couldn't deal with them at all. So in the end, I had to use it to find a way to survive. In reality, it was a mix of truth and lies. But with this pistol, how much credibility could it have? He secretly waited for the man's reaction. A moment later, he finally spoke. A broken pistol is basically nothing to worry about for the management committee. He didn't take your gun and let you go. This is the best proof. Han Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. It seems he believed his words. Thinking of this, he continued, But why didn't he take it? I think there are two possibilities, the man replied calmly. First, it was just a performance to maintain his leadership position. Or he has a more powerful weapon. He asked him if he had brought Z here this time to deal with that Jiang guy. Han Feng nodded slowly and replied, Without him, the management committee would have a little less trouble. In fact, the original intention of the management committee was good. At least it really helped some people survive. But Jiang's concept is to make people think that the worse you are, the more comfortable your life will be. When the apocalypse is over, these people who have lost their conscience will not be able to integrate into society normally. So Han Feng thinks it's necessary to overthrow the management committee. These words made the atmosphere fall silent. A moment later, the man in front of him sneered and said, So what if you overthrow them? This world is survival of the fittest. Your idea is ridiculous. The complex will eventually end in looting and mutual slaughter. Han Feng frowned at him and asked, Can you imagine what the complex will become? Then do you want to ask for a third person's opinion? The man suddenly asked an incomprehensible question. Then he pushed open the door and stepped outside. As expected, there was someone. That person had used something to hit him, but he was able to dodge it. Then, he threw a punch at the other person, but his punch was blocked. He couldn't help but frown in surprise. Very quickly, he regained his composure, preparing to attack again. His other hand was about to hit the other person's head. Just then, Han Feng suddenly came out, looked at the person, and asked, "Are you Nurse Jean?" The person who had arrived was indeed Jian. She frowned at him. "Mr. Han." Soon after, she also went inside, conveniently bandaging his hand. She said apologetically, "I came to collect Grandpa Li's supplies. When I first entered, I found that Grandpa had passed away. Then there was a knock on the door from behind, so I was startled and unconsciously hid in the room." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the man sneer and say, "His death also has a not-so-small contribution from you, little nurse. What selfless dedication, it's just a joke." Jian sighed after hearing this. "You're right to scold me, but I don't regret it. Cruel or heartless, call it what you will. But only by surviving can I save more people." The man was a little speechless after hearing this. There are many people like her in the apocalypse. What are they called? Living bodhisattvas. They can't even take care of themselves, but still want to save people. Stupid. At this time, Han Feng suddenly asked, "Did you get into this place because Jiang Shuiyo arranged it beforehand?" Jian nodded slightly and replied, "He gave me a pass. And he gave me a lot of supplies, so I couldn't refuse. But these past few days, Shuiyo has kicked out many old and sick people. And Grandpa Li was one of them. By the time she found out, it was too late." The man spoke up again at this time. "The management committee will last longer with one less person. And if it were me, I would do the same." However, Han Feng spoke up and refuted, "That's not right. Brother Li said that a new force has appeared in the complex. They are the ones who oppose the management committee. It's very likely that Jiang Shuiyo is very eager to destroy that force. That's why he eliminated the sick, women, and children, leaving the supplies for the young and healthy. Combined with the fact that he casually planted a bomb in front of his house just to get supplies. Then there's a possibility that he's trying to challenge that force." These words startled the other two. Han Feng sighed again. "If that's the case, I have to find the armory." But the man sneered and said, "So what if you find it? Just you alone. What can you do if you find it?" Han Feng glared at him. "I don't want to be buried with the people in the complex. As long as I find the armory, I'll have a way to deal with it." The man looked at him for a long time. He then snorted and said, "If you want to die, then go." In this apocalyptic world, Shueyo's management committee is just a small force. In the future, there will be more battles for survival. In a world of survival of the fittest, the winner will be the last one standing. After saying these words, he left, leaving Han Feng and the other person standing there in a daze. A moment later, Jian looked at Han Feng and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" Han Feng shook his head slightly and said, "No need. I don't want you to be dragged into this mess." But Jian was very determined and replied, "Don't say that. If your judgment is correct, then the complex is in danger. And about your situation, I feel very indignant." Han Feng was a little troubled by these words, but her eyes were full of determination, leaving him at a loss. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. "Thank you. If there's anything, I'll ask for your help." On another note, at the management committee's place, the group of people who had been chasing Han Feng had returned to report. Someone asked suspiciously if Han Feng really did it, but they were adamant. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind. They were startled and turned their heads to look. But they saw Han Feng walking towards them. And then, what awaited him was a dark room. Tai Wu threw him inside. He kept hitting and cursing. "Mr. Jiang already spared you once, yet you still dare to come and steal supplies." He wanted to cripple his other hand, to see if he would dare to steal again. But before he could do anything, he was stopped by someone who came in from outside. "Something's happened. Mr. Jiang told us to gather on the upper floor." The movement in his hand froze. Then he turned and left, leaving Han Feng tied up on the ground. After waiting until he was alone, he used his green energy beam to untie himself. He had also managed to infiltrate this place. After his wounds were healed, he would go find the armory. This matter could not be delayed any longer. Not long after, the ropes were untied. His broken bone had also healed. But the treatment took too much energy. He almost fainted. In the future, he would have to spend time researching fixed recovery. If this happened every time, he would be done for. Just then, he heard a noise from the other side. The door was quickly opened. Han Feng quickly tied himself up with the rope. The people outside quickly stepped in. They threw a tied-up person inside, then left. Hearing the footsteps and the closing of the door, Han Feng opened his eyes. He turned his head to look at the person who had just been thrown in. But after a closer look, he realized that the person lying there was Z. He quickly untied him. A moment later, he finally woke up. He coughed twice. Thanks, old bro. That slap of yours was really useful. But next time, hit the side without the bone. Now the left side of my face is numb. Han Feng let out a soft laugh. All right. So, what on earth happened on your side? Z recalled what had happened before. After you were pulled into that door, I saw that the hallway door was about to be broken down. So I had to unlock the door to the power distribution room and hide in there. As a result, as soon as I entered, I saw something. Inside, there was a large hole, which seemed to lead to a very deep place. I thought those people would sooner or later open the power distribution cabinet, so I climbed down along the wires. I thought it would lead to the first underground parking lot, but it turned out to lead to the second basement level. Although there was no one there were many boxes stacked on top of each other, each one tightly sealed. Z opened a few of them to see. When he saw that they were all filled with ham, each one as big as his forearm. At that time, he was about to take one to check, when suddenly there was a movement behind him. When he reacted and turned around, he was woken up by Han Feng. But he finally understood why the management committee was so arrogant. They even had a pile of ham, each one very long. Han Feng frowned after hearing this. He asked suspiciously, "Does the packaging say ham sausage?" Z shook his head. "There are no words at all. It just looks exactly like a ham sausage." Han Feng's expression was a little serious. "Something's not right. Do you think? Could that place be Jiang Shuiyo's secret warehouse?" Z was immediately startled. Then what did I see? While the two of them were still suspicious, an incomprehensible voice suddenly came from outside. Why is Mr. Jiang suddenly so eager to get rid of Li Zi? Didn't he always want to recruit him before? Han Feng and the other person were startled when they heard this. They were trying to silence him. Immediately, the door was pushed open by someone. The two of them stepped in from outside, but they didn't see Han Feng and the other person. They were a little suspicious. They had clearly tied the two of them here. While they were still searching, Han Feng and the other person were hiding behind the door, waiting. Taking advantage of their carelessness, Z attacked from this side. Very quickly, the two of them had tied them up together. Han Feng frowned and said, "He intends to kill people. We have to see what that is." Z asked suspiciously, "How are we going to handle this? There are dozens of boxes." Han Feng said slowly, "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Let's go meet up with the little girl, Wang Qinyan, first." Just then, the sound of the little girl, Wang Qinyan, echoed. Han Feng asked suspiciously, "You're already here? What's wrong?" The little girl on the other side quickly replied, "She came to the house before, stole your gun, and even wanted to kill you. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Han Feng was immediately startled. The person who came was that bitch Huina. He quickly shouted, "Don't open the door. That's Li Huina. She's not the sister you need to welcome." But no one answered. Not long after, the communicator was disconnected. Han Feng felt that the situation was not good. He quickly said, "Brotherly, let's go pick up the little girl, Wang Qinyan, first." With that, the two of them carefully peeked their heads out. But there was a noisy sound from ahead. Z asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Down the stairs, Taiwu was leading a group of people running, looking very rushed. Taiwu kept giving instructions. "No matter what, we have to stop them." Han Feng, from behind, watched their actions, a little suspicious. Could it be that Li Zhenghe has attacked? Z shook his head slightly. "Not sure. But the current situation is in our favor." The two of them secretly blended into the crowd. Z said in a low voice, "Put on your masks, then try to blend in with the crowd." Because the scene was very chaotic, the two of them successfully followed them out. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in front. He only saw a man being sent flying. Soon after, a group of people slowly walked out. It was the manager, Zhenghe. Z, from behind, was horrified to see this scene. He tightly gripped Han Feng's hand and didn't let go. On another note, in front of the room door, Huina was peeking from outside. There was no movement inside. She guessed that Han Feng had really moved here. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. She only saw Jiyan slowly walking over. She asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here?" Huina was slightly startled, stammering, "I came here to find food." Jian frowned at her, a hint of surprise in her heart. Looking for food? Then why did you bring so many people with you? Huina, relying on the fact that she had brought people with her, said uncompromisingly, That's right. Is there a problem? What about you? What are you doing here? Jian replied flatly, I came to treat the sick and save people. Is there a problem? Huina was a little startled. Han Feng is sick? No, that's not right. She remembered that the two of them knew each other. With that thought, she looked at the group of people beside her, as if discussing something. A moment later, they slowly approached Jian, causing her to step back in alarm and question them. What do you want to do? Huina snorted coldly and said, As long as I catch you, I don't believe Han Feng won't open the door. They quickly held Jian tightly. One of them even said apologetically, Nurse Jean, I'm sorry. She glanced at them, gritting her teeth and saying, Let go of me. Otherwise, I won't be polite. They still didn't let go, but not long after, they felt their bodies as if they were flying high. In an instant, the two men holding her were sent flying by her. Seeing this, Huina's group behind them was immediately shocked. Jian glared at them, saying coldly, I don't care what you want to do, but don't interfere with my work. But that Huina didn't seem to want to leave. She took out a knife from her coat pocket. She shouted fiercely, You monster! Then she stabbed at Jian. She was startled and raised her hand to block. Her thick cotton coat was cut open. She quickly retreated. That Huina also instructed everyone. This girl's strength is very strong. Everyone, be careful. But at that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. The hands of Huina's group trembled. They couldn't even hold their weapons. In an instant, the weapons had fallen from their hands, floating in midair. More surprisingly, the weapons were even sucked into the little girl, Wang Qinyan's spatial rift. At this time, the little girl began to form a hand seal. A fierce wind appeared around the little girl. In an instant, the clothes of Huina's group were also sucked away, causing them to scream in fear. At the same time, in the basement of the building, a group of people were fighting. This was clearly a brawl. Even Han Feng and the other person were being chased by them. Han Feng ran and said with dissatisfaction, Didn't I just punch him in the face? Do you need to chase us like this? Zi clicked his tongue and said, But old bro, your punch was a bit too hard. Zhongzai was fiercely chasing behind, cursing angrily. Damn it. I'm going to beat you guys to death. Han Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. In an emergency, the reinforced gloves turned out to be so powerful. This side wasn't resolved yet, and on the other side, someone had discovered Han Feng and the other person. Han Feng and Li Zi have escaped. Han Feng was a little panicked. If he was caught again, he would be done for. He had to think of a way. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, Brotherly, you go pick up the little girl, Wang Qinyan. I'll hold them off. We'll meet at the agreed location. Zi was a little surprised, hesitating as he asked, How can you do it alone? He told him to rest assured, then raised his foot and climbed onto a car. The group of people behind had already caught up. Han Feng stood on the car without hesitation, pointing his flashlight straight up at the sky. He shouted fiercely, You all listen to me. He said he was one of the people who had driven up the prices in the complex, to let those poor devils starve to death. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of people in front of him immediately fell silent. Soon after, they immediately turned to anger. Unable to hold back any longer, they rushed up to grab him. Han Feng quickly turned and ran. Although the entrance and exit of the underground parking lot were closed by iron gates, once the pressure of the snow on the iron gates was released, this place would be done for. While he was thinking, a fist fiercely struck. Han Feng was caught off guard and was punched by the other person. He couldn't help but cough. He was sent flying, hitting the wall behind him. The group of people in front quickly surrounded him. The leader shouted angrily, You can't escape, you damn brat. Han Feng ignored them, placing his hand on the door behind him. A purple light instantly appeared on his hand. The door was enveloped by that light. The group of people saw this, and their eyes widened in shock. But before they could figure out what was happening, that light had disappeared. At this time, Han Feng raised an eyebrow at the group of people in front of him and shouted, Come on, you trash. They were provoked by him and advanced. But they didn't notice that the door had now softened. Moreover, it had been forcefully bent inward by the pressure from outside. Soon after, snow from outside poured in. That group of people immediately screamed in fear, Avalanche. Run. The snow from outside poured in faster and faster. Not a few people were buried by the snow. They quickly ran to a safe place. The basement was soon filled with snow. A moment later, a hand reached out from below. It was Han Feng emerging from under the snow. After softening such a large area, he didn't feel tired at all. Could it be because his level has increased? While he was thinking, a low voice echoed again. Are you waiting to die here? Han Feng was startled and turned his head to look. He only saw the bearded man. He just felt like this guy was staring at him. But at this moment, someone under the snow was stirring, wanting to get up. Sensing the movement, the man pulled Han Feng and left. A moment later, in a corner of the basement, after they were safe, Han Feng looked at the man and asked suspiciously, Who on earth are you? Why did you help me? Li Zhenghe. The man calmly said a name. Han Feng was startled and stepped back. He asked suspiciously, The one who fought with Jiang Shuiyo? The man nodded slightly and replied, That's right. Han Feng frowned at him, asking suspiciously, What do you want to do? Zhenghe said calmly, Cooperate. Han Feng continued to ask, Didn't you refuse before? He smiled faintly and said, I've changed my mind. Han Feng didn't believe him. He asked back, Suddenly changed your mind? Are you trying to play me? Zhenghe said indifferently, It's just that we each get what we need. Hurry up, do it or don't. Han Feng fell into deep thought. If he could persuade this person to contribute, then the chances of overthrowing that Jiang guy would be even higher. With that thought, he nodded in agreement. Although he didn't trust him, since they had the same goal, cooperation was not a problem. Soon after, the two officially began to cooperate. On another note, on another side of the basement, military equipment had appeared here at some point. There were tanks and weapons. Tai Wu came from a distance and said, Mr. Jiang, the convoy has arrived. Can you go upstairs and call people over? Shuiyo nodded slightly and replied, The Kim brothers will go and inform the members and their families. Tell them to come down first. Tai Wu continued to ask, The gate to Tunnel 1 was blown open by the snow. The temperature is dropping sharply. The crowd is very scattered now. Moreover, those two have disappeared. Shuiyo frowned after hearing this, then shook his head and said, It's okay. It won't affect our plan. On another side, Han Feng and the other person had seen everything. Han Feng asked suspiciously, Why are there military vehicles in our apartment complex? Zhenghe nodded and replied, I heard that Jiang guy say before that he wanted to move the residents. Han Feng continued to ask, But where can they be moved to? Isn't it all ice and snow outside? Zhenghe pouted and said, We'll know if we ask. That Jiang guy is your responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran off. Han Feng snorted and said, What's the rush? On this side, Shuiyo was still giving instructions to everyone. Prepare to go upstairs to get people. But at that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Shuiyo's group was immediately startled. What's going on? It's a gunshot. There's an intruder. One of them quickly shouted, Everyone, be careful. Don't spread out. But as soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly squeezed his face. In an instant, he was sent flying. Seeing him, that group of people immediately opened fire in that direction. But before they could do anything, Zhenghe had already rushed over. He punched the other person in the face without hesitation. The remaining men were scared and wanted to run. Tai Wu immediately shouted a reminder, Don't run far. Protect Mr. Jiang. And at that moment, a black muzzle was pointed at the back of Shuiyo's head. It was Han Feng who had run over here, threatening him. But he was not flustered. He said calmly, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Mr. Han. Han Feng was slightly startled. He frowned and asked, You knew I would come? He replied flatly, Of course. And at this time, Tai Wu had seen his situation and called out worriedly, Brother Jiang. But he waved his hand and said, It's okay. He glanced at Han Feng. Before the disaster, you stockpiled a large amount of supplies. I thought you were one of the contacts. But the truth proves I was wrong. Look carefully under the gun. He also followed his words and looked, and saw a listening device under the grip. He had installed it at that time. How did this guy get this thing? Shuiyo pouted and said, Otherwise, do you think I would have returned the gun to you back then? I know exactly what you want. Han Feng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and asked, So what if you know? Who are they that he mentioned? And what was the deal with picking people up before? What was it for? Shuiyo let out a soft laugh. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to deal with you, I would have done it long ago. You're a smart person. I hope you can join them. As long as they continue to send people to them, they can survive. Hearing this, Han Feng immediately snorted with contempt. You want me to be your cannon fodder? Sorry, I refuse. Shueyo sighed helplessly. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Special Forces soldiers came out from behind. Han Feng was startled to see them. How is this possible? At this moment, the soldier had pointed his gun at him. He immediately turned and ran. The bullets continuously chased after him. As he ran past the wall, a hand grabbed him, successfully pulling him into hiding behind the wall. Han Feng looked up at the person who had just arrived. He said in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? Let's retreat first." But Zhenghe was very calm and said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just 3 Special Forces soldiers." He suggested, "I'll distract them. You act according to the situation." Hearing his words, Han Feng was horrified. Don't joke around. They have assault rifles in their hands. But he didn't pay much attention, still lifting his foot and walking out. His figure nimbly dodged the bullets that were being fired. His speed was extraordinarily fast. The Special Forces soldiers couldn't do anything to him at all. Not long after, Zhenghe had approached one of them. His hand immediately grabbed the muzzle of his gun. He fiercely kicked him in the stomach, directly snatching his gun. Outside, seeing this scene, Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is definitely not an ordinary person." Taking advantage of the chaos, the military vehicle had started its engine. Shueyo immediately ordered, "It's too late. We'll drive straight up to pick them up." Han Feng, of course, wouldn't give them that chance. He quickly summoned the purple light in his hand. Then, he placed his hand on the ground, causing the light to spread across the ground. In an instant, the ground had softened. It was basically impossible to drive. The car couldn't move. Shueyo asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Taiwu shook his head and said, "The right side seems to have sunk." Shueyo heard this and turned his head to look behind him. He saw that the ground had collapsed. Under the car, Han Feng was still fumbling to prevent them from escaping. The light in his hand was getting bigger and bigger, but the range would become smaller. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to sink both wheels. But at that moment, a grenade suddenly appeared in front of him. He was immediately startled and retreated in horror. The person in the car leaned his head down, looking at him with a cold smile. The grenade had been unpinned. The flame had already started to flare up. With a boom, a deafening explosion echoed. Han Feng's entire body was sent flying by the force of the explosion. In his daze, he felt something cool. A flock of goats was licking his body. The cool sensation from the goats' tongues made him feel very comfortable. But he quickly woke up. He then saw a large goat touching his body with its long tongue. Not only that, it had wrapped around him. In an instant, a stream of green light enveloped his entire body. In the real world, his body was also enveloped by that green light. The wounds on his body had also begun to be healed by it. The military vehicle was surprisingly not affected by the explosion. Taiwu, in the car, let out a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, this car has a lot of horsepower. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been able to get out." But at that moment, a red light suddenly appeared on the car window. A hand also reached in through the window. In an instant, half of the car had been destroyed by that red light. Taiwu saw him and immediately became angry. He pointed his gun at him and cursed, "You terrifying brat." Han Feng's eyes also saw that muzzle, but it seemed to have no negative effect. He reached out and grabbed the muzzle. The red light instantly enveloped the gun. Even the clothes on his arm were corroded by that light. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shueyo immediately called out, "Get out of the car, quick." But Taiwu's clothes had been completely stripped off. He was trembling nonstop from the cold. He couldn't take it anymore and gritted his teeth, crying out, "It's so cold. Help." At this moment, he suddenly saw someone. His eyes were filled with surprise. It was Taiwan. He came over with a stick, calling out worriedly. He immediately ran towards Han Feng, wanting to attack him. He kept shouting, "You bastard." Han Feng glanced at him. The moment the stick struck, he raised his hand to block it. The red light began to envelop Taiwan's stick. Shueyo, running in front, saw this and his expression became a little serious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and call someone down to help." Han Feng, on this side, after dealing with the stick in Taiwan's hand, He passed by him and went to the car in front. The people in the car were trembling with fear. "He's here. Get him." But he seemed not to hear their words. He still walked forward, placing both hands on the car. In an instant, the car was enveloped by a purple light. The car quickly melted, causing the people inside to scream in horror. "The car is melting. Get out quick." But it was too late. They were crushed under the car. The sound of shrill screams echoed nonstop. Just then, a bullet suddenly grazed his face. Fresh blood began to flow, but it was quickly healed by the green light. Seeing this, the people on the other side immediately cried out in fear, "He's not hit." And at this moment, Han Feng had run towards them. But after running only a few steps, the sound of bullets echoed nonstop. The special forces were firing at him. They wanted to protect that Jiang guy. Zhenghe had discovered this situation and wanted to come and rescue him. But the special forces on this side wouldn't let him go, still attacking him nonstop. He dodged and thought to himself, "What is that bastard Jiang trying to do?" On Han Feng's side, under the relentless attack of the special forces, he was forced to retreat. But a purple light had appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate to strike the ground. The special forces immediately felt the ground change. While they were still dazed, Han Feng had already rushed in front of them, reaching out to grab the two black muzzles. He directly broke the guns with his bare hands. Not only that, the broken piece of gun in his hand suddenly turned into a soft, vine-like thing. The two soldiers saw this and couldn't help but tremble with fear. Unfortunately, he didn't care at all, using the thing in his hand to strike. The two soldiers stared blankly at this scene. Before they could react, their throats were slit by that thing. They died just like that. After finishing them off, Han Feng couldn't help but gasp for breath. But he didn't notice Taiwan quietly approaching from behind him. He attacked with the iron rod in his hand. Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground. He fell into a coma just like that. Taiwan smirked coldly. "You reap what you sow. Go to hell, you monster." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely wanted to hit him with the rod. But before he could strike, he was punched in the face by someone. The one who struck was Zhenghe. In his hand was also an unconscious Special Forces soldier. He reached out and pulled Han Feng up, his eyes full of suspicion. Is he unconscious? He was like a madman just now. Could it be that he lost control? While he was suspicious, a commotion came from the other side. He quickly pulled the person and left. Shueyo's group had caught up. He looked at everyone and suggested, "Everyone, be careful. Let's regroup with the three soldiers first." But not long after, he saw two soldiers lying in a pool of blood. They were clearly dead. At this time, someone else asked, "Where's the other soldier?" Another person shook his head and said, "Can't find him. I'm afraid he's more likely dead than alive." Taiwu had frozen to death. Only Taiwan and a few people in the car survived. Someone asked Shueyo what to do next. He thought for a moment before speaking. "The soldiers are all dead. We don't know the location of the main base either." The plan had failed. They had no choice but to return empty-handed. Some time later, in a room, a warm fireplace was crackling. Han Feng suddenly woke up from his stupor and shouted, "There's a grenade." But when he calmed down and looked around, he frowned and muttered, "I'm not dead. Where is this place again?" A low voice echoed again. "Are you back to normal yet?" He was startled and turned his head. He pouted and asked, "Back to normal what? Weren't we in the basement? How did we get here? And where are my injuries?" Zhenghe heard this and said indifferently, "If you don't even know, how would I know? But I have some clues about that Jiang guy's plan. Specifically, let him tell you." With that, he pointed at the Special Forces soldier tied to a chair. He raised an eyebrow and ordered the soldier, "You just said you were sent by the base to trade with Jiang Shueyo. What's the trade?" The soldier trembled and replied, "Using weapons and food in exchange for the residents here." Hearing this, Han Feng asked suspiciously, "What for?" The man continued to reply, "To help build the base." The more Han Feng heard, the tighter his brows furrowed. In this situation, you're not reducing the population, but instead expanding the labor force? You can't treat us like fools and mess with us. The man looked at him in fear, his voice trembling. It's all to rebuild civilization, to save humanity. In short, what we're doing is not a bad thing. But as soon as he finished speaking, one of his fingers was broken by Zhenghe. He snorted and said, "What will happen if you guys don't complete the mission?" The other side was sweating coldly from the pain. He gritted his teeth and said, The base will send more people. Zhenghe leaned close to his ear, his voice cold as he asked, will people with superpowers come later? Immediately, the man's face turned pale. He avoided his gaze, shook his head, and said, what superpowers? I don't understand. Han Feng frowned and pondered. Judging from this soldier's attitude, it's not out of the question that the base has people with superpowers. But judging from what the base is doing, if there are people with superpowers, the possibility of them being enemies is greater. But this Li Zhenghe is really too cruel. He killed someone without saying a word. Han Feng frowned at him and asked, it's not necessary to kill him now, is it? He declined to comment, asking indifferently, do you believe the nonsense he said about saving people? Don't be delusional. That's just a new force. Who knows what they're planning to do? Now, either we destroy them or we can only leave this place and find a new shelter. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded. I'll go back and discuss it with everyone. After leaving Zhenghe's room, Han Feng carefully walked to where he wanted to go. As he walked, he thought, that Li Zhenghe is unfathomable. Who knows what his group will do? If what that special forces soldier said is also true, then going out to find a base might be the safest option. A moment later, he had reached the basement. He was trying to find something. He remembered that there were several military vehicles and large bulldozers here. But now he couldn't find them. While he was searching, he found someone walking towards him. But when he peeked his head out to look, he was gone. This is a bait. Someone suddenly attacked him from behind. He quickly activated the light energy in his hand. He directly raised his hand to block the incoming attack. He couldn't help but frown. It doesn't hurt at all. I didn't expect the green and purple lights to be so effective when they appear at the same time. While the two were in a stalemate, a voice suddenly echoed. Stop. We're all on the same side. Following the voice, a flashlight beam also shone over. The person who had arrived was indeed Jian. Their group also gathered together. Han Feng told everyone what had happened. That's how it is. So I came back here to find a way to leave the residential area. Z was indignant after hearing this. That Jiang Shuiyo is a real animal, daring to use residents in exchange for supplies. Jian said hesitantly, but if we can bring the residents to a place where they can survive, it's not a bad thing. Han Feng shook his head and replied, helping to build the base is just one side of the story from that soldier. If it were really a good thing, that Jiang guy and his accomplices would have run away to seek refuge long ago. Why would they need an armed escort? Besides, there are many things the base can't explain. In short, you can't completely disbelieve their words, but you can't completely believe them either. We don't even know if there is a base or not. Z continued to ask, so what if someone really comes? Han Feng replied calmly, that's a matter for later. If we can't find a means of transportation, we have no way of getting out. I'm counting on everyone. Z nodded slightly. I'll go check if those two cars have any useful tools. Jian also went to the back to look. Han Feng went to the several cars, but the keys had all been taken. While he was in despair, Zi's surprised voice echoed. Little brother, come here quickly. Oh my god, so many weapons. Han Feng quickly ran over. Sure enough, he saw a car full of weapons. He looked at Z and gestured. You call that middle school kid over to clean up this stuff. It will definitely be useful. Z nodded slightly. Good idea. Han Feng examined the car in front of him. It had been melted like this. It was probably his doing. Z was about to call the little girl, Wang Qinyan, when he saw two girls standing in front of a large curtain. He muttered suspiciously. What are they doing? Han Feng also looked in that direction. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, let's go over there and see. Very quickly, the four of them had gathered in one place. Looking at the thing in front of them, Han Feng asked in confusion, why is there such a large cloth covering? Jian also added, there seems to be some sound behind it. Han Feng glanced at the little girl, Wang Qinyan, and asked, is there a brighter flashlight? The little girl nodded slightly, taking out a flashlight from her space. Han Feng and Z stood on either side of the cloth, then counted down to pull it down. The moment the curtain was removed, the thing inside was revealed. The expressions of the four of them immediately became serious. In front of them was a tunnel that led to an unknown destination. At this time, Han Feng could say with certainty, a base really exists. Han Feng shone his flashlight into the tunnel ahead and pondered. To be able to secretly dig such a large tunnel under the complex, I'm afraid these people are not simple at all. He recalled what that person had said before and worried. If what that soldier said is just the tip of the iceberg, then our complex is too unsafe. Z looked up ahead and shouted, "You guys look?" Han Feng watched as Brother Li reached out and touched the water pipe, saying, "This seems to be the drainage pipe of this complex." He immediately reached out and grabbed a lock of Wang Qinyan's hair to stop her. "It's dangerous. Don't go in." Z saw the little girl agree and shouted, "Little brother, stop." Han Feng turned and quickly left this tunnel. Let's go back first." Inside the room, Wang Qinyan opened her bag to reveal the tools on the table and asked, "Besides these, what else do you all think we need to prepare?" Han Feng turned his head to look at the little girl and suggested, "Plus the weapons, these things are enough. Oh right, give me some more food seeds and a large piece of raw meat." Wang Qinyan handed the gun and ammunition to Z, asking softly, "What about the other things?" He reached out and took a coat, saying, "It's enough. We're just scouting this time. If there's an emergency, we'll come back right away." Han Feng looked at the little girl and smiled to himself. This middle school girl is getting more and more proficient in using her ability. Now she can easily and accurately find items in her space. Before leaving, he looked at Wang Qinyan and Jiyan and instructed, "This room is quite secluded. No one will come here for a short time. You two wait for us here. I've reinforced the firewall. Even if you're discovered, they won't be able to break through in a short time." Han Feng gripped the strap of his backpack and saw the two of them still watching him. He urged softly, "It's not safe to stay outside for long. Everyone, go back to your rooms." Wang Qinyan quietly watched the two of them walk away. The two lenses flashed with light. "Rest assured." The little girl pushed up her glasses and said, "The evil kings, I will protect his apostles." Jiyan, beside her, was startled. On the other side, Han Feng walked down the steps, thinking, in the current situation, the threat we face is not only from Jiang Shuiyo, but also possibly from the tunnel. He shone his flashlight ahead and thought, if the complex is no longer safe, why not try to find another survival point through that tunnel? Han Feng and Z stood straight in front of the tunnel entrance. "Anyway, let's take a look first and then talk." Brother Li's voice echoed throughout the tunnel. "I thought it would be warmer underground, but it's just as cold as above." Han Feng raised the shovel and said, "It's all frozen. I wonder how they built it." Z looked up and shone his light ahead, shouting, "Let's go forward and see." 15 minutes later, he and Brother Li were climbing up the tunnel. 30 minutes later, Han Feng looked at the sewer pipe leading outside and shouted, "This place really connects everywhere." An hour later, he and Z reached the end of the tunnel and saw a sewer pipe, so they immediately climbed up. Brother Li pushed it up with all his might and exclaimed, "This manhole cover seems to be filled with accumulated snow. There's not even a sign of it budging." Z had to climb down helplessly, looking around and asking, "We're wandering underground now, and we've lost our way. Where does this lead?" Han Feng, beside him, shone his flashlight ahead and replied, "According to the distribution of the water pipes, this side seems to be the residential area. And this side." The two of them walked quickly forward, constantly shining their lights around to search. Suddenly, Brother Li, who was running ahead, let out a loud cry. "Look, this is..." Han Feng quickly came to Zi's side, exclaiming happily, "A map of the water pipe distribution." Brother Li leaned closer to the map and said, "We've been gone for half a day. It turns out we're in the basement near the complex. And right in front of us is the gym." Suddenly, he heard the sound of an engine and immediately raised his finger to his lips, saying, "Quick, turn off the lights on your heads." Outside the tunnel, two cars were driving in from outside. Those two cars quickly passed by where Han Feng and Z were standing. Inside, the two of them didn't dare to make a sound, frozen in place. After the two cars had gone far, Han Feng and Z dared to grope their way closer. Brother Li peeked his head out to look in that direction and guessed those cars seemed to be heading towards the Hanshin complex. He, beside him, heard this and added, "They look like military trucks. They're probably the accomplices of the 3 soldiers in our complex." Z frowned and said, "In other words, these jeeps are also used to transport personnel to repair the base." Han Feng reached out and adjusted the flashlight on his head, continuing, "If we follow them, we'll definitely find out. But following them like this makes it easy to be discovered." Brotherly heard this and immediately waved his hand confidently, saying, "No need to follow those cars. I have a back door." After that, Z led him to a staircase and began to explain. A year ago, an old lady in the Hanshin complex fell into a sewer in their complex, and I saved her from here. He heard this and asked suspiciously, "You still remember the location of something that happened a year ago?" Brotherly reached out and grabbed the step, frowning as he boasted, "That's a matter of course. My memory is quite good. When I was in high school, I was also a top student." As soon as he reached the top, Z reached out to lift the manhole cover, but was startled and cried out, "It's frozen solid." Hanfeng saw this and could only sigh. "Maybe we should go forward and see." Brotherly turned his head to look at him and said, "There might be a slight deviation. Let's go forward and see." After that, Z kept changing to different places, but in the end, none of the manhole covers would open. "Open for me." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he asked, "You've changed places several times. Is it working?" Just as Brotherly was crying, the manhole cover finally budged. "It's open." Z immediately stuck his head out, carefully observing the surroundings. At the Hachin complex, in the underground parking lot, Brotherly reached out to help Hanfeng up, saying proudly, "You see, I told you we had to clean up here. Let's go find old Wang's grandson later." He immediately put his finger to his lips, reminding softly, "Keep your voice down." After that, Hanfeng and Z quickly walked forward. Suddenly, he glanced to one side and froze. Hanfeng looked at the body lying on the ground in front of him and said, "It seems there was a fight here too." The two of them immediately went to hide behind a car next to the body. On the other side, that group of people was constantly digging and destroying the wall in front of them. A soldier holding a gun cursed loudly. "I was called here to guard this place before the tunnel was completed. This damn place doesn't even have a decent meal." Another soldier sighed. "Who told us to be the assault team?" Hanfeng secretly thought, "It seems the people in this complex are also likely to be controlled by these soldiers." Suddenly, he was startled and froze. He turned his head to look and asked, "It seems to be shaking down below." Z immediately pointed to one side. "Little brother, look." Soon after, the two soldiers immediately raised their hands and shooed them away. "Get out of my way. The tunnel is about to open." Before everyone here could leave, the wall immediately showed large cracks. Next, with a loud bang, the wall in front of them immediately shattered into many pieces. From inside, Bao Bao's eyes flashed with green light. He reached out and punched forward with all his might. Z, from behind, was startled and asked, "Is this big guy a person or a ghost?" Hanfeng also widened his eyes and thought to himself, "No wonder. With such a large tunnel, our complex didn't show any signs of activity at all." He looked at the wall that Bao Bao had opened and exclaimed, "It's too dangerous to stay here. If we're discovered, we're done for." On the other side, he drooled as he looked at the soldier beside him and asked, "Hey, where's my snack?" The person bowed his head and replied coldly, "The tunnel hasn't been cleaned up yet, so there are no snacks." Hearing these words, Bao Bao seemed to go crazy, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He punched the floor with all his might and roared, "I want to eat." Hanfeng and Z were startled and looked at the crack on the ground, along with the soldiers shouting, "Stop! You damn fatty!" He pushed Brotherly forward and shouted, "Retreat!" Hanfeng and Z ducked down and quickly crawled forward. Suddenly, Brotherly looked up and inhaled a cloud of dust in front of him. After that, Z couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. Hanfeng, behind him, froze in place, his eyes wide with fear. The soldiers on that side immediately noticed the two of them and shouted, "Get those two." Z closed his eyes and ran forward, saying, "Little brother, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in just now." Hanfeng, behind him, urged loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. Run faster." Suddenly, he saw Bao Bao raise his two fists and hit the wall, chasing after them. How did that fat guy catch up so quickly? After that, his two eyes lit up with green light, and he slammed the floor with all his might, causing it to shatter into pieces. Z was crushed under the rubble and let out a painful groan. Hanfeng quickly helped Brotherly up and shouted, "You run. I'll stay and hold him off." Z was startled and quickly agreed. A purple ability quickly gathered in his hand as he thought, Now's the time. Han Feng slammed his two hands on the floor, using his purple ability to cover the floor behind him. Bao Bao raised his foot and stomped on the floor covered by his ability. Soon after, his entire body immediately sank deep down. He could only let out a confused cry. Bao Bao was furious and raised his two fists, constantly activating his ability to bite at Han Feng's ability that was affecting the floor. You brat, you're also an ability user. If I catch you. He opened his mouth wide and roared forward. My leg. Next, Bao Bao pressed his hands on the ground, constantly channeling his ability. After a while, the wound on his leg had healed. Bao Bao, his face full of ferocity, faced off against Han Feng. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, trembling as he couldn't hold on any longer. This is bad. He's about to break free. Ze turned his head and saw Han Feng was losing strength. Damn, this kid is in danger. Then, Brother Li's eyes immediately locked onto a nearby steel bar. Meanwhile, Han Feng was carefully watching Bao Bao's every move, thinking, his strength, it seems to be fading. If I can just hold on a little longer, I can completely restrain him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he saw Ze charging toward them. Brother Li raised the steel bar high in his hands and brought it crashing down. Kid, I'm here to help you. Then, Ze used all his strength to deliver a devastating blow. Bao Bao, struck on the head, was utterly enraged. He gritted his teeth and glared at Brother Li. Han Feng, behind him, froze on the spot, his mouth agape enough to fit a chicken egg. His face turned dark and menacing, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. I'm going to kill you all. Seeing Bao Bao go berserk, Han Feng turned and fled. Ze quickly followed. He ran with all his might, shouting as he went, Didn't I tell you to run? Brother Li heard him and yelled back, When my little bro is in a fight, how can I be a deserter? Just then, the tunnel collapsed, turning into a chaotic mess. The dust below slowly settled, and the sound of coughing filled the air. Han Feng helped Ze up and asked, How are you? Are you hurt? Brother Li lowered his head and let out a sigh. Finally, we escaped that fatso. Ze looked back at the passage blocked by rocks and said, But he's not going to just pop out from under those rocks, is he? Hearing this, Han Feng covered his mouth and exclaimed, looking at him, It won't be easy for him to escape in a short time, but we still need to get out of here as soon as possible. Han Feng looked ahead and continued, But first, we need to figure out our approximate location. Ze patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, little bro. When it comes to a sense of direction, I'm number one. Brother Li pointed to his head and boasted, I memorized the layout map a long time ago, so leave finding the way to me. Then, Ze turned and led the way forward. This way. Little bro, hurry and follow me. 10 minutes later, Brother Li pointed to a spot and shouted, Look, that's our community's water pipe. It's definitely this way. 20 minutes later, Ze pointed ahead and shouted, Little bro, look. The pipes are getting more numerous. Our community is just ahead. 40 minutes later, Brother Li stood with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky and muttering, Strange. I remember we've passed this place before. Han Feng felt a gust of wind and thought to himself, There's wind. He pointed forward and thought, It's blowing from this direction. Ze, behind him, asked in surprise, Little bro, where are you going? After walking a short distance, Brother Li exclaimed in shock, This is... Han Feng looked up. The wind just now seemed to be blowing from above. And there's light up ahead. We might be able to get out. He shone his flashlight up into the space above. Ze immediately ran forward and shouted, If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Brother Li grabbed the rock wall and started climbing. Little bro, watch your step. This stuff is slippery. Ze climbed up, looked outside, and shouted, Little bro, look. The snow has lessened. Han Feng followed him up and asked in amazement, It's turned into this outside. The buildings outside were all frozen solid. Then, Ze immediately jumped out. Brother Li turned and looked back, shouting, The snow here has hardened. Little bro, come on down. Han Feng stood still, pointing at a tall tower and shouting, Wait, that tall building looks like the Dingfeng building. He squatted down, let out a sigh, and said, The Dingfeng building is the tallest building within 5 kilometers north of our community. Han Feng's voice added, which means we were going the wrong way. Han Feng pointed to a rock near an icicle and said, Xingfu community is in the 3rd ring south of Hanchuan City, and right now we're almost at the 4th ring north of the city. He exhaled and continued, with the current situation, the only way back to the community is to walk on the surface. We need to cross the relatively high terrain of the Jingshan district to get back. Han Feng looked up at Ze and said, based on the current situation, I estimate we won't be able to make it back today. Brotherly, with a big smile, shouted, don't worry, little bro. Once we get to the Jingshan district, I have connections everywhere. When we get there, I'll treat you to some fun, we'll rest for a bit, and then we'll continue on our way. Ze strode forward confidently, shouting, this icy road? I used to walk it all the time. It's not as troublesome as you think, little bro. The next second, Brotherly let out a yell as he tripped and fell. Han Feng smiled faintly and helped him up. Let's go slowly. This snow, I feel like it's quite slippery. He looked up at the sky and thought, asterisk, the snow is falling thicker and thicker. It looks like we need to find a place to spend the night. Asterisk, under the white snow, the two of them continued to press forward. Ze looked straight ahead and encouraged him. Little bro, we're only 3 kilometers away from the Jingshan district. Brotherly used his stick to prop himself up on the ice and shouted, just another hour of effort, and we'll be there. After a while, Han Feng's teeth were chattering. He hugged himself, shivering uncontrollably. The snow is falling thicker. We have to hurry. Otherwise, we could really freeze to death. Brotherly, next to him, was also shivering like a leaf. No way. We came fully prepared. Suddenly, the two of them froze, staring ahead. In front of them were 2 bodies, frozen solid. The two stared at the bodies. After searching them, Han Feng looked at the gear on the ground and said, looks like there's no food. Based on their outdoor gear, they must have had no choice but to go out looking for supplies, then suddenly got caught in a blizzard. They couldn't find suitable shelter and froze to death. Ze looked at him and asked, little bro, this blizzard is too big. Let's rest for a night in the Jingshan Villa area and then continue, okay? Brotherly added with a worried expression. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll really freeze to death out here. Han Feng stood up, wiped his forehead, and agreed. Then let's go quickly. The two of them immediately headed towards the villa area in front of them. They used their headlamps to illuminate the villas. Han Feng looked up. This Jingshan Villa area wasn't swallowed by the heavy snow. I wonder how the people inside are doing. As Han Feng and his companion got closer, they saw that each villa was frozen over. Ze saw 2 figures in the distance and shouted, there are people over there. Han Feng smiled faintly, pointed in that direction, and asked, aren't those the acquaintances you mentioned? Brotherly scratched his head and stammered, probably. Ze ran quickly in that direction. Little bro, wait for me here. I'll go ask. Han Feng, from behind, immediately raised his hand to call him back. Wait a minute. He frowned and cursed to himself. Asterisk, that idiot. 2 people suddenly appearing at a time like this is not a good sign. Asterisk, suddenly, Han Feng's eyes widened in shock. Oh, crap. Shitzi dropped his gun and pointed it at him, shouting, freeze. Ahead, Ze was being held by Big Bro, a gun pointed at his head. Little bro. Han Feng reached behind him to draw his own gun, but immediately, Shitzi fired a shot right next to his foot. The man opened his mouth and threatened loudly, don't move. Behave yourself. Big Bro next to him shouted, you idiot. If you wound him, you can carry him up the mountain. Shitzi shouted back. I saw him acting restless. It looked like he was hiding something. He raised his gun and walked towards Han Feng, shouting, what is it? Take it out now. Han Feng let the man point the gun at his head, thinking, if I open fire now, my healing ability might let me survive a bullet. Han Feng glanced at Ze, but Brotherly would be a dead man for sure. Soon after, the 4 of them started walking up the mountain. Big Bro, walking behind, asked suspiciously, I was wondering why there were still people wandering around at a time like this. Turns out they have a gun. Shitzi turned his head and added, good thing I was careful. Otherwise, we might have fallen into this kid's hands. Han Feng put on an innocent face and pleaded, you've already taken all our supplies. Why won't you let us go? The man turned his head and shouted back, Enough of your useless talk. We have our reasons for capturing you. Ze asked with confusion. Little bro, what does he mean by that? Hanfeng frowned and said, I don't know. He whispered his guess. Maybe they want to use us as a food reserve. Hearing this, Brotherly jumped. Little bro, don't scare me like that. Hanfeng glanced around. But this is actually a good spot. He looked towards the distant city and thought, from here, you can basically see the entire urban area of Hanchuan City. Shitzi used a remote to open the gate of a villa. Seeing this, Hanfeng was startled. Asterisk, they still have electricity? Wait, the city lost power, so this place shouldn't have any either. They must have a generator or something. Asterisk, he looked around and thought, these villas look like they were just completed. Immediately after, the two of them, including Hanfeng, stared wide-eyed in shock. He yelled, looking at the villa under construction nearby. It's still a construction project. How are the two of us supposed to do this? He furrowed his brows, thinking, if I could kill them and take this place, with my abilities and the high school girls, I could turn this into a fortress. The tough guy saw him and smacked him hard on the head, asking, what are you grinning like an idiot for? His voice rang out, giving an order. Hurry up and finish digging this spot for me. The tough guy pointed to the spot and yelled, after you're done digging, not only will we let you go, but we'll also give you supplies. Hanfeng clenched his fists and asked, really? The tough guy replied affirmatively, of course, it's true. But don't try any funny business, or I won't show any mercy. Right after that, the tough guy walked towards the villa. Shitzi, you watch them. I'm going to rest for a bit. The man quickly agreed. Sure thing, boss. Shitzi saw the door close and muttered under his breath. Enjoying himself all alone. Only knows how to order me around. He raised his gun, pointed it at the two, and shouted, get to work, or I'll shoot you both right now. Hanfeng said pitifully, big brother, we're handcuffed. Shitzi pointed the gun straight at him and roared, just do it. Less talk, you motherfuckers. The shovel slammed into the ground with force. Hanfeng and the other man relentlessly dug and threw the dirt aside. Ze turned his head to ask, hey kid, if we finish this, will they really let us go? Hearing this, he lowered his head and replied, I don't know. Let's just do it for now. Immediately after, Hanfeng glanced at a pile of snow next to the car, suspicious. What's over there? Inside the snow pile were bodies, frozen solid. A hand stuck out from the snow pile. Hanfeng and Ze were hunched over in the pit. Snow was falling, covering everything. Suddenly, he saw something strange. Hey, Brotherly, look over there. Brotherly followed his gaze and asked curiously, what is it? As soon as he saw what it was, Ze's face turned pale, as if his soul had left his body. Those are bodies. Hanfeng quickly covered his mouth. Chill. Keep your voice down. Don't shout. Brotherly crouched down and whispered gravely, kid, what's going on? Did they kill all these people? He frowned and muttered, it's very likely. That's why we can't just sit here and wait to die, or we'll end up in that pile too. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Hanfeng leaned close to Ze's ear and whispered, Brotherly, I have a plan. A moment later, while the guard was sitting and resting on the porch, the sound of a heated argument and scuffle caught his attention. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Ze and Hanfeng were intentionally creating a dispute. I already shoveled there. Why are you shoveling right next to me? What's it to you? I'll shovel wherever I damn well please. The guard walked over, pointing his gun at them as a warning. What the hell? What's all the noise about? He wasn't done with his act yet. Say something, will you? I helped him shovel, but he's still complaining about me. Brotherly played along, retorting, I was the one digging. This brat is talking nonsense. The two continued their act, arguing relentlessly, neither backing down. Hey, you want to fight? You think I'm scared of you? The guard couldn't be bothered anymore. He turned to leave, only saying, argue all you want, but you better be done before the sun goes down. Their eyes darted towards the guard, waiting for the opportune moment. While the guard wasn't looking, a shovel was raised high. The guard was still muttering a warning. If you don't finish by then, I'll shoot you both dead. In the thick snow and howling wind, a loud thump echoed through the cold night. A short while later, in a warm room with a fireplace, a punk was sprawled out on a chair, reading a book. It was unclear what he was looking at, but he was blushing, drooling, and giggling to himself. Suddenly, The black barrel of a gun appeared and was pointed straight at the punk's face, causing him to freeze. Somehow, Ze and Han Feng were in the room, their cuffs removed. Holding the gun, he gave a meaningful smile. Having fun, are we? After a bit of a scuffle, the other two were handcuffed and kneeling on the ground, their faces as limp as wet noodles. He shone a light on them and began the interrogation. So, you guys were here to collect a debt? Ze pointed outside. The bodies out there, did you kill them? They immediately denied it in fear. As heaven is my witness, it has nothing to do with us. That's right, we don't know anything about it either. Suddenly, Han Feng's attitude changed. He gave a slight smile. I see. So the people outside weren't killed by you. The two quickly confirmed, right? It really wasn't us. How could we do something like that? He lowered the gun, feigning to let his guard down. It seems you guys aren't such dangerous criminals after all. Their expressions brightened upon hearing Han Feng's words. If that's the case, then you can go. This display made Ze wonder. He leaned in and whispered, Kid, you can't possibly believe them, can you? Are you really going to let them go? He flashed a cunning smile, as if a brilliant idea had just struck him. Of course. And just as expected, the two were released, but their clothes had been stripped clean. They shivered as they walked on the snow. So cold. From behind, Han Feng stood inside the house, waving at them. Hurry home and put on some clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Seeing this, Brotherly cursed under his breath. You're the real devil here. After dealing with everything, Ze turned to ask, what should we do next? He pulled out the gun and prepared it, glancing at his foolish companion. Do you even need to ask? Of course, we have to get back as soon as possible. Han Feng's expression was serious. I originally planned to check out the tunnel before heading out, but I didn't expect these surprises to delay us for so long. I wonder what the situation is like in the residential complex now. As the thick snow continued to fall and the wind blew hard, his prayer rang out. I hope they're all safe and sound. The scene shifts to the city. The tall buildings wore a thick layer of snow, and a cold, white blanket covered everything. Inside a room, 3 people were waiting. Chi Yin was the first to speak. They've been in there for so long and still haven't come back. I wonder if something happened. Xia Wang comforted her. Don't worry. Han Feng is the apostle chosen by the true eye of the evil king. He won't die that easily. Zheng Hao let out a sigh. Though anxious, he tried to remain calm. Right now, instead of worrying about them, we should be worrying about our own situation. Are you telling me you're not the least bit worried? After Han Feng went in, an army came out of the cave. Among them was a terrifying guy who could control the earth. Jiang Shuiyo seems to have a good relationship with this army, so now everyone in the residential complex is following their orders completely. He took out a cigarette, held it between his fingers, and continued. We've become the public enemy of the entire complex now. So, I need to get a clear picture of the situation. Jiang Shuiyo is probably mobilizing everyone to hunt for us right now. Zheng Hao lit his cigarette, his tone slightly mocking. Seriously, those apartment owners are such idiots. Do they really think the army is here to save them? I'm afraid they won't even know how they were sold out when they die. Xia Wang sat unsteadily, her fingers tapping continuously on the keyboard. True or false, it doesn't matter anymore. Even if they have doubts, there's nothing they can do. If they choose to submit, their chances of survival are much higher. The little girl mumbled, somewhat dreamily. That's just how humans are. After speaking, Xia Wang couldn't fight off her drowsiness and quickly closed her eyes, slumping over. Seeing this, Chi Yin draped a coat over the little girl. Chiu, don't sleep without a blanket. You'll catch a cold if you're not careful. Zheng Hao, however, had lost interest. He stood up and turned to leave, silently scoffing to himself. These 2 flower vases are such a pain. He walked to the room's window, his hands in his pockets, lost in thought. His stubbled face was clearly reflected on the glass. A question appeared in Zheng Hao's mind. Choose to submit, huh? The man's mind drifted back to the past, when he was a young boxer. Back then, his opponent had the upper hand, landing blow after blow, forcing him to constantly dodge. His coach, standing outside the ring, was angrily shouting instructions. Dodge? Damn it, what did I teach you? I didn't teach you to stand there and take a beating. Caught off guard, Zheng Hao took a punch that twisted his face, sending his mouthguard flying. He lay flat on the mat. His opponent stood beside him as the referee counted down the seconds. The coach frantically roared, his hands repeatedly slamming against the edge of the ring. Get up. Keep fighting. I've invested so much in you. Do you want to go back to your old life? Get up. You don't have the right to fall. The memory faded as he stubbed out his cigarette on the glass. Zheng Hao turned to Qi Yin and Xia Wang. Hey, get ready to move. They're checking every house. It's dangerous to stay in one place for too long. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise from outside caught their attention. The door was kicked open with great force, and white smoke billowed in. The three in the room were stunned. The loud commotion woke the little girl. Seeing the scene, the man still hadn't recovered his senses. They found us this quickly? Xia Wang rubbed her eyes, stammering, not understanding what was happening. She asked drowsily, Is it time to eat already? A large, white hand gripped the wall, a terrifying face drooling as it crawled in. I smell the living. There really are people here. The scene shifts to another location. Walls of supplies are being neatly packed into boxes. A man's voice is heard checking them off. No problems here. The workers are loading the approved boxes onto 2 trucks under the supervisor's direction. Pack up the rest of these things. Yes, sir. In a nearby room, a subordinate's voice reporting, Commander. The head count is complete. A total of 97 refugees, 126 boxes of emergency food. The commander sat with his legs crossed on a set of chairs. After hearing the report, he praised them. Well done. Load everything onto the vehicles and take it back to the base. His subordinate immediately accepted the order. Yes, Commander. Next, the commander glanced at the person beside him, a pipe in his mouth, signaling for the other to present his case. All right, continue your story. Where are the 3 members of the advance team we sent there earlier? Shueyo sat upright and began to speak. This really has nothing to do with me. They were killed by a man named Han Feng. Hearing this, the commander, of course, didn't believe him right away and raised a question. What kind of person could kill 3 special forces soldiers? Even if you're going to lie, you should come up with a more plausible reason. He was desperate to prove himself, his face contorting as he insisted. He has superpowers. Many of us have seen him melt metal with some kind of purple light. Shueyo was so anxious he shot to his feet, his words becoming more frantic. I followed your instructions and prepared a lot of sausages. All of them, made from people. The commander gestured for him to be silent, reminding him to watch his words. There are some things you shouldn't say so carelessly. The air was freezing, but a few drops of sweat trickled down Shueyo's face from anxiety. He tried to calm himself. In short, I have no way out now, so I have no reason to lie to you. The commander stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder, replying, You've provided us with a great deal of this emergency food. You're already one of us. Besides, I don't just kill my own people. The light from below made his face look even more terrifying. I'll send people to find Han Feng. Then we'll get this straightened out face to face. I hope you're not lying. Back in the room with the other 3, Dabai appeared, looking ravenous. I smell the living. There really are people here. He opened his drooling mouth and asked, Which one of you is Han Feng? Before Dabai's hand could reach her, Xia Wang was suddenly pulled back by a strong force. Zheng Hao stood up, shielding the 2 girls. Stay away from him. Something's not right with this guy. His expression was grave, beads of anxious sweat rolling down his face, his breathing ragged. He just destroyed the door that Han Feng reinforced. Zheng Hao's intuition was screaming that this was no joke. And he's giving off a wild beast's aura. He's not human at all. He backed away, preparing to act first. He swung his arm hard, smashing it against the window pane. Years of combat experience are telling me this guy is dangerous. We have to run. But the glass didn't shatter as he expected. Instead, the bones in Zheng Hao's wrist broke. He clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. Why is the glass so hard? The little girl next to him explained. The glass was also reinforced by Han Feng. Zheng Hao turned back, still determined to handle this alone. I'll hold him off. You 2 take this chance to escape. To his surprise, he saw that Qi Yin had already stepped in front of Da Bai at some point. She asked politely, There's no one here named Han Feng. Perhaps you've come to the wrong place. To his astonishment, the fiery man turned and left quietly. Ah, so it was the wrong place. Sorry to bother you. Nurse Jean let out a sigh of relief, as if she had just completed an important mission. As he stepped outside and saw the room number, Dabai froze, realizing, It's 1804. I wasn't wrong. He turned back, his rage uncontrollable, his mouth open as if betrayed. You are all liars. His massive body slammed down on the floor, leaving a dent. A powerful force radiated out. If Han Feng doesn't come out, you'll all die. Zheng Hao's bandaged hand gripped the window frame, its glass now completely shattered by Dabai's force. He used both hands to grab Xia Wang and Qi Yan. Let's go. Then, with all his might, Zheng Hao threw them both out of the room. Seeing Zheng Hao left to fight Dabai alone, Nurse Jean cried out in panic amidst the snow and howling wind, "Big Brother Li!" After getting the two girls to safety, just as Zheng Hao turned around, Dabai was already upon him, his two large, strong arms raised high. The thing I hate most. Then, another powerful explosion erupted from the room. A roar echoed, "Is liars!" The cold wind outside continued to howl, and the snow fell thick, covering the rooftops in a white blanket. At that moment, Han Feng and Zi were moving on skis, gliding over the frozen mounds of ice. Two loops of rope were fastened around their feet, making their travel safer and easier. He leaned into a long slide, enthusiastically praising Ziyi's idea. "Brotherly, who would have thought you'd come up with making skis? I really underestimated you." They had left the large house on the cliff. Brother Li's voice rang out, explaining, "I used to negotiate billion-dollar contracts. I often went with clients to ski resorts." Soon after, they returned to the happiness community. Their footprints marked the snow. Han Feng and Zi trudged through the thick snow. As he walked, he said, "We're finally back. Let's find a window and slip in." Just then, a massive explosion erupted from the room Han Feng had sealed. Qi Yin was thrown out of the window. A roar echoed. "The thing I hate most is liars." The two men below were stunned, not understanding. "What's going on?" As she was suspended in midair, Xia Wang quickly brought her hands together, creating a magic orb. She muttered an incantation, and with it, a flood of softly wrapped rolls of cloth appeared. They fell rapidly with the two girls, tearing through the cold wind and falling snow. When they all landed on the ground, Zi and Han Feng quickly jumped away, shouting, "Get out of the way!" "Oh my God!" Fortunately, despite falling from a considerable height, the snow cushioned their fall, and with the soft rolls of cloth, Qi Yin and Xia Wang were unharmed. Recognizing his teammates, he quickly jumped into the crater to check on the situation. "Is everyone okay? What happened?" Nurse Jean was still trembling from the shock. She tried to recount the events. Suddenly, a huge monster burst into the room, trying to capture you. Before she could finish, the reflection in the little girl's glasses showed a large figure jumping from the window above. "He's here again." Just as she said it, a loud crash echoed next to their patch of ground, sending snow flying high. Han Feng, who still hadn't understood what was happening from the start, said, "What now?" Suddenly, a strong pull yanked him forward, making him spit. Qi Yin pulled Han Feng and Xia Wang along, running frantically. Her face was fraught with worry as she cried out, "The monster is here again." These words reached Dabai's ears, fueling his rage even more. "I'm a good baby. You're the monster." He chased after the three of them with his massive body. The little girl shouted with great sincerity, "Go, Nurse Jean, go. He's about to catch up. Go, you three, go." Qi Yin ran with all her might, head down, panting and complaining. "You guys run on your own." She carried Xia Wang on her back, urging him as she ran. "Mr. Han, hurry up and think of something." Zi Wang ran alongside, chiming in, "That's right, think of something." Tasked with this crucial responsibility, Han Feng stammered, "What kind of plan can I possibly think of?" Behind them, Dabai was still in pursuit, his deep, droning voice terrifying. "So hungry. I want a snack. I want to eat you." Hearing this, an idea sparked in Han Feng's mind. That's it. He suddenly stopped running and turned to face him, not forgetting to tell the other three, "You guys go on ahead. I have a way to deal with him." Then, Han Feng pulled a cloth bag from his coat. His glowing fist slowly drew back. "Big baby." He swung his arm and threw it forward with all his might, shouting, "Have a snack." Just then, Dabai was in a crouching position, his mouth wide open, perfectly catching the cloth bag. He chewed noisily, drool and food crumbs smearing his face. Yellow beans. Delicious. Seeing this, Han Feng retracted his inner energy and smiled in relief. That was a close one. Before he could celebrate, one of Dubai's cheeks suddenly swelled up, causing him to choke and freeze. Then, a profusion of lush tree branches unexpectedly burst from Dubai's mouth. Dubai's entire colossal body trembled, leaves sprouting from his throat and spilling out. He tried to grab the mass of leaves, but the sharp thorns pricked him from the inside. Then, Dubai suddenly yanked out all the plants with great force. Blood sprayed into the wind. His mouth was full of blood, his eyes wide with rage and murderous intent. Damn it, I'll smash you into meat paste. But while he was struggling with the plants, the four of them had vanished without a trace. Dubai grew even more furious, stomping hard on the snow. You cowards only know how to run. Immediately after, the sound of heavy, rushing footsteps crunched on the snow, accompanied by a commander's order. First squad, follow me. The rest of you, secure the perimeter. They were dressed in military uniforms, well-equipped, and charged through the snow. Yes, sir. The commander walked past the ranks of his troops. With this heavy snow, they couldn't have gotten far. They must be hiding in one of the nearby buildings. He approached Dubai, looking at his current state with a puzzled expression. How did you get injured like this? The baby held up a handful of leaves and reported, I ate the beans he threw at me, and this stuff grew in my mouth. The commander reached out and plucked a bean sprout, a flicker of interest rising within him. Interesting. With this kind of ability, we could solve the short-term food problem. Then, he raised his walkie-talkie and spoke to the person on the other end. Bring the prisoner we just captured down here. Yes, Captain. Back in the room where the others were hiding, at that moment. He finally asked for the full story. What on earth happened? Why isn't Li Zhenghao with us? Qi Yin was the one who spoke up. After you two left, a group of soldiers arrived. Jiang Shuiyo led the residents to surrender to them. The nurse guessed. They must have heard about you from Jiang Shuiyo, so they sent that monster to find you. She specifically emphasized one thing. That monster, it destroyed the door you reinforced with incredible ease, and then it burst inside. This left Han Feng utterly stunned. What? No way. That door. Even a bomb couldn't have blown it open. Qi Yin continued. After that, Uncle Li stayed behind alone to buy us time. We don't know if he's alive or dead. He was silent for a moment. The air grew colder. The dead can't be brought back to life. Besides, we can't let his sacrifice be in vain. We have to escape, no matter what. But Nurse Jean immediately objected. No, we haven't even found Uncle Li yet. Xia Wang was also determined not to leave the old man behind. We have to go back and save him. I'm sure he's still alive. Seeing this, Ziyi also stood up and patted his shoulder. They're right. As brothers, we have to be loyal. At this point, Han Feng could only let out a sigh. It's not that I haven't thought of that. What he meant was, but facing that kind of monster, it would be a miracle if he survived. A short while later, the commander's troops had found Zheng Hao and brought him over. Captain, the man has been brought here. He led the group, holding a megaphone and shouting in all directions. Mr. Han Feng, we found an injured man who seems to be your friend. We've bandaged and treated his wounds. The commander looked up at the tall building, deliberately raising his voice. I know you're nearby. We mean no harm. Everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding. Over on their side, Qi Yin, upon hearing this, was anxious to rush out. The old man is alive. I have to go save him. He tried to calm her down. Calm down. He's trying to trick us. If we go out now, we're dead for sure. Ziyi also helped restrain Nurse Jean. You're a woman. How can you be this strong? Xia Wang went to the window, looked down, and confirmed, but that person over there really is the old man. The commander was still trying to persuade him with sweet words. Mr. Han Feng, our organization needs talented people like you. As long as you're willing to join, your wife, children, and brothers can all receive special treatment. Hearing this, the people in the room turned to look at Han Feng, all with the same question. You have a wife and kids? Han Feng's face went blank. He denied it immediately. Of course not. Meanwhile, after a long time of trying to persuade them with no response, a silence fell over the group. The commander couldn't help but feel something was strange. He turned to Zheng Hao and asked, Your good brother, doesn't he care at all whether you live or die? He let out a faint, triumphant smile. Actually, I've only known that kid for a few days. So that's how it is. The commander then struck the old man hard on the head. You just met, and you'd risk your life to protect his wife and kids? You had me fooled. Zheng Hao, unafraid of causing more trouble, added another piece of information. Those two aren't his wife and kids either. They also just met. This time, he was so angry that he kicked the man hard onto the snow, cursing, "Damn it. What a waste of effort." So the commander changed his approach. He turned on the megaphone and promised, "Mr. Hanfeng, you don't need to risk your life for a stranger you just met. You like women? We have plenty at our base. You can take your pick." This time, it was his turn to be tempted. He wanted to jump right down there. Surrendering doesn't sound so bad. He quickly stopped his young friend. "We can't be swayed by lust. Calm down." Qian pulled him back. "He's tricking you. If you go out now, you'll die." This chaotic scene made Xia Wang, who was standing nearby, feel helpless. Not a single one of them is trustworthy. Then, the little girl suddenly had an idea. "I have a way to save the old man. Can you all help?" The other three stopped what they were doing, their faces curious. What? Down below, the commander's thick, military-booted foot stomped hard on the old man's bandaged, injured arm. He even deliberately ground it back and forth. Tell me, under normal circumstances, why wouldn't he even answer? This kid is pretty cautious. Is it because you don't look like a good person? Zheng Hao still tried not to make a sound, his whole body trembling in pain. In this situation, there can't be enough food to feed so many people. But you guys are searching for residents everywhere. What exactly are you trying to do? The commander flashed a cunning smile. Saving people is our responsibility. Selfish scoundrels like you could never understand our noble spirit. Of course, he didn't believe that was true for a second. Bullshit. Who are you trying to fool? The commander leaned down closer to Zheng Hao, feigning a righteous air. Since you're about to die anyway, I suppose I can tell you. Then, in a casual tone, he posed a question to him. In the city right now, what kind of animal is the most numerous, the kind you can eat forever and never run out of? Zheng Hao's face couldn't hide his shock, blood streaming from his mouth. Of course, you're searching for residents too. The commander grabbed his hair with one hand and shoved the barrel of his gun straight into his throat, his face terrifying. Only the living consume food. The dead become food. His hand tightened on the gun, preparing to pull the trigger and finish Zheng Hao off. Just then, someone suddenly shouted upon seeing something falling from above. Look, something's falling from up there. When they got a clear look at the object, they became excited. It's cigarettes. And food. There's even vegetables and meat. Things I haven't seen since the freeze. Even Dubai was drawn in by these things. It's all mine, babies. The other soldiers also rushed forward, pushing and shoving. Nobody better snatch it from me. This is rice. Seeing his foolish subordinates losing their cool, the commander fired a shot into the air, trying to maintain order. Don't cause a scene. Get back here, you bastards. He was very clear-headed, cautiously observing his surroundings. Once the soldiers are in chaos, they'll definitely launch a surprise attack. The commander's attention suddenly shifted to a position in a high room of the building. There, the snow suddenly started flaking off, and a strange movement appeared. Sure enough, a moment later, a conspicuous green crane crashed through and burst out of the building. Even more thrilling, it was Han Feng behind the wheel, charging forward recklessly. Come on, come and fight. Qiao remembered a time before, when she stood on a mountaintop, sprinkling grass for the goats below, saying, "First, I'll scatter enticing fodder from the air to attract the hungry goats." Han Feng understood her meaning. He turned back to explain to the others. It means we throw various foods and supplies from above to cause chaos among the soldiers. Qiao continued. Han Feng will attack in the form of a giant steel monster, breaking up the herd, rescuing the lost ones, and taking us to that new home. He continued to translate. Basically, I'll take this opportunity to drive the vehicle straight into the crowd, grab Zheng Hao, and we'll escape together. Ze, after hearing this, expressed his approval. That's a great idea. Qian asked with confusion, why don't I understand what you're saying? Han Feng put on a smug look and said, you'll get used to it if you hear it enough. Just then, Qiao pointed forward and said, everyone, according to the Evil Eye's instructions, let's begin the operation. Han Feng stepped forward. He grabbed the tip of her witch hat and said, wait, Let's not even talk about how crude your plan is, let alone whether the soldiers will be attracted by the things you throw out. Let me ask you, where am I supposed to get a vehicle? Chiyo looked up at him and answered calmly. I picked up a giant steel beast earlier. Back in the present, the large bulldozer crashed through the ice, charging forward aggressively. From inside the vehicle, a dissatisfied voice rang out. Where's the good vehicle you mentioned? Isn't this a bulldozer? Han Feng, steering the wheel, said excitedly. But driving this thing is really exhilarating. Let's go? Soon after, they were pushed aside by the bulldozer, along with the snow. The soldiers and the food were buried in the snow. They screamed, "My rice!" Then the bulldozer turned and headed towards the commander. He raised the gun in his hand and ordered, "Stop him." That baby, hearing the command, quickly stood in front and raised his hands to block it. The bulldozer approached, and he tried to stop it with his bare hands. As he pushed, he yelled, "No one is stronger than me." Inside the vehicle, Han Feng shifted gears and shouted, "You want to compete with a machine in strength? Are you insane?" The vehicle's engine roared fiercely, spewing out plumes of black smoke. The front of the bulldozer suddenly lifted, flinging that stubborn baby aside. He spun a few times in midair before landing headfirst in a snowdrift nearby. Seeing this, the commander used Zheng Hao to threaten him. He stomped one foot on the man's head, pointing the other hand down and saying, "If you don't want him to die, stop right now." Inside the vehicle, Han Feng, wearing earmuffs, couldn't hear these words. He shouted, "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." Then the bulldozer gradually closed in on the commander and Zheng Hao. Seeing the vehicle approach, he broke out in a cold sweat, veins bulging on his face. Immediately after, he left Zheng Hao lying there and jumped to the side himself, saying, "You win." Zheng Hao, lying on the ground, struggled to sit up. Seeing the bulldozer's shovel right in front of him, he screamed in terror. The bulldozer rumbled straight past, leaving a deep track in the snow. Zheng Hao lay in the middle of the bulldozer's shovel, panting. The blade was surrounded by a layer of purple bubbles. Zheng Hao turned his head, looked, and placed his hand on it, saying, "It's soft." Suddenly, Han Feng shouted, "Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up." Seeing the vehicle still hurtling towards the wall ahead, he screamed in terror, "Where are you going?" Just before hitting the wall, the vehicle suddenly turned sideways and stopped. Then Han Feng opened the cabin door and shouted, "I'm here to pick you up." Chi Yin jumped down first, followed by Zee pulling Chiyo down onto the roof of the vehicle. "We're here." Just then, the vehicle was suddenly hit by a barrage of gunfire. The sound of bullets hitting the vehicle was like a hailstorm. From the roof, Zee shielded Chiyo and looked back. Seeing 4 cars in pursuit, he leaned down and informed Han Feng, "They're chasing us." The 4 cars behind them were fully armored with bulletproof padding. The commander in one of the cars ordered, "Open fire." Then he turned to the person next to him and commanded, "Chase them. Don't let them get away." The car sped forward, but due to the slippery snow, it skidded off the road. The soldier frantically reported, "Captain, the snow is too thick. The tires are slipping. We can't go any faster." Hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Damn it! Where did they get such a big bulldozer? Even our base doesn't have many of these." The driver hesitated and said, "Captain, it looks like the one from our advance team." He couldn't contain his anger, his eyes bloodshot, veins popping on his face. He pointed forward and ordered, "No matter what, don't lose them. We have to find them." Suddenly, there were many obstacles ahead. The driver exclaimed, "Captain." The commander turned his head to look, his face darkening as he swore, "Shit." As the car approached, a gas canister fell from above, followed by a shower of other objects aimed at the convoy. The 2 lead cars were wrecked by the debris, and the road ahead was blocked, forcing them to stop. The commander and the driver got out of the car. The others did the same. They were completely shocked by the pile of junk in front of them. The commander shouted, "Where did all this stuff come from?" On the other side, Chiyo was shrinking her personal space. She stood on the roof of the bulldozer, looking very cool, and said, "Feeling hopeless yet? This is the power of the true eye of the evil king." That coolness didn't last long. Due to being out in the cold snow for a while, she suddenly sneezed. The bulldozer continued to move forward, and here there was only snow, without a single person in sight. Chiao, shivering with a cold, was on Han Feng's back. Seeing her runny nose about to drip on him, he said helplessly, "Your snot is all over my head." All 5 of them were crammed into the small cabin. Chiao weakly replied, "My snot is frozen solid. I can't even sniff it back up." Behind them, Zheng Hao, shivering, said sincerely, "Thank you all for saving my life." Ze, standing next to Han Feng, touched the steering wheel and said, "Hey kid, let me drive this big rig for a bit." Qi Yan leaned forward and asked, "Han Feng, where are we going?" He gripped the steering wheel and replied as he drove, "Brotherly, and I found a really nice villa on the hillside. I was thinking of hiding out there. What do you guys think?" Zheng Hao spoke up first. "I think that's a good idea." Chiao responded wearily, "Agreed." Ze, his eyes glued to the steering wheel, said, "I'm with you, kid." Qi Yan noticed the warning light and said, "There's an alarm on the dashboard. Looks like we're about to run out of fuel." Hearing her words, they all exclaimed in panic, "What?" Han Feng looked up and quietly asked Chiao, "Evil King, do you have any fuel?" Chiao forced herself to sit up, opened her space, and pulled out a bag, saying, "I do." Immediately, the empty spaces in the vehicle were filled with bottles of bright yellow cooking oil. His voice echoed in the space. "What I meant wasn't cooking oil. Put out the fire." Looking at the dozen bottles of cooking oil neatly arranged in front of him, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. He held his head and said, "I told you to take out all the fuel I stored, not this stuff." Chiao said, "Oh," then opened her space again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she reached inside, fumbling around for something. But she couldn't pull anything out for a long time. Han Feng asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Weren't you able to get what you wanted easily before?" Chiao remembered the pile of junk from earlier and said, "I think I threw everything out. Even the refrigerator and the sofa. I can't find the generator either." Hearing her say that, all 4 of them turned pale with fear. Han Feng, trembling, looked at her and asked, "The year's worth of fuel I stored. You threw that out too?" Then she suddenly pulled out a gas canister and said, "There's still some natural gas left." He held his head and moaned, "If you can use that to start the vehicle, I'll call you Dad." Then Chiao pulled out a bucket filled with something black and said, "Everything you stored is still here." Han Feng picked it up and said, "What good is this pile of junk?" Dejected, he suddenly had an idea. Han Feng rested his chin in his hand. "Plants, when they form a strange substance like coal, they can burn. So, this strange black liquid that meat turned into, can it burn too?" With that thought, he looked at Chiao and said hurriedly, "Quick, get me a bucket and a piece of meat." Then, a bucket was placed on the floor. The 4 of them watched Han Feng intently, wondering what he was going to do. As for him, while using his magic, he thought, successfully making a larger piece of meat is very difficult. Blue light emanated from his hand. The piece of meat quickly transformed into a black liquid that flowed into the bucket. Han Feng smiled smugly. But deliberately failing is much easier. Soon, the bucket was filled with the liquid. Han Feng reached into his pocket, fumbling for something. The other 4 simultaneously stepped back, holding their noses in fear. Zheng Hao spoke up. "Hey kid, what did you make?" "It stinks to high heaven." Han Feng, while holding a lighter to the liquid in the bucket, replied, "Just a little experiment." The black liquid clinging to the edge of the bucket gradually melted when it came into contact with the flame. Then it caught fire and began to burn brightly. He laughed loudly and said, "This stuff can burn too." Zheng Hao spoke up, "Could it be? You want to use this to replace the fuel?" Han Feng replied with a deadpan expression, "There's no other way right now. So if we don't try." The vehicle, which had been stopped for a short while, was already covered in a blanket of white snow. Han Feng continued, "Then we'll just have to abandon the vehicle and walk." Then he took the liquid and poured it into the vehicle. Returning to the driver's cabin, he started the vehicle. It quickly came back to life, the exhaust pipe continuously spewing black smoke. Z exclaimed happily, "Kid, it worked. You're amazing." Han Feng smiled proudly and reminded him, "Stay humble." Zheng Hao, sitting in the back, thought to himself, "That actually worked? What other secrets is this kid hiding?" The vehicle started rolling forward again. The light on the vehicle illuminated the road ahead, the snowplow slowly pushing the snow to the side. Inside the vehicle, Chiyo rummaged through her space and asked Chi-Yen, "Want a snack, sis?" She replied enthusiastically, "Yes, please." Chiyo took out a pile of things and offered them to her, saying, "What do you want to eat, sis?" Chi-Yen exclaimed in amazement, "You even have this?" Han Feng, sitting in the front, spoke up, "I want some too. Give me a little." Zhang Hao curiously pointed at the small space and asked, "Kid, just how much stuff do you have in your space?" "Wait a minute. I heard a supermarket was emptied overnight. Could that have been you?" Chiyo held up 2 fingers and smiled. Just then, Han Feng called out excitedly, "Everyone!" The vehicle stopped. He said, "Ahead is the villa on the hillside that was mentioned before." Chi-Yen smiled as she looked ahead and said, "We're finally here." He shouted excitedly, "Go for it, little bro." Han Feng then shifted gears and said, "Watch me go straight through in one go." Then he stomped hard on the gas pedal below. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. The exhaust relentlessly spewed black smoke. Then came another, louder explosion, and thick black smoke billowed from the roof of the vehicle. The 5 people in the vehicle were frozen, staring at the scene. Han Feng said, "The engine has exploded." Han Feng shouted in frustration, "Damn it! We were just a few steps away." And so, the 5 of them, in the midst of a snowstorm, walked together up to the villa. On their way, they saw other people frozen in a walking state. Finally, after much effort, they set foot in the villa. Upon entering the room, all 5 of them were shivering as if they were about to freeze. Han Feng said, trembling, "I'm freezing to death." Zi lay on the floor, his teeth chattering, and said, "Finally, we're here." They then lit a roaring fire in a fireplace. The 4 of them, wrapped in blankets, huddled around the fireplace and said, "We're alive." Zhang Hao stood nearby, leaning against the wall, watching them. After regaining feeling, Han Feng exclaimed, "This is so comfortable." Zi was so happy he was crying. "I have no more regrets in my life." Zhang Hao looked at them and smiled. This villa complex is a good place. The wind blows the snow down the mountain, but it can't accumulate on the mountain itself. The house won't be buried by heavy snow, and it's hard for people at the foot of the mountain to get up here. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Then he looked at Han Feng and asked, "Are you guys planning to turn this place into a long-term base?" The people in front didn't pay attention to his words. They were starting to move things around and fix up the room. Chiyo pointed and said, "Put it over here." Chi-Yen replied, "I think it would be better a little further away." Han Feng turned and went to the next room, saying, "I'm going to start the generator." Chiyo sat on a chair and started taking things out of her space. As she took them out, she pointed and said, "The TV goes there." Chi-Yen nodded in agreement. "Okay." Zi, holding a game console, sat by the fireplace and said excitedly, "It's a 9th generation XVS game console." Seeing them so busy, Zhang Hao sighed. "Never mind," I asked. In another room, a constant ticking sound could be heard. Han Feng stood in front of the electrical equipment, pressing buttons and muttering to himself, "I can't believe that middle school girl threw away the generator too. If the previous owner hadn't prepared a generator and fuel in the villa, this would be a real pain." After some setup, he pressed the start button. The machine began to vibrate violently. The dark living room suddenly lit up. Everyone shouted, "There's power." Han Feng walked over and asked, "Is everyone hungry? How about we have a big feast?" As soon as he walked through the door, Chiyo pulled out a water heater and said, "I want to take a bath. Teach me how to use the water heater." Hearing that they could take a bath, Chi-Yan's eyes lit up as she looked at them. She walked up to the 2 of them and said shyly, "Actually, I really want to take a bath too. I haven't bathed since the blizzard started." Hearing this, Han Feng's face turned red. An image of her bathing flashed in his mind. Then he grinned strangely and said, "No problem." The room was filled with ice and snow. Ice covered the walls, enveloping the pipes and fixtures inside. Looking at the chaotic and dilapidated state of the room, Chiyo spoke up, "This water heater, how do you use it?" Han Feng said, "The water pipes are frozen and the water heater is broken." He turned and opened the door to the adjacent room, saying, "Let's go see how the bathroom is." The situation inside the bathroom wasn't much better. The showerhead on the wall was also covered in a thick layer of ice. Han Feng knelt down to examine the situation carefully and then said, as expected, the water pipes here are also broken. But at least there's still a bathtub. Chiyo also knelt down, touched it, and replied, this side is broken too. The bright red fan radiated warmth. He said, first, turn on the space heater. The space heater and the heater were used at full capacity. Hanfeng pointed at the bathtub and said, then, scoop out the snow. Next, it's the evil king's turn. Chiyo opened her space and took out a rod, introducing it, a high-power heating rod. Then the rod was quickly dropped into the bathtub to melt the ice. After they were done, the two sat down and stared intently at the bathtub. Hanfeng asked, don't you think the water is heating up too slowly? Chiyo nodded. Yes, it's too slow. Then he put his hand in the water to test it and said, it's basically still ice water. How much longer will it take to get hot? Suddenly, an electric current shot through his hand. Hanfeng was startled and quickly pulled his hand back, exclaiming, there's a leak. Then he looked at his hand and thought to himself, it seemed to flash with a red light just now. Not long after, Chiyo lightly touched the surface of the water and said, the water's hot now. Hanfeng exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? He looked at the palm of his hand again, speculating, could it be the red light? Does it have this effect too? The bathroom was filled with steam. Chi-Yan's cheerful voice rang out, bath time, bath time. As she took off her shirt, she said, finally, I can take a bath. Chiyo undressed quickly. She stood in front of the bathtub, looked at Chi-Yan, and asked, do you have to be so excited? Hearing this, her movements paused, and she hesitated. Really? Just then, Chiyo took out a box from her space and said, I have some bath salts here. Sister Jean, which scent do you like? Then Chiyo laid out a whole table of cosmetics and said, I have many brands of shampoo, conditioner, body wash, skincare oil, and moisturizing sets here. Which brand does Sister Jean like to use? Looking at the items before her, Chi-Yan couldn't help but get excited. She threw her arms around Chiyo and said, Chiyo, I love you so much. Afterwards, the two of them soaked in the bathtub, each leaning against one end. Chi-Yan sighed in satisfaction. This is so relaxing. Chiyo didn't pay attention. She muttered, heaven. Chi-Yan looked at Chiyo, who was completely submerged in the bathtub, and said, Chiyo is so small and cute. Chiyo replied flatly, don't treat me like a child. I'm 21. Chi-Yan, not quite processing it, continued, only 21? Then you're just a little friend. As she spoke, she suddenly realized and froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. She shot up and lunged in front of Chiyo, exclaiming, 21 years old. Chiyo, not surprised by this reaction, explained, the power of the evil one will help me stay young forever. Chi-Yan was completely shocked. She muttered, stay young forever? She continued skeptically, don't lie to me. Your face looks like a kid's. You don't look that age at all. There's no way I can see that age on you. Outside the bathroom, Hanfeng was standing there, blushing, eavesdropping. He was also shocked to discover this truth. A 21-year-old high school girl? That's just absurd. Just then, Zi came out of his room and waved, calling out, hey little bro, what are you doing there? Let's play some games together. Hanfeng pretended he wasn't doing anything and cleared his throat. Zi immediately understood, walked over, pointed at him, and said, oh my little bro, are you trying to peep? Hanfeng weakly retorted, no, I'm not. I was just passing by. Zi stepped forward and placed his hand on the doorknob, saying, that's not right, little bro. A real man watches openly. Let me demonstrate for you. Hanfeng, terrified, quickly pulled him back. Brotherly, I want to play games. Let's go play now. The two of them went back to the living room to play games. Little bro, cover me. All right, coming. Demonic dance of chaos. At this time, Zheng Hao, sitting on the sofa behind them, asked, in a situation like this, you two still have the mood to play games? Hanfeng, while playing, replied, we have food, we have drinks, and we have electricity. So why not relax and play some games? Zi turned back and asked, hey old man, how about you join us for a round? Hearing this, Hanfeng added, we're going to be living here for a long time. If we don't find some entertainment, won't we be bored to death? What about you? Are you staying here or going to find your people? Zheng Hao frowned and remained silent. Han Feng continued, I know you're not an ordinary person, but I just want to live my own life. As long as you don't bother us with anything, you can stay here as long as you like. Zi anxiously interrupted. Little bro, stop talking. I'm about to get shot to death over here. Calm down. I'm coming to save you. Zheng Hao rested his chin in his hand and said, I can tell you my true identity now. Actually, my specialty is investigating people with abilities. I think you. Han Feng turned his head and held up his hand to signal him. Stop. I don't want to know who you are. I already told you not to drag me into this. After he finished speaking, the two stared at each other in silence, while Zi was screaming as he played his game. Little bro, help. Save me, little bro. Zheng Hao let out a soft sigh and nodded. I understand. Then he stood up dejectedly and said, when my arm is healed, I'll go down the mountain. I won't tell anyone about you guys either, so don't worry. After Zheng Hao left, Zi, having lost the game, turned to scold Han Feng. Little bro, can you be a little more serious? You got me killed. Han Feng replied. Sorry, I'll definitely play better next round. The door opened, and Qi Yin and Xiao Qiu, having finished their bath, returned. She smiled and said, We're done bathing. Are you two going in? Hearing this, Zi excitedly put his arm around Han Feng's shoulder and said, Little bro, let's go in together. We can save water. Han Feng's face turned pale. He protested, I'm not bathing with a man. In the water, bubbles rose to the surface and popped. He had been forced to bathe with Brother Li after all. Sitting in the bathtub, Han Feng asked resentfully, Do you think this bathwater smells fragrant? Zi replied shyly, I just farted a few times. And everyone had the feast they had been looking forward to for a long time. In the room, besides warm blankets and soft mattresses, there was also a heater. And finally, they got a good night's sleep. In the following days, Han Feng reinforced the walls, roof, and fence of the villa. He even conveniently converted the top floor of the villa into a sauna. He could, on one hand, enjoy the sauna, and on the other, easily observe the situation at the foot of the mountain. Sitting in the sauna, Han Feng ate watermelon while observing his surroundings with binoculars. Suddenly, a staggering figure came into view. He spoke up, Someone's climbing up here. But after a few more steps, the person immediately collapsed onto the snowy path. They brought the man into the living room. Han Feng pointed at him and asked, Brotherly, do you really know this person? Zi reminded him, from Boss Lu's side. Haven't you met him before, little bro? Han Feng asked doubtfully, Boss Lu? Which Boss Lu? Zi replied, the big brother who helped you get the gun. Only then did Han Feng startle, remembering the man's face, and exclaimed, That's Boss Lu? At that moment, the man regained consciousness. He held his head and asked, Am I still alive? Where is this? Brother Chong, you're awake? Seeing the person in front of him, a Chong sat up with a start and said loudly, Big-mouthed Li, why are you here? Zi instinctively backed away. Brother Chong, calm down a bit. He turned to look at Han Feng and said, And you're the kid who bought the gun. Not knowing what to say, he raised his hand in greeting and replied, Hello, Brother Chong. My name is Han Feng. Then, Zi sat down next to a Chong and asked, Brother Chong, what happened? A Chong's hand clenched as he slowly recounted. A few days ago, our office was attacked by a group of soldiers. Countless brothers were killed or injured. And Boss Lu. Before he could finish, Zi exclaimed in shock, What? What happened to Boss Lu? What on earth happened? A Chong, sitting on the sofa, continued his story. Boss Lu followed the advice of our brother Han Feng and stockpiled a large amount of supplies beforehand. This not only helped us survive the crisis, but also saved hundreds of residents. But a few days ago, a group of soldiers suddenly burst in. They not only looted our supplies, but also indiscriminately killed the residents. In order to protect everyone, Boss Lu led us in a desperate fight. Countless brothers were killed or injured. Boss Lu was then shot in the leg and captured by the soldiers. In the end, everyone split up and agreed to meet at another location, a place where Boss Lu had stored supplies. This location is one of the villas in this complex. Han Feng's face was shrouded in shadow. He thought to himself, no wonder he appeared at the foot of the mountain. It turns out he came here to meet his comrades. Ze couldn't help but step forward and grab Chang's shoulder, his face serious as he asked, "Brother Chang, Boss Lu is still alive, right?" Chang was slightly taken aback, then said, "I'm pretty sure. They clearly wanted to capture Boss Lu alive." Hearing this, Ze breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Boss Lu is still alive." He lowered his head, his eyes welling up with tears. His body trembled uncontrollably as he said, "If it weren't for Boss Lu, I would have died long ago." With that, Ze quickly regained his composure. He grabbed Chang's hand and started pulling him away. He said decisively, "Brother Chang, take me to find Boss Lu. Let's go rescue him together." Chang, having just escaped death, resisted and shouted, big-mouthedly, "Are you crazy?" Memories flooded back, and his face turned pale as he said, "Do you have any idea how many men and guns they have over there? How can the two of us possibly save Boss Lu?" Ze, however, seemed unfazed. He walked over and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, "Brother Chang, pull yourself together. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. I, Li Ze, will forever fight by your side." Chang frowned, thinking helplessly, "If you want to die, kid, don't drag me with you." Just then, Zheng Hao, who had been standing at a distance, spoke up, "Are you talking about Boss Lu of the Righteousness Hall?" Ze looked over in confusion and said, "Brother Zheng Hao, you know Boss Lu too?" Zheng Hao lowered his head slightly, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Back then, I was fighting in an underground boxing ring, and it was Boss Lu who saved me and gave me back my freedom." As he spoke, he unwrapped the bandages on his right hand and continued, "If you guys are going to rescue someone, count me in." Zheng Hao decisively tore off the bandages on his right arm, his voice firm. "I have quite a few brothers in the city. If I can contact them, they'll come and help." Chang shot to his feet, pointing at Zheng Hao, and said loudly, "You're the mad wild dog from the underground boxing ring." Ze, standing beside him, exclaimed, "Mad wild dog. You're the mad wild dog. The legend with 30 consecutive wins." Han Feng, who was drinking water, couldn't help but spit it all over the table. He pointed at Zheng Hao and teased, "Mad wild dog." Zheng Hao, with his hands on his hips, cleared his throat and explained, "That was my nickname when I was boxing. Let's not talk about that anymore." Then he stepped forward to introduce himself. "My name is Li Zheng Hao. Don't call me by my nickname anymore." Chang stepped forward to shake his hand and said, "Yes, yes, big brotherly." Ze stood excitedly behind Zheng Hao and said, "With the mad wild dog's help, Boss Lu will be saved. Brother Zheng Hao is so righteous." Looking at the three men chatting before him, Han Feng's expression was pensive. He thought, "No way. Is that Boss Lu really such a righteous person? Everyone wants to go save him. If I don't go, it wouldn't look good. But this is too dangerous. My own life is more important." With that thought, Han Feng pointed to himself, an innocent look on his face, and said, I think I'm also being hunted. So I won't be going this time." Ze looked at him and asked, "Kid, you're not coming with us?" Han Feng repeatedly backed away and replied, "I can't go. But to save Boss Lu, I can provide support in terms of supplies." Then he walked over and put his arms around Zheng Hao and Ze, whispering, "Hey, you two old brothers, I have something important to tell you." In his heart, he thought, "I must remind them to keep the secret between me and that middle school girl." A long while later, Han Feng sat at the dining table, watching Chang eat, and said, "Brother Chang, eat slowly. There's still more. I think today's food can't be too delicious, otherwise Brother Chang will get suspicious." He slurped his noodles continuously, his whole body blooming with joy. He kept saying, "Thanks, thanks, brother." Afterwards, Han Feng led Chang into a room. "Brother Chang, this is the bedroom I've prepared for you." In his heart, he thought, "I should only put the most basic things in the bedroom. It can't be too luxurious." Chang walked in and said gratefully, "Thanks, brother." On the table next to them were large backpacks, guns, and cigarettes. The three of them were hastily preparing. Chang exclaimed with delight, "No wonder Brother Han Feng knew about the freezing disaster in advance. The supplies are indeed plentiful." He pointed at his backpack and said, "I can understand the guns and compressed biscuits, but why so many cigarettes?" Chang frowned, recalling the transactions with outsiders using cigarettes. He replied, money is no longer useful outside. When the major powers trade supplies, cigarettes are the hard currency. A foot in a ski boot, along with a ski pole, slammed down on the ground. The three of them were fully equipped with hats, coats, and gear. Zheng Hao, leading the way, waved back. Brother Han Feng, until we meet again. Zi also waved cheerfully. Little bro, I'll definitely be back. Achong gave a slight nod. He nodded back in response. Before leaving, Achong even bowed. Brother Han and sister-in-law, our righteousness hall will definitely repay your kindness. Han Feng quickly waved his hands. After everyone had left, Qi Yin turned to him and asked, Mr. Han, do you have a wife? He replied casually, no. Qi Yin asked again, then why did that person just say sister-in-law? Chiu finally couldn't hold it in and tugged at her sleeve. He was referring to you, Sister Jean. Qi Yin was momentarily petrified by that statement. She then blushed, turned her back, and said shyly, this is a misunderstanding. We must explain it clearly next time. Han Feng was confused. What's wrong with her? Chiu replied succinctly. After this incident, to better monitor the situation at the foot of the mountain, he installed surveillance cameras on the road leading up the mountain. Surveillance cameras were installed around the villa to promptly detect the situation outside the house. And then the three of them returned to their carefree and leisurely daily life. Until that day, the nightmare appeared. Han Feng was playing games as usual. Suddenly, a disbelieving shout came from inside the house. What? Qi Yin, holding a knife, frantically ran into the living room. She said urgently, Mr. Han, we're in trouble. He immediately stood up and asked, what's wrong? The hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. Her face panicked as she stammered. Chiu, that girl. In the kitchen, Qi Yin finally explained everything clearly. Chiu said, this is the last head of cabbage. Han Feng looked at the cabbage that had just been split in half, completely horrified. This was truly a nightmare. He turned to Chiu, his hands gripping her shoulders, and asked, high school girl, how many more vegetables and fruits do you have in there? Chiu, on the contrary, was very calm and replied, a lot. Han Feng looked at the carts filled with vegetables and asked, you call this a lot? Didn't you clean out the entire supermarket? Chiu replied nonchalantly, I don't like cabbage, so I just grabbed a little. Qi Yin looked at a cart full of cucumbers and wondered, then why are there so many cucumbers? Chiu replied again, because I like cucumbers. Han Feng gripped the two carts, his face thoughtful, and said, we've been living off our reserves. If we keep this up, we'll have nothing left to eat soon. His mind immediately started racing. Right now, I can only make wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat. In the messy room filled with peels, food scraps, and vegetables, Han Feng silently stared at the head of cabbage. He gripped a cabbage leaf, a green light emanating from his hand, his expression serious as he prayed, heaven protect me. This has to work. The cabbage leaf in his hand turned black and crumbled. Han Feng, determined not to give up, plucked another leaf, cursing under his breath, damn it, again. But then, the leaf in his hand also turned black and crumbled. Outside, Qi Yin and Chiu watched curiously. A green light continuously flashed from the room. His voice rang out, again. Cabbage doesn't work. What about carrots? Potatoes? Finally, after a while of trying, only a pile of black dust remained. Han Feng sat in one spot, dejected and weak. His whole body was tired as he cried out, why is it like this? Not even a single success. Qi Yin smiled awkwardly and approached, waving her hand and asking, Mr. Han, are you okay? Han Feng, looking like a lost soul, suddenly looked up and said, I'm afraid we'll never have vegetables to eat again. We're doomed. Qi Yin thought helplessly, is it that serious? Just then, Chiu, chewing on a cucumber, took out a bottle from somewhere and said, there are still plenty of cucumbers. Want to try? Besides, you won't die from not eating vegetables. You just need to take vitamin pills. Qi Yin suddenly had an idea and said, Mr. Han, how about we try growing vegetables? Han Feng asked with a dejected expression, growing vegetables? It's so cold outside. How can we grow anything? Remembering the vegetable garden she used to have on her rooftop, Qi Yin presented her idea. I used to grow some vegetables on my balcony year-round. So as long as we ensure the temperature and light, we can grow them indoors. First, let's get a vegetable rack for the balcony, then add soil and nutrient solution. At the same time, use LED lights to supplement the light. Han Feng immediately regained his spirits. Nurse Jean, you're a real expert at growing vegetables. Chiu sat beside them with an indifferent expression, chewing on a cucumber. Only then did she speak up. So where can we buy these things now? Chi Yin and he turned to Chiu in unison, their faces full of expectation as they asked, do you have them? The scene shifts to outside the villa. The shovel plunged into the ice and snow, but couldn't penetrate because it was too hard. Han Feng stood there and said, the soil is completely frozen. It's basically impossible to dig. Chi Yin raised the shovel high and said confidently, watch me. But the result was that the force was too strong, and the ground was too hard, causing the shovel to break and fly past Han Feng. She asked worriedly, what should we do now? He replied gently, it's too cold outside. Let's go inside first and think of a way. As soon as he stepped inside, he asked, high school girl, how many vegetable containers have you made? On the floor now was a pile of plastic boxes, bottles, and water jugs with their tops cut off to make small containers. Chiu sat there and said, I wasn't lazy, you know. Han Feng immediately gave her a thumbs up and praised her. You've worked hard. He picked up an empty bottle and thought, although there are no flower pots, with this many plastic bottles, it should be enough. Chi Yin patted her on the back and praised her. Chiu is really so good. The little girl sighed. Don't treat me like a child. Weren't you guys going to dig for soil? So where's the soil? Han Feng explained. The soil is frozen too hard, so we basically can't dig it. Chiu immediately had a bright idea. We could use a heating rod to melt the soil. He waved it away with his eyes closed. A heating rod can't be inserted into the ground. I feel the heating effect would be limited. Chi Yin held her face and lamented. If only there was a way to melt the ice instantly, that would be great. The little girl immediately stood up and pointed her hand at Han Feng, saying, Apostle in charge of bathwater, it's time to use your true power. Chiu's words made him suddenly remember, and he exclaimed, Ah, I get it. Han Feng looked at the red light in his hand and recalled, last time when I was heating water for a bath, a red color appeared on my hand, and then the water got hotter. If I can figure out how to use this red light, I might be able to melt the frozen soil. With that thought, he put his hand into the bucket of water. 20 minutes later, everything was still the same. Han Feng sat there dejectedly. It's completely ineffective. I can't figure out any pattern to this red light at all. He started to recall the time in the bathroom. What's different this time compared to last time? Han Feng's eyes lit up. Could it be because I got an electric shock last time? He immediately turned to ask Chiu, high school girl, do you have anything that can give me an electric shock? The little girl took out something and said, after turning on this high-power electrical outlet, if you stick your finger in, the consequences could be life-threatening. Han Feng waved his hand and said, I'm not trying to die. Last time, after I accidentally got shocked, the water got hot. So I want to try it again. Chiu replied, so that's how it is. This primary-level lightning magic staff can cause a slight numbing effect. With that, the little girl took out a low-voltage anti-wolf taser. He asked doubtfully, I remember tasers being very powerful. Does this one really only cause a slight numbness? Chiu replied, the power of primary lightning magic is very small, so it's very safe. Han Feng took the device, flicked it on with a click, and said, all right, I'll trust you this time. Immediately, the electric current flowed from the taser into his hand, merging with the red light. Han Feng's whole body trembled. He looked up at the sky and cried out in a distorted voice, oh my God! Oh my God! But it seemed to be working. Smoke rose from the bucket of water. The scene then shifts to outside the villa. He was sitting there with the red light and the taser. Han Feng flipped the switch, watched the electric sparks fly, and said to himself, even though I don't know the principle, as long as it works, it works. After the electricity entered his hand, a muffled grunt was heard. A moment later, the ice and snow under Han Feng's feet melted and were thrown into the air. He lowered his hand, retracting the red light, then clenched his fist. Han Feng then cheerfully raised his hand in excitement. We've got soil. And so, according to the plan, the bottle shells were filled with soil. he said happily. Finally, the containers and soil for the vegetables are ready. Chio took out some items and asked, I have a lot of seeds. Which kind are you planning to plant? Han Feng replied, Of course, we'll plant all of them. Qian stopped him. Wait, the temperature in the house isn't high enough, so we can't plant many types of vegetables. She added, These vegetables don't need high temperatures, so let's try planting them first. He exclaimed, No wonder you're an expert at growing vegetables. Afterwards, in a room, the lights were turned on, providing enough illumination for growing vegetables. Han Feng stood there and said, This basement has the best insulation, so from now on, we'll only use this basement for growing vegetables. Nurse Jean still looked doubtful and asked, Even with 4 heaters, I wonder if the temperature will be high enough. She knelt down and touched the soil, continuing, If the temperature isn't high enough, the seeds won't sprout. He picked up a bottle and said, If my green light also works on these seeds, then we can try to grow them directly. Why not give it a try? We still have plenty of seeds. And so, Han Feng closed his eyes and channeled his green energy into it, murmuring to himself, I need to control the rhythm of the energy output. Then he opened his eyes wide and shouted, Grow. The seeds in the bottle indeed quickly took shape. And so, here Han Feng tried various types of vegetable seeds with the green light. Although there were some failures, by continuously adding new seeds, he eventually managed to grow dozens of seedlings. Qian was always there to support and celebrate with him. However, after just a few days, all the seedlings were frozen and showed signs of withering. Nurse Jean looked at the thermometer and said, Even with 4 heaters, the room temperature is only about 10 degrees. She turned and suggested, We need to find a way to raise the room temperature to 20 degrees. Han Feng asked, What about adding 2 more heaters? Qian added, If we don't improve the house's insulation, the effectiveness of the heaters will be very limited. He explained, But in this entire villa, the basement has the best insulation. An idea about the basement popped into Han Feng's head. He proposed, The deeper you go underground, the warmer it gets. Can't we dig a deeper basement? Nurse Jean raised her hands excitedly. No problem. Leave it to me. I'm confident in my strength. He asked again, Are you really planning to dig a cave? Then Han Feng took out his 2 energy sources and continued, Let me study for a bit to see if these lights work on rock. If not, then we'll have to dig the cave by hand. Previously, he had learned that the blue and red lights had no effect on rock, but the purple light could soften it. So he sat in the vegetable room and tried out the purple light. Although it had softened to look like mud, it was still as hard as rock. Therefore, Han Feng could only arrange and combine the 3 colors and change the temperature of the energy output. But all of them failed. It was the same type of failure. Plants would turn into a black solid, while meat would turn into a black slime. The rock didn't change at all. Perhaps this was the difference between organic and inorganic matter. A few days later, while he was angry about his countless failures, a miracle happened. Han Feng angrily slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, Shit! He was surprised when the rock crumbled in his hand. I can't believe it. Once the intensity of that light exceeds a certain limit, it can shatter rock. So were my efforts for the past 2 days all in vain. Immediately after, Han Feng placed his hands, glowing with red light, on the floor. He decided to release all the red light and expand the crushing range as much as possible to see what its effect would be. Sure enough, that square area was controlled and crumbled. Han Feng applied more force, causing the mass of earth and rock to break into even smaller pieces. He lay there, looking at the hole in front of him, and sighed. Although the effect isn't bad, I'm already exhausted after just 1 use. Han Feng was so exhausted he was foaming at the mouth, wondering, I wonder how many times I can do this each day. And so, he decided to continue digging the tunnel for the next few days. Nurse Jean was in charge of carrying out the soil that Han Feng had dug up. 7 days later, they had dug down several tens of meters, and a new basement, more than 20 square meters wide, had been excavated. After that, with just a little more renovation, an underground vegetable greenhouse was completed. The 2 stood there observing after moving the seedlings down. Han Feng high-fived Qian and said, You've worked hard, Nurse Jean. She also replied cheerfully, It's all thanks to Mr. Han's efforts. He lowered his face and thought to himself, Next up is my favorite part of these days. Han Feng looked up at Qi Yan's massive butt and thought with delight, it's a little too big. After arranging everything, the two climbed up. Nurse Jean, from above, said, if everything goes smoothly, we can harvest these vegetables in 2 months. Hearing this, his face contorted in a grimace as he lamented, it takes that long? Han Feng thought to himself, it's been over half a month since we decided to grow vegetables. He looked disgusted. The vegetables we stored before have long been eaten. We've been eating cauliflower for 4 days now. Han Feng, climbing the stairs, looked at his hands in frustration. If I have to eat it for another 2 months, I can't stand this kind of life. Just then, Qi Yan looked down and suggested, Mr. Han, let's buy some bean sprouts. We can eat them in 3 days. Suddenly, at that moment, she missed a step on a broken piece of ground. This directly caused Nurse Jin's body to fall. Her rear end was heading straight for Han Feng's face. And as expected, this time he directly benefited, letting out only a grunt. Afterwards, Qi Yan clasped her hands together in embarrassment. Sorry. Are you okay? Han Feng's face turned red, and blood spurted out as he waved his hand and replied, I'm fine. She looked over innocently and continued, but Mr. Han, your nose is bleeding. Let me check the wound. I'm a nurse, you know. He quickly walked away, covering his nose with his hand and replying, No need. I'm really fine. Entering the room, Han Feng stopped short in surprise. Qi Yan followed behind, peered in, and asked, What's wrong? Inside, magic circles were drawn and candles were lit. Chiu was standing there, performing a spell. Great Evil Eye, as your messenger, I issue a summons to you. The little girl gestured and spoke continuously. Descend upon this world in your most omnipotent form. Help me complete the most difficult mission. Then she formed a hand seal and concluded, Appear, fifth evil eye. Han Feng walked in and asked curiously, What are you doing? Have you gone crazy? The little girl replied, It's the evil eye summoning ritual. Chiu pointed and added, One of the evil eyes has gone out of control, so I'm preparing to summon a new one. He looked at the laptop screen and replied, So it's the surveillance camera at the foot of the mountain that's having problems. You scared me. This hillside villa complex has one steep side and one road leading up the mountain. Therefore, by simply installing a camera on the road up, one can detect everyone coming up the mountain. At this moment, Han Feng and Qi Yan were sliding down below. The only problem is that because of the frequent strong winds and heavy snow, the camera is prone to malfunctions. So at this moment, he was climbing a ladder to fix the surveillance camera. Han Feng, while tightening a screw, lamented, This damn weather. When will it ever end? Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound suddenly echoed from the direction of the forest. Han Feng was startled, looked over, and asked, What's that sound? He stared intently into the night ahead, but there was no response. Jian asked, Mr. Han, what happened? Han Feng replied, I'm not sure. A white mist appeared in the mountains over there. After installing the camera, he said to Nurse Jean, There are definitely people on that mountain. It could be dangerous around here. Let's get back quickly. The next morning, Han Feng initially didn't pay any mind to the matter in the mountains. After all, right now he just wanted to grow vegetables as soon as possible. As soon as he woke up, he went down to the basement and transferred energy to the seedlings. While working, Han Feng muttered, Let's try using the energy rhythm to make these seeds sprout first. However, the result was not what he'd hoped for. As expected, it's not working. The rhythms I've discovered are almost all useless. He then decided, Looks like I'll just have to figure it out from scratch. 30 minutes later, Han Feng was still diligently trying to find a way to speed up the growth of the plants. He scratched his head in frustration and sighed. This can't be right. Why is this happening? Han Feng looked at the pile of soil in front of him and wondered, All the vegetables I wrapped in the green light in my hand have died. Then he rubbed his head and looked ahead. I haven't touched the vegetables over there at all, and they've grown a lot. He looked at his hand and wondered, could it be that only a very weak green light is needed to promote plant growth? Reality proved Han Feng's guess to be correct. As long as the green light was shown for more than 30 minutes, the vegetables would stop growing. It was impossible to make the vegetables mature in one go. He could only use the green light every day. Fortunately, Having the two girls come down to watch with him made it less boring. Just like that, 5 days passed. The first batch of vegetables was finally ready for harvest. Han Feng cheered with joy. My Chinese cabbage, it's finally grown. On the other side, Jian held up a foot-shaped radish and asked, the shape of this radish, is there really no problem with it? Qiao next to her said similarly, the shape of the tomato is also pretty awesome. Her eyes glanced to the side, her voice filled with awe and suspense. But the most awesome thing is still. In the corner of the basement, a giant cabbage was growing. Han Feng asked, are cabbages normally this big? Nurse Jean replied, maybe it's a new variety? He thought to himself, except for the Chinese cabbage, all the other vegetables are very strange. Could there be a problem with my green light? Han Feng looked happily at the Chinese cabbage in his hand and thought, who cares? At a time like this, having food is what matters. Jian suggested. Tonight, let's have radish and pork rib soup and stir-fried beef with tomatoes. At the dinner table, the plates were nearly empty. Everyone leaned back in their chairs, full and satisfied. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. Half a month of work, it was all worth it. Qiao spoke up. I want to eat strawberries and cantaloupe. Let's plant some fruit. He reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek. Qiao added, humans take vitamin pills, but evil gods need to eat strawberries and cantaloupe. Jian pointed to the large bowl of vegetables and asked, there's a lot of cabbage left. Isn't anyone going to eat it? Han Feng turned his face away and replied, I'm already sick of it. The little girl said the same. I don't like cabbage. He thought of his cousin, Brotherly, and said, it would be great if Brotherly were here. He could eat this entire batch by himself. Han Feng closed his eyes and asked, it's been over half a month since Brother Li's group went down the mountain. I wonder how they're doing. The compressed biscuits I gave them have probably been eaten long ago. Then he sighed and continued, I hope they're safe. From the hills, an explosion occurred. A mushroom cloud of smoke rose into the air. Qiao said, the Demon King's roar is back. Jian added, today is the 6th day we've heard this sound. What's happening over there? Han Feng said decisively, whatever is happening out there has nothing to do with us. He leaned back, chewing on a toothpick, and continued, besides, it only goes off once a day. It's not a big deal. 3 days later, continuous explosions occurred outside, causing the hills to tremble. Inside the villa, Han Feng couldn't take it anymore and held his head, cursing. The villa was shaking slightly. He covered his face, clenching his fists and groaning. It's gone off dozens of times today. It hasn't stopped. The scene then shifted outside. A ladder was set up. As Han Feng climbed, he muttered to himself, I really want to see what on earth is going on. He climbed onto the roof, then took out his binoculars to observe. Through the binoculars, Han Feng saw plumes of smoke rising from many places among the hills. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Under the approaching snowstorm, the tiny figure of Han Feng climbed onto the roof alone to get a better view of the explosions ahead. He raised his binoculars and wondered, who on earth is doing this? Han Feng kept his eyes glued to the chaotic scene. He thought anxiously, making such a huge commotion in the mountains. Isn't he afraid of revealing his position? After watching for a while, Han Feng sat down with a thud. He put down the binoculars and muttered, although the distance is quite far right now, if it starts exploding over here later, it'll be a huge problem. Han Feng stood up and slowly slid down. He said with some concern, I don't know if this reinforced house can withstand an explosion of that magnitude. Halfway down, Han Feng determined, but the wall seems too low and thin. It needs to be reinforced a bit more. Not long after, he held a shovel and pointed behind him, telling the two people in front of him, although I don't know what's happening outside, I've decided to build the wall higher and thicker to prevent us from getting blown up too. Hearing this, Qiao asked, what will you use to build the wall? I don't have any cement in my warehouse. Jian still stood there, confused. Han Feng smiled slyly and reassured them, don't worry. He immediately led them to the mountain of rocks piled up after digging the tunnel and pointed at it. Don't we have ready-made materials right here? Han Feng and Jian began to stack the rocks on top of each other. As he worked, he instructed, first, let's stack these rocks up. Han Feng took a bucket of water and poured it over the top surface. He explained, Then, we pour water on it. In just a moment, the water that had just been poured quickly froze, forming a white wall. Han Feng looked at the result with pride and said, "When the water freezes, won't it become a wall?" Suddenly, he took the shovel and hit it a few times, but the wall didn't crack at all. The other two watched Han Feng's actions as he continued to talk non-stop. "The temperature is very low right now, so a wall made of mixed stone can be even harder than a concrete wall." After that, the three of them began to use all their strength to raise and thicken the wall. When they ran out of materials, Han Feng even had to demolish the villa next door. After 3 days, a giant ice wall was finally completed. Han Feng looked at the magnificent result before him and couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction, "With an ice wall this thick, we can rest easy for now." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing Qiao to fall with a thud. Jian also staggered and cried out, "Could it be that the explosions have really reached our place?" Han Feng once again quietly climbed up the tall wall. As soon as he reached the top, Han Feng was startled and stammered out 2 words, "This is..." He stared in amazement at the terrifying explosion unfolding before his eyes. Black smoke billowed, enveloping the entire area, interspersed with a few flickering yellow lights in the chaos. Han Feng was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He let out a sharp breath and thought, "Damn it, it really did explode all the way here." Suddenly, a strange object whizzed past, startling Han Feng. He quickly lowered his binoculars. In a flash, a few miles from the snow wall, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. It didn't stop there. A series of previously quiet houses were also blown away one after another. Not long after, 2 shells came flying, aimed straight at Han Feng's structure. But they couldn't penetrate the sturdy construction. Unexpectedly, a shell streaked through the air, flying right past his back, while Han Feng was still focused on the front. A second later, his eyes widened as if he realized the approaching danger. Han Feng quickly climbed down the ladder. He let out a sigh of relief and thought, "Good thing the wall was finished. Otherwise, that would have been very dangerous." Han Feng ran for his life to the room and opened the door. He shouted a warning, "There's shelling. Everyone, get down to the basement now." Now, the 3 of them were in the basement, eating vegetables to pass the time. We hid underground for half a day before returning to the surface. The next night, while I was taking a shower, another round of shelling exploded nearby. He, naked with only a tiny towel covering what needed to be covered, ran to announce, "The shelling is here again. Quick, down to the basement." On the morning of the 3rd day, the villa next door was blown away, and a shell even hit the wall. On the afternoon of the 4th day, as I was about to go to the bathroom, the shelling started again. Qiao casually walked in, yawning, and urged, "Hurry up a bit. I want to use the bathroom." Han Feng, sitting on the toilet, covered his mouth and said awkwardly, "Could you knock first?" Time passed like this, with shells constantly attacking the area and the red alert sounding continuously. He hastily pulled on his pants, cursing, "Damn it, are these days ever going to end?" Han Feng quickly threw on a shirt, complaining nonstop, "Every day, we have to hide in the basement. Can't eat well, can't sleep well." This time, he even brought a long rifle with him. Han Feng touched the barrel of the gun, his eyes flashing with anger. He let out a cold smirk, muttering furiously, "Let's see just what kind of psycho keeps firing shells at this place every day." With that, Han Feng went outside and waved goodbye to the other 2. "You two be careful. I'll be back." He used 2 skis and a pair of poles in his hands, silently exploring the surrounding area. Wherever Han Feng skied, a long, deep track was left in the white snow. While on his way, he glanced at a deep crater right next to him. Han Feng reached out and picked up a dusty piece of cloth. He observed it carefully and judged, "This piece looks like a military uniform. Could the explosion from a few days ago be related to the army?" The images of the baby and the commander immediately appeared in Han Feng's mind. He suspected, it couldn't be that group of people, could it? Han Feng continued his journey. As he went, he analyzed the situation. There are so many dead bodies along the way. It shows that the previous battle was extremely fierce. Arriving at a desolate and remote place, Han Feng slowly climbed the mountain. An idea popped into his head. To be safe, I should get to the top of the mountain first and observe the situation ahead. In no time, Han Feng had reached the summit. His breathing became increasingly rapid from the exertion. Han Feng hid in a spot and raised his binoculars to observe. Through the binoculars, he saw a deep, dark cave hidden under the white snow. The cave entrance was heavily guarded on both sides. Han Feng guessed, this cave is really big. It looks like a military base. He scanned the area for a while and saw the long-barreled cannon. Han Feng cursed under his breath. Damn it. So these are the two cannons that have been firing at me every day. He suddenly noticed the soldiers huddled on both sides of the cave entrance in a ready-to-attack posture. Han Feng wondered, strange, why do those soldiers look so sneaky? Then they raised their guns and charged into the cave, firing wildly, which surprised him greatly. Isn't this their base? Why are they fighting like this? An internal conflict. It wasn't long before that group of soldiers was thrown out by some mysterious force. Their terrified screams echoed through the air. Han Feng stared wide-eyed as a soldier flew towards him with that same tragic cry. Unexpectedly, he landed with a thud right where he was standing, causing Han Feng to scramble back, yelping, "Shit!" After a moment, the area became strangely quiet again. He held his rifle, pointed it forward, and cautiously approached the deep crater where the other man's body lay. Han Feng checked. Looks like he's dead. His curiosity grew stronger. Han Feng continued to scout through his binoculars. He thought to himself, that group of soldiers, could they have been completely wiped out? Just then, 3 people slowly walked out of the cave entrance. Han Feng was surprised to see a beautiful woman with platinum blonde hair in the middle, flanked by a girl and a boy. He felt a bit confused. Why is a family of 3 walking out? The white-haired woman, with her sunglasses, looked incredibly cool, exuding the air of a powerful boss lady. Yiqing lightly pushed down her glasses and glanced towards where Han Feng was hiding. The corner of her mouth lifted as if she was smiling at him. Seeing this, Han Feng's expression changed instantly. Sweat poured down his face. He nervously tried to reassure himself. Could it be that I've been discovered? No way. I'm hundreds of meters away from her. It must be a coincidence. Han Feng lay down again and looked through the binoculars, thinking, that must have been a coincidence. There's no way she could have spotted me. He immediately saw the 3 of them facing his direction. Suddenly, Zishi shouldered a cannon, aimed it straight at the target ahead, and flashed a sinister, meaningful smile. In an instant, the cannon fired a shell. It flew straight towards Han Feng's position. The moment the shell landed, a terrifying explosion erupted. Fortunately, he had managed to slide down in time to dodge the fatal blow. Han Feng looked at the thick black smoke in front of him and exclaimed in shock. I can't believe she really spotted me. How did she do that? He quickly turned his body to regain his balance. Han Feng cursed and tried to think of another plan. These people are very strange. I should hide far away first, see how things play out, and then decide what to do. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from behind him, as if the other side was still launching attacks, making Han Feng feel uneasy. What's that sound? It turned out to be the soldiers, who were retreating while firing at the 3 of them. A blonde soldier, while firing, shouted in panic, "They're chasing us." His comrades also fired relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Yiqing's group had caught up to them. The 3 of them remained perfectly calm, their faces showing absolute confidence, as if they could wipe out the entire squad in an instant. Yuan Yi slammed his hands on the ground, creating a snowslide that caught the soldiers off guard, throwing them into complete chaos. In the thick, swirling dust, only a few tragic screams could be heard. This scene made him even more terrified. Han Feng shook his head and shouted, "I've seen a ghost. How is this possible?" His face turned pale. He lay sprawled on the snow, thinking this was the end. This is bad. And so, one area after another was shaken by earth-shattering avalanches. Each place it occurred was swept up in a dark, white cloud of smoke, stretching out in a zigzag chain, then suddenly stopping right before a dam. Before long, strong winds had blown away all remaining traces of dust. Just a second later, the place fell silent, with only the sound of the wind whistling past. A beam of crimson energy shot down to the ground. Then there was a struggle between that spiritual energy and the white snow that was accumulating into a patch. Han Feng, holding a soldier by the leg, walked out, coughing a few times. He gasped for oxygen and lamented, "I almost suffocated." Han Feng stared at the dam ahead and said to himself, "Good thing this dam blocked it. Otherwise, who knows how far I would have been swept away." He sobered up and assessed. The moment we were buried by the snow, those three seemed to be standing on top of it. Could it be that they can control ice and snow? Han Feng turned to look at the unconscious blonde soldier, and a thought arose in his mind. I hope this guy can provide some useful information. And so, he single-handedly dragged him into a nearby empty house. Han Feng cleverly used a rope to tie him up. Once done, he squatted down and pointed the barrel of his gun at the man, calling out, "Wake up." Hearing the voice by his ear, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of a black rifle. The man trembled uncontrollably. He confessed before he was even interrogated. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Han Feng made a face. He was a little disappointed. "I've thought of so many interrogation techniques, and I haven't even used them yet, and he's already confessed?" With that thought, Han Feng sat down on a chair and said, "Don't worry. As long as you tell me everything about that girl and the kid, I'll let you go." The man, lying on the ground, frantically recounted. "They're clearly not human. They know ice magic, can shoot out energy waves, and they even know how to make things explode." The information came out in a jumble, but it was unclear, which annoyed him. He stomped on the man's face and yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting? Start with the girl. Tell me about them one by one." The soldier, one cheek pressed to the ground, immediately thought of Yiqing. That girl knows energy waves. She can send us flying with one move. He recalled with horror the explosions that had happened right before his eyes. And that kid knows explosion magic. She can turn anything into a bomb. The next person was Yuani. There's also another kid. He can control ice and snow, creating avalanches. He struggled to sit up and said loudly, "They're not human. They're superpowered people. They're mages. They're monsters." Han Feng stroked his chin, looking unconvinced. "That's absurd." He looked down at the palm of his hand, and his face went blank. "I guess I'm not really in a position to call other people absurd." Han Feng compared the people he had met with those three and realized, it seems there are quite a few people like me. The middle school girl, and that bald guy too. He pointed the gun straight at the soldier's face and questioned, "Last question. The people who have been shelling the villas on the southern hill for the past few days, was that you guys?" He shook his head and retorted, "It wasn't us. Our camp was taken over by them long ago." The soldier's eyes widened, his voice filled with rage. "This time, we had reinforcements from headquarters to prepare to take back the camp." Han Feng couldn't help but think, so that means the explosions in the mountains at the beginning were these guys fighting? He muttered with certainty. Many soldiers in the mountains were blown to bits. It must have been the work of that woman and the kid. Han Feng connected the dots, posing a question to himself. And the ones who just shelled our villa complex, was it also these three? But he quickly dismissed the thought. He pressed the gun to the man's head and questioned, "That's not right. I don't know them. So why would they shell me every day?" The soldier trembled and cried, "Big brother, how would I know?" Han Feng was also at a loss. He could only close his eyes and let out a sigh. Han Feng turned and walked away, not forgetting to call back, "Forget it. You can go now." The man immediately stood up, grateful. "Thank you for sparing my life, big brother. Thank you, big brother." He turned back to watch him leave, his mouth still repeating, "Thank you." Before he could get far, a violent explosion suddenly roared from outside the door. A continuous rumbling sound echoed as a barrage of bombs rained down on the area. One of them hit the front of the house, creating a deafening boom. Fortunately, the wall was sturdily built and wasn't destroyed, only showing a few long, winding cracks. It turned out that Han Feng, inside, had immediately placed his hands on the wall, creating two sources of purple and green spiritual energy, trying to hold it up. His whole body trembled as he assessed. These cannonballs, they're clearly not being fired randomly, but are aimed precisely at this spot. Han Feng couldn't help but wonder. This is the middle of the mountains. How did they find my position? Over at the cave where Yiqing's group was, they were still laughing triumphantly after their recent victory. Yuani hugged his arms and said admiringly, "You're so skilled, big sis." Zishi laughed smugly. "Of course. I use these things every day. How could I not be used to them?" Yiqing lightly touched her forehead and thought. After the shelling, His ability fluctuation not only didn't disappear, but it even became more intense. The little boy sat on the ground and exclaimed, "The avalanche and the cannonballs couldn't kill him. He must be too strong." The little girl held a cannonball in her hand and looked on with disdain. "With this many cannonballs, what's to fear? We'll definitely blow him to bits." She pointed forward, turned her head, and ordered, "Fire a few more rounds. If he's not dead, we'll go over and finish him off. If we let him escape, he'll only bring more enemies." Yuan Yi asked worriedly, "That guy isn't even afraid of cannonballs. Can we really defeat him?" Zishi ruffled the little boy's hair and scoffed, "What are you afraid of? Your ability is invincible in this snowy region." The house where Han Feng was hiding didn't look too good. Black smoke was billowing from all around. He sat tiredly on the chair and lamented, "The shelling has finally stopped. If I hadn't reinforced this room in time, I would have been a goner for sure." Han Feng stood up and looked through the glass, assessing, "What's next? Go over there and face those three with abilities? If I run back home, I'll probably get shelled every day." Suddenly, a crimson spiritual energy ignited in his hand, his voice filled with killing intent. "In order to live a peaceful life from now on, I can only think of a way to eliminate them." Han Feng picked up a stone and drew on the wall. He stared intently at what he had just drawn and said, "In front of the dam, there's a snowfield with mountains on both sides." Han Feng imagined what he was about to face and continued, "And there are three enemies, each with special powers. Energy waves, explosive projectiles, and ice and snow." He thought of Shi and pondered, "A girl who can turn anything she touches into a bomb. But my reinforced buildings can defend against that." At the same time, Han Feng recalled the scene of everyone being blown away. A woman with a very strong energy wave. Moreover, she can attack from a distance. This is very dangerous. He worriedly recalled Yuan Yi's nimble face. And the most dangerous one is still the kid. The one who can create snow waves and avalanches. Speaking of the kid, Han Feng began to map out the potential risks. If he can control ice and snow from a distance, he could bury me and the dam at the same time. He said to himself with regret, "If only I could use this rifle to hit a target from a long distance, that would be great." He carefully handled the rifle and said, "But I'm not a professional sniper, so if the distance is a bit far, there's a high chance I'll miss." Han Feng brought the rifle scope to his eye and said thoughtfully, "Even if they hide in the mountains on either side of the dam, I won't be able to spot them in time." He leaned back in his chair, helpless, and sighed wearily. "Is there any other way to deal with those three?" Han Feng thought with helpless eyes. "Maybe I could set a trap on the path they have to take. But which path do they have to take? Besides, one of them can control ice and snow, so setting a trap would be useless." Just when he thought there was no way, an idea suddenly struck him. "Or I could lead them to the downstream of the dam, and then open the floodgates. That way, they won't be able to escape." Outside, the snow was falling thicker and thicker. Han Feng walked to the water discharge area to check the situation and said with a weary tone, "But how can I get them to the downstream of the dam? If I go and lure them, who will open the valve?" He stood there, looking around for a moment, then thought, "This floodgate valve is too big. It's at least 7 meters. Han Feng raised one hand to his chin, thinking intently. "I've heard that when fishing in the Arctic, the ice has to be at least 2 meters thick, and the water level below the ice has to be higher than the valve opening." As soon as the thought finished, he quickly punched down into the ice and snow, creating a red mark, and thought to himself, "Just in case, I should go down and check." A pink light appeared from his hand. He thought, "If the valve is fake, and I can't release the water at the critical moment, I'm definitely screwed." The pink light gradually flowed from his hand down the cliff face. The light gradually reached the foot of the cliff. From within the cliff face, streams of water gushed out. The pink light also flared up as if to make way for them. Seeing that the water was flowing, he immediately used his ability to block it. Han Feng wiped his chin and said firmly, "Excellent. There's still water. As long as I can lure them down here, I'm sure to win." On the vast land, the snow was still falling, blanketing everything in white. Yaqing's group of 3 was speeding through the forest. Suddenly, she pulled the 2 kids to a stop. She assessed the situation and said, "He's in the second house on top of the dam." She shouted excitedly. Then I'll fire a shell at him right now. Yiqing didn't answer the little girl, but just gave an order. Yuan, you attack first. When he runs out, you'll open fire. The little girl said disappointedly. Fine. Yuan obediently knelt down and touched the snow. Immediately, the snow began to gather, forming a wave. The snow wave advanced, finally reaching the place where Han Feng was hiding. He was using all his strength to prevent it from breaking his shelter. In the freezing cold, facing this power, he was sweating bullets and said, "Here it comes." Amidst the chaotic snow, Han Feng's shelter was almost buried. A cylindrical shelter had its entrance blocked by snow. He held his gun and looked through the unbarred window. Han Feng held his gun, brought the scope to his eye, and said, "Let's see where I can find you guys." He scanned the white snow of the vast forest with his scope. Despite that, Han Feng quickly aimed at Yiqing's head. "Found you." He didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet, accompanied by a yellow light, quickly flew out of the muzzle. The long, sharp bullet was rapidly flying forward. It gradually approached the group of three. They quickly noticed it flying towards them, but remained as calm as if nothing was happening. Just as the bullet was about to hit its target, a shield appeared. A barrage of pale yellow bullets flew towards them, but the three of them remained completely unharmed. Yiqing, while advancing, said, "It seems the avalanche couldn't destroy the house he's in. From now on, everything depends on you, Zishi." The little girl replied confidently, "No problem." Through his scope, Han Feng saw them quickly running towards his shelter. He smiled smugly and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." With that, Han Feng went back inside the room to prepare his things. He placed a table in front of him, then jumped onto a chair and then onto the table. Standing on the table, Han Feng used the energy from his hand to break through the ceiling. He climbed out from the large hole in the ceiling. He stretched his whole body, at the same time thinking excitedly, "The curses I racked my brain for will definitely make them angry." As soon as the thought finished, Han Feng let out a stream of thousands of curses. The curses were so loud that even Yiqing, Zishi, and Yuan, who were far away, were stunned when they heard them. After hearing them, the little girl flew into a rage and said, "That bastard actually dares to curse us. I have to blow him to bits." The little girl looked down at her hands and was surprised to see that her gun was gone. Yuan and Zishi stared blankly at Yiqing, who was holding the gun. "Do you two know what I hate the most?" She fired the gun wildly and cursed, "You're the slut. Your whole family are sluts." The shot flew straight towards where Han Feng was standing. However, he quickly escaped and continued to curse, "You ugly hag. Go wash your ass first. Wait for me to come back." Zishi pointed to the sky and shouted, "Sis, he's trying to run away." Yiqing quickly ran towards Han Feng's location. "I have to kill him." Yuan chimed in, "Kill him." Only the little girl remained calm and advised, "Sis, calm down." Han Feng used a dummy and had it land in the trap he had prepared beforehand. Han Feng stood on the cliff and began to start the water flow. He slowly enunciated, "See you later, you bitches." Water gushed out from within the cliff face. A large wave gradually poured out from where Han Feng's pink light was. As he ran to another spot, he said, "One isn't enough, so let's add a few more." With that, waves of water gushed out one after another. The second one, the third one, the fourth one. Snow poured into the flowing water from somewhere. From a distance, the figures of the three of them were gradually approaching. While Zishi and Yuan were looking around, Yiqing was focused on moving forward. The little girl pointed in one direction and shouted, "Found that bastard." She lightly touched her forehead and said in confusion, "That's not right. There's no ability fluctuation here at all." The little boy quickly turned around and asked, "What's that sound?" The water followed the grooves in the snow and flowed towards them. Zishi looked at it and screamed, "That flood water." Yiqing spoke up, "We've fallen into a trap." Yuan, run. The little girl next to her also urged, "Hurry up." The little boy quickly knelt down and touched the snow. The snow under their feet rose up into a platform, lifting them high. The rushing water surged towards them as if to devour them whole. Yiqing raised her hand to create a shield and said, "Let's go." Zishi encouraged, "Come on." Yuan lamented, "I'm out of strength." Yuan said helplessly, "All the snow around here has melted, so there's not enough to use anymore. Because the water had mixed with the snow, the support was not stable, and they quickly fell forward. She quickly grabbed the two kids' clothes. Yiqing still held the orb as a shield to protect all three of them. The water gradually enveloped their entire orb. The three of them sank into the water that he had released. In the quiet space of the mountains and forests, the sound of water continued to gush out. Han Feng stood on the cliff, using binoculars to check the situation, and said, "Although my view is blocked by the mountain and I can't observe the situation downstream, even if they don't drown, they'll definitely freeze to death." After thinking it over, he leisurely returned. "Now I can go back to the cave and destroy all the cannons without any worries." He happily thought about the scene of eating watermelon and enjoying the fresh air, thinking, the beautiful and leisurely days are about to return. Han Feng's snowshoes were made from dry branches woven together to form a pad for walking on snow. He lifted each foot with great difficulty. As he walked, he said, "It would be great if I could also walk on snow as if it were flat ground." He walked, leaving a long trail in the snow. Han Feng took his gun and sat on top of a hole. He let out a cold breath and at the same time, picked up his gun to examine it. Han Feng walked towards a tunnel. He slung his gun over his shoulder and thought, "There's probably no one inside." Han Feng began to let his imagination run wild. "I hope a group of people don't suddenly rush out and shoot me dead." He pressed his hand to the ground, creating a pink light. The light gradually moved towards the two cannons. "First, I have to deal with these two cannons." Han Feng used his energy to move each object on the ground. As soon as he touched a shell casing, he hesitated and thought, "Wait, will the shell casing explode after it softens? If there's an explosion and it attracts other people, it will be a lot of trouble." As he worked intently, he thought non-stop, "Forget the cannonballs. Without a cannon, the shells are useless." Han Feng peeked out from the cave entrance as if to scout the situation inside. He slowly advanced, at the same time wondering to himself, "Such a large military facility. I wonder what else is inside." After walking for a while, Han Feng's eyes widened. He looked at the pile of guns and cannons before him and exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit! Why are there so many different kinds?" Han Feng thought with fear. "Luckily, they only used mortars to bombard me before. If they had used these big guys..." He looked at the pile of shells on the ground and thought, "If I get hit by another big shell like that..." The image of his house being blown up flashed in his mind. "Then no matter how many times I reinforce the house, I'm afraid it will be blown to bits in an instant." Han Feng touched a large gun. "Melted." And so he touched each gun one by one. "Melted all for me." After melting a series of gun barrels, he said with satisfaction, "Done." Han Feng continued deeper into the tunnel. Deep inside, there are so many supplies. This amount is enough to equip an entire army. He looked up at the crates and said, "No wonder those soldiers wanted to take it back." Han Feng continued, "I can't carry this much stuff. It would be a waste to leave it here. But if these weapons fall into the wrong hands, it would also be very dangerous." He touched the crates and started to wish. If that middle school girl were here, she could pack all of this up and take it away. Han Feng imagined it with delight and said, "The picture is too beautiful. Just thinking about it is exciting." He then put on a thoughtful expression and said, "Maybe I should go back and bring her here? These things are safer in my hands." After scouting, Han Feng left the tunnel. Suddenly, a rock fell from the sky. On those rocks, a handprint with a red light appeared. He was stunned and shouted, "This is bad." Suddenly, the place where Han Feng was standing exploded. On the roof of the tunnel, the figures of the three masterminds gradually appeared. She laughed triumphantly and said, "Still want to kill us? Let's see if I don't blow you to bits." The little girl turned to ask Yiqing, "See if he's dead yet." She checked for a moment and then was suddenly surprised. The rocks from the explosion flew wildly through the air and hit the wall, making a deafening noise. From within the thick smoke of the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared, reaching out a hand to slowly part the smoke and step out. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing a person in the middle of it, surrounded by two streams of blue and purple light. At that moment, Han Feng stood in the midst of the smoke, his entire body covered by two streams of blue and purple energy. Suddenly, Han Feng spoke, "Reinforce." Then, A look of confusion appeared on his face. While his body was still reinforcing, Han Feng thought to himself, the rock actually exploded. I was scared to death. Then Han Feng looked down at his hands and the clothes on his body with satisfaction. He said happily, luckily, I reinforced my clothes all over my body. Otherwise, I would have been a goner. Then Han Feng clenched his fists and looked towards the cave entrance. He thought grimly, the rock just fell from above. It seems they are right above the cave. Han Feng looked at the wall in front of him. He began to concentrate energy in his hands, causing them to be gradually enveloped in a blazing red flame. Then Han Feng cursed under his breath. Damn it! At the same time, he pressed his flame-covered hands against the wall in front of him, thinking non-stop, don't think that just because you're hiding outside to ambush me, I have no way to get you. The red flame now swirled violently inside the cave, creating loud booms that demonstrated its power. The cave began to shake, and dust and rock gradually fell from the places the red flame passed. At this time, above the cave, the flame seeped through every crack in the rock, surrounding Yuan Yi, Zishi, and Yiqing. Seeing this, Yiqing immediately became vigilant. She exclaimed, this is not good. Instantly, the ground and rocks around where the three of them were standing suddenly cracked, causing all three to fall down below in shock and terror. Large chunks of rock and earth continuously fell from above onto the ground, creating resounding booms. At the same time, all three of them, Yuan Yi, Zishi, and Yiqing, screamed as they fell along with the large boulders. All three of them landed at the same time in different ways. After landing, Zishi cried out in pain, my butt. Following that, Yuan Yi also screamed in pain, my head. Now, Yiqing struggled to get up. She said sternly, get up. The enemy is still here. With that, Yiqing wanted to take Zishi's and Yuan Yi's hands and immediately leave the spot. At the same time, in the distance, Han Feng had already raised his gun and aimed it straight at the three of them. Then Han Feng, with a tense expression, continuously fired his gun in the direction of Yiqing's group. The three of them were struggling to climb up the boulders. Behind them, a continuous barrage of bullets was fired, hitting the surrounding boulders and creating ear-piercing sounds. Suddenly, a bullet flew and lodged straight into Yiqing's leg, causing her to cry out in pain. The barrage of bullets continued, forcing Yuan Yi, Zishi, and Yiqing to struggle to dodge them. At that moment, Yuan Yi and Zishi both slipped and fell to the ground. Zishi, in pain, let out a cry of surprise. At the same time, Yiqing seriously turned her head back. She said, wait. At this moment, Han Feng was still aiming his gun at her, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing this, Yiqing continued, we surrender. Hearing her words, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. At the same time, Zishi, holding a rock covered in red flames, angrily shouted at Han Feng, who was still holding Yiqing at bay, bastard. Let my sister go. Seeing the situation, Han Feng immediately thought of the image of his reinforced clothes from earlier. A look of hesitation appeared on his face as he calculated. The power of these explosive rocks is not bad, but after reinforcement, my coat can defend against it. In Han Feng's mind, the image of him attacking Yiqing gradually appeared. At the same time, Zishi also threw an explosive rock at him. The train of thought echoed again. It's just that, if I attack this woman first, I'm afraid I won't have time to defend against the explosion. Then the image changed to Han Feng attacking Zishi while also being attacked by Yiqing at the same time. Han Feng's train of thought was still continuing. He judged, if I take down that girl first, I'll be attacked by this girl. Then Han Feng thought of Yuan Yi's image. His face became grim and hesitant as he thought. Moreover, during this time, I still have to be on guard against that kid's sneak attack. After thinking it over, Han Feng didn't let his guard down yet. He aimed his gun at Yiqing and Zishi, to the surprise of both. Han Feng spoke up to negotiate. To be honest, there's no deep-seated hatred between us. As long as you stop throwing bombs at my house, we can absolutely live in peace. After Han Feng finished speaking, Yiqing's face was filled with confusion. She asked blankly, bombing your house? At the same time, Zishi also spoke up in confusion. It wasn't that, was it? Zishi suddenly remembered the images from before. She became even more flustered and asked, Could it be that you're the person living in the villa complex on the other side of the mountain? Hearing this, Hanfeng immediately became angry. He aimed his gun forward and shouted, "Keep talking. If it wasn't for you guys bombing me every day, why would I have to go check the situation? Was it because the weather was too nice and I wanted to go play in the mountains?" At that moment, Yiqing also became curious. She looked at Zixi and asked, "Zixi, why did you bomb his house every day?" Hearing the question, the little girl replied decisively, "Because the feeling of firing a cannon is just too awesome. If I don't fire one every day, my whole body feels uncomfortable." Then Zixi glanced away. The little girl, feeling guilty, continued, "Besides, I thought the person in the villa over there was rich, so I couldn't resist the urge to blow them to bits." Hearing this, Hanfeng immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" Then Yiqing turned to look at Hanfeng. She asked, "So, you and the soldiers who attacked us today are not on the same side?" Hearing this, Hanfeng immediately corrected her with an annoyed tone. "Look at how I'm dressed. Do I look like a soldier?" It seemed Yiqing still didn't believe him. She asked again, "Then why did you appear at the same time as the soldiers?" Hearing Yiqing's question, Hanfeng showed a speechless expression and replied, "I told you I was just passing by, and it was a coincidence. Do you believe me or not?" After he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. All three of them remained in their positions, no one saying anything more. Then, Yiqing suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Handsome, I'm sorry. It was all a misunderstanding." Hanfeng remained vigilant, pointing his gun at her and replying, "Don't think that just because you're crying, I'll forgive you." Hearing this, Yiqing continued to cry, exclaiming. At this moment, the wound on Yiqing's leg had begun to bleed, long streaks of blood dripping down to the ground, looking extremely painful. She continued, "My leg hurts." In another part of the cave, there was a brightly lit room. In that room, recently used medical instruments were scattered on the table. At that moment, Zixi was helping Yiqing treat the wound on her leg. On the other side, Yuan Yi was still asleep. Hanfeng sat on a chair, watching over the two of them. At the same time, he thought, when the bullet was being removed, this woman was too calm. If it were me, I would have been screaming in pain long ago. Hanfeng carefully watched how Zixi handled the wound and silently assessed. This girl's technique for treating a gunshot wound is also very skilled. Their background is probably not simple. After receiving first aid, Yiqing gently placed her feet on the ground. Seeing that the two of them had finished treating the wound, Hanfeng spoke up to negotiate. "From now on, you are not to fire cannons at my house, and I will not bother you. How about it?" Yiqing, after being treated by Zixi, who was kneeling beside her, was clean and tidy. She replied politely, "Thank you for forgiving our rudeness. We completely agree with your proposal." Then Yiqing continued, "To show our remorse, as long as you need it, you can take any supplies from this place." Hearing her say that, Zixi immediately objected unhappily. "We earned all of that. Why should we give it to him?" At that moment, Yiqing looked at Zixi with a grim expression. She warned, "Kneel properly. If it wasn't for you having nothing better to do than to go and bomb this gentleman's house, how could we have had this misunderstanding? Your sister wouldn't have been injured either." Seeing this, the little girl became frightened and replied, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Then, Yiqing immediately smiled cheerfully and said to Hanfeng, "My little sister is stubborn and doesn't understand things. I hope you can forgive her, sir." Seeing this, he showed a speechless expression and thought to himself, "She changes her tune so quickly." Thinking, as if remembering something, Hanfeng cautiously asked, "Right? It seems like you guys were always able to find my position before. How did you do that?" Hearing him ask, Yiqing still smiled gently. She looked at Hanfeng, who was still pointing his gun at her, and said, "If we explain, can you put the gun down, sir?" Zixi, who was being punished by kneeling, also chimed in, "That's right." Hanfeng waved the gun in his hand, to the confusion and annoyance of Yiqing and Zixi, and replied, "I still can't trust you." Seeing this, Yiqing wasn't angry but still politely explained, "Actually, this is a kind of skill using special abilities. If you want to learn, sir, I can teach you." Hanfeng heard this and wondered, "Special abilities?" At this moment, Yiqing controlled the wind energy in her palm, forming a tornado, and then she said, before the climate became abnormal, there were people who possessed some special abilities. We call them special abilities. The image of the energy fluctuation in the body gradually appeared along with Yiqing's explanation. She continued, an ability user emits a fluctuating special ability field. As long as one can sense this fluctuation, one can determine the position of the ability user. The three of them, Han Feng, Yiqing, and Zishi, chatted together. Each had different expressions on their faces while Yuan Yi was still fast asleep. After that, they chatted for a long time, telling him how to sense the special ability fluctuation of the opponent. Han Feng looked at Yiqing with a calm expression. He asked, if special abilities can become stronger with proficiency, is it possible to awaken new ones? After hearing Han Feng's question, Yiqing seemed to think for a moment, then replied, as far as I know, different types of special abilities are not compatible with each other. A person can only possess one type of special ability. Hearing this, Han Feng thought of his 3 types of abilities and pondered. In other words, my special abilities are the red, blue, and purple lights. According to her, I have 3 types of abilities. What's going on? It seems I need to find some time to study this carefully. With that thought, Han Feng immediately stood up, wanting to move forward. Then, Han Feng walked up to Yiqing. He extended his hand and politely said, let me introduce myself. I'm Han Feng. I used to be just an ordinary office worker. It's a pleasure to work with you. Seeing this, Yiqing also happily extended her hand to shake his. She replied, Jiang Yiqing, I used to be a professor. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Then Yiqing smiled and continued, you can finally put the gun down now, right? Then Yiqing's expression became grim. To Han Feng's confusion and fear, she continued, about what you said before, calling me a promiscuous woman, ugly as a rag. Do you have any explanation? At that moment, Zishi, who had been silent, suddenly burst into a cheerful laugh. The little girl said, I knew you wouldn't let him off so easily. Zishi immediately concentrated energy in her 2 hands while Yiqing was still calmly holding Han Feng's hand tightly. Then the little girl said excitedly, Sis, should I blow him up or not? Seeing this, his face gradually showed a bit of awkwardness as he said, do you guys want to perish together with me? Han Feng, with an embarrassed expression, continued, those explosions before didn't do anything to me. Do you think I'd be scared? Although he said that, in his heart, Han Feng thought, if all 4 sides explode at once, I'm afraid, even if I don't die, I'll be seriously injured. At that moment, Yiqing still calmly held his hand tightly. Her face was grim as she said, Mr. Han, don't misunderstand. We've already reached a cooperation agreement. I just want Mr. Han to explain a little about the malicious curses he directed at me before. To Zishi's excitement, Han Feng and Yiqing gradually tensed up. One wanted to pull his hand back, while the other held on tightly. Seeing this, he tried to change the subject. What malicious curse? I don't remember at all. Then Han Feng continued to flatter Yiqing while she maintained her position and her grim smile from the beginning. He praised her, an elegant, intelligent, gentle, beautiful, and radiant woman like Miss Jiang is the dream of all men. It must have been a misunderstanding before. After Han Feng finished speaking, Yiqing immediately looked shy. Then she looked at Zishi and reminded her, who told you to activate your special ability? Don't hurt our ally, this gentleman. Hearing this, the little girl let out a cry of surprise, then looked unhappy and asked back, I'm not allowed to blow him to bits. Then Zishi immediately glared and stood opposite Han Feng. The little girl said grumpily, you stinking man. Don't think that just because you complimented my sister a few times, I'll let you go. After hearing what Zishi said, Han Feng smiled, and then continued to coax the little girl with sweet words. Han Feng said, this young lady is so lively and cute, so innocent and romantic. It makes people love her. As soon as she was praised, Zishi immediately looked happy and a little shy, her face blushing as she replied, really? You have good taste. Then Zishi shyly continued, let me tell you, I'm not easily swayed by your sweet words. But you do look like a good person, so I won't hold your previous unreasonable behavior against you. After hearing the little girl's words, both Han Feng and Yiqing showed speechless expressions. They both thought to themselves, This little girl is too easy to fool. At that moment, Yuan Yi was still sound asleep in his little bed. Han Feng was now preparing to go home. He said to Yiqing, who was still sitting beside him, "Then I'll be going. In a few days, I'll bring people to get some supplies. I wonder, what does Miss Jiang think?" At the same time, Han Feng also thought to himself, "The fuel for the generator at home is almost out. I can take this opportunity to replenish it." Hearing that he wanted to leave, Yiqing immediately struck a seductive pose. She made a request in a tempting voice. "You can take as much as you want from here. But it's late at night now. Why don't you stay for one night and leave tomorrow?" Seeing this, Han Feng immediately blushed. He rubbed his head and replied shyly, "Miss Jiang is still more thoughtful." Suddenly, Zishi appeared, standing in front of the still shy Han Feng. A powerful flame emanated from the little girl. Zishi glanced at him and warned, "You want to stay?" In response, Han Feng ran off, leaving only a trail of white smoke. He shouted back from a distance, "I have something to do at home. Goodbye." At this moment, Zishi looked at Yiqing with a confused expression and asked, "That thing about the special ability, don't we need to tell him?" Hearing the little girl's question, Yiqing calmly replied, "If we tell him now, how will we get him to come and beg me for help later?" Then she looked towards Yuan Yi's bed, not paying attention to Zishi, who was still thinking. Yiqing called out, "Yuan Yi, he's gone. Stop pretending to be asleep." Yuan Yi immediately sat up straight. The little boy said calmly, "I hate talking to strangers." Seeing Yuan Yi sit up, Yiqing calmly asked, "You used your special ability so many times today. Has your body changed in any way?" At that moment, Zishi immediately went over to Yuan Yi, reached out her hand, and checked his body with the little boy. The little girl quickly said, "Let me see." Suddenly, a plump, white peach was revealed before their eyes. Yiqing, still sitting calmly opposite, watched as Zishi's quick hands revealed the peach. The little girl burst out laughing and teased, "It grew on your butt." Yuan Yi, now restrained and unable to move, shouted in embarrassment, "Let me go." At the same time, Yiqing calmly instructed, "Luckily, it grew on your butt. But to be safe, we should try to use our special abilities less in the future." Elsewhere, in the thick blizzard, gusts of snowy wind blew, creating whistling sounds that echoed in the air. A figure was slowly climbing up to the mountain peak. Han Feng's clothes were now covered in patches of white snow. He struggled to sit down on the snow and sighed, so tired. Suddenly, the heart in Han Feng's chest began to beat rapidly and abnormally. He dropped to his knees in the white snow, clutching his chest. His face was contorted in pain. Han Feng's mind raced. This is awful. I feel like I can't breathe. What's happening? At that moment, Han Feng tried to endure the pain. He forced himself to take a step forward, but his mind kept thinking, it's no use. I can't walk at all. I remember there's a hidden surveillance camera up ahead. Han Feng approached the camera. He waved his hand in front of the lens and shouted, "Help! Is anyone there?" The camera turned towards Han Feng and began to record him. Elsewhere, the image of Han Feng waving for help was transmitted from the camera to a computer screen. At that moment, the lights in the room were all off, with no one in sight, only the faint glow from the computer screen. In a room filled with the warm glow of a night light, a blonde-haired young man was sound asleep. At the same time, in another room, there was also the peaceful image of someone sound asleep in the night. Only this time, the person in bed was a black-haired girl. Meanwhile, on Han Feng's side, he stood trembling in front of the camera with a look of helplessness. Han Feng muttered, "It's so late. Are they all asleep? I'm done for. It's over." The heart in his chest continued to seize up. Han Feng immediately collapsed onto the snow, his face twisted in pain. He thought in panic, "It hurts so much." Then, Han Feng fainted. His body immediately fell onto the white snow and lay motionless. A moment later, his eyes slowly fluttered open. In his line of sight was a pale yellow lamp hanging from the ceiling. At that moment, the figure of a girl with pink hair holding a towel appeared in his vision. Han Feng immediately shot up in alarm while the girl stood by the bed. Just then, Han Feng fell off the bed, sprawling on the floor. He asked helplessly, "What's going on? Why am I back here?" Jian stood by the cabinet, wringing water from a towel. At the same time, Chiu Chiu sat on the bed, staring at Han Feng, who was now shyly wrapped in a blanket, covering his body. He asked, "Why am I not wearing any clothes?" Jian recalled the image from the previous night when she was half asleep in front of the computer and replied, "Last night, I suddenly got very hungry and went out to find food. I happened to see the image on the surveillance camera." Then Jian remembered the image of her struggling to carry Han Feng and continued her story. "After that, I went down the mountain and carried you back." Jian's voice continued as the image of him being thrown onto the bed by her, clothes flying everywhere, flashed through her mind. Jian continued, "To help you regain your body heat quickly, I took off your clothes." Qiu sat on the bed, constantly snacking. Jian stood beside her, worriedly asking Han Feng, "Your body doesn't seem to be injured. Why did you collapse at the foot of the mountain?" Hearing this, he replied, "I remember my chest suddenly hurt a lot." The three of them, Han Feng, Jian, and Qiu, now sat down to recount the previous events. After that, he briefly told them what had happened yesterday. After listening, Jian said, "It was probably due to the cold weather combined with your extreme exhaustion, which led to angina." Qiu gave Han Feng a thumbs up in admiration, as expected of the one chosen by the true eye. "Taking on 3 by yourself? Truly impressive." Hearing this, he immediately retorted angrily, "Could you show a little concern for my body?" Then Han Feng excitedly said to Qiu, "That's right. Come with me, quickly. Those 3 are still waiting for me to come back and move the supplies." Qiu focused her power, her body enveloped in a green energy. The little girl declared, "The great evil king is about to set out again." Immediately, Jian stood in front of the two of them. Facing their resigned expressions, her face was extremely grim as she forbade them. "Absolutely not. Mr. Han must rest in bed right now. Charlie Arlos, check, daily until the medical assessment is stable. Qiu, you are not to disturb Mr. Han for the next few days. Play Switch at night." Jian then cheerfully took care of Han Feng, much to his helplessness. For the next 5 days, under Nurse Jin's care, Han Feng basically recovered. Qiu and Han Feng were sitting inside the sauna. Qiu, while eating, asked him, "You've been trying for days. Maybe the evil king has long since abandoned you." Han Feng frowned and immediately replied, "Don't bother me. I need to concentrate. Just a little more." At that moment, Han Feng focused the energy in his body, and a blurry image of a girl gradually appeared in his mind. He said, "I can sense Nurse Jean. What is she doing? Her posture is so strange." At the same time, in the bathroom, Jian looked around in surprise and said, "Huh? That's strange. Why do I feel like someone is staring at me?" At that moment, Han Feng's expression became peculiar. He said, "So that's what it is. Truly amazing." Elsewhere, on a road flanked by large boulders, 3 figures were moving slowly. Yiqing was in a wheelchair, being pushed by Yuani. Zishi walked beside them. Suddenly, she spoke up, "I thought he would be back soon. I didn't expect to wait for 8 days." Then Yiqing added in surprise, "And he brought 2 more ability users with him." Hearing this, Zishi exclaimed in alarm, "What? 3 more ability users? Impossible." Yuan Yi replied calmly, "We're not going to fight them. What's there to be afraid of?" At that moment, in the snowy wind, Yiqing's group of 3 stopped to wait as Han Feng's group gradually approached. Jian was walking beside him. Qiu sat on a snow sled, moving slowly behind. Han Feng immediately raised his hand in greeting. "Long time no see, Miss Jiang. We've come to get the supplies." Then Han Feng turned to look at Qiu and Jian. He gestured towards Yiqing's group and introduced them. "They are the 3 ability users I told you about. We are allies now." Jian immediately bowed politely and said, "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." Qiu at the same time raised her hand in a greeting gesture. "Hello." Qiu and Yiqing saw each other at the same time. Immediately, Qiu's greeting gesture froze. Then, to everyone's surprise, Qiu immediately turned her sled around, preparing to leave. The little girl said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have come." Seeing Qiu about to leave, Yiqing hurriedly stood up and said anxiously, "Big sis, why are you here?" After she finished speaking, all 4 of them, Han Feng, Jian, Zishi, and Yuan Yi, exclaimed in unison. Qiu put on an innocent face and denied it. "Auntie, You've got the wrong person. I'm only 12 years old this year. Yiqing paid no mind to those words. She rushed forward and exclaimed, Do you think I'm blind? Yiqing continued to question her. You suddenly disappeared from the research institute like that. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? You wanted to chase a new dream. The little girl continued to justify herself. What dream? I want to stay at home, eat, and play for the rest of my life, and then wait to die. Xiao frowned and cried for help. Help! On this side, Han Feng and Jian looked at each other and asked in unison, What's the relationship between those two? On the opposite side, Zishi replied innocently, I don't know. The scene shifted to inside the dormitory area. In the lounge, everyone sat opposite the two girls. Han Feng asked, You two are really sisters? Yiqing held Xiao on her lap and replied, I won't hide it from you all. Big sis Xiao is my half-sister. This vague answer about their relationship surprised the entire group. Yiqing explained, I'm an orphan. I was adopted at the age of 11. At that time, Big sis Xiao became my older sister. We love each other dearly, closer than blood sisters. Han Feng and Zishi stood up in unison, pointing and asking, Wait a minute. No matter how you look at it, you're the older sister. She sighed and replied with a smile. It's a normal misunderstanding. After all, Big sis Xiao is both small and cute. Yiqing then opened her phone and showed a picture. Big sis Xiao is actually 1 year older than me. This is a picture of us when we were little, Zishi exclaimed. She really was the big sister type when she was little. So cute. Han Feng rubbed his chin, skeptical. This is illogical. The middle school student. How is she no different from now? He thought to himself, the middle school girl is 21 this year, which means this woman is only 20. She grew up so fast. Z, she burst out laughing. Now you two look more like a mother and daughter than two sisters. This is hilarious. Seeing the two of them a little unhappy, she quickly turned her face away and stammered, I was just kidding. Yiqing looked down and said, After you left the research institute, a lot of things happened. Xiao asked, What happened? Seeing her glance at him, Han Feng looked confused. If you want to say something, just say it. Why are you looking at me? He suddenly realized, so she doesn't want me to hear. Han Feng quickly turned towards the door, stretched, and said, Nurse Jean, let's go for a walk in the cave first. Let's see if there are any useful supplies in there. Jian also stood up and replied, Okay. Seeing this, Xiao jumped down and said, You two can't go. She stood in the middle of the room and declared, Since you are companions chosen by the True Eye, you can all know about these things. Han Feng rubbed his chin and replied, Well, since my comrade has said so, then I might as well stay. Jian also bowed and said, In that case, please excuse the intrusion. Yiqing had no choice but to sigh. If it's my big sis's request, then I'll just say it straight. She began to recount. After you left, our research was successful, but the professor was killed and the research institute was destroyed. Hearing this, he thought with a worried face, This is way too concise. The very first sentence already contains so much information. I don't understand anything at all. Xiao, however, was extremely calm. Actually, I knew this would happen. That expression surprised Yiqing, who blurted out, How did you know? She continued, There's a force in the city that hunts ability users. If our identities are exposed, we will very likely be hunted down. Xiao continued calmly, I know that too. Yiqing suddenly pulled down her collar to reveal more information. Using too many skills will cause energy to condense into crystals in the body. Along with the mark on her neck, she continued, We've also researched a method to remove these energy crystals. After a soft Xiao pointed at Han Feng and replied, He had a chunk in his heart a few days ago. I helped him remove it. Hearing this, he was startled and blurted out, There was such a thing? Han Feng had a confused expression. Is that true? Why didn't I know? You should have told me sooner. Yiqing lowered her face, pouting, and asked, In that case, the technique that allows an ability user to sense the energy in another ability user's body. You knew about that a long time ago too, right? The little girl's eyes widened as she replied, I didn't know about that. She hugged a pillow, dejected. Big sis, you don't have to comfort me. You're such a genius. There's no way you wouldn't know such a simple technique. Chiu sat down beside her, reaching out a hand to comfort her. I really didn't know. If you're so amazing, Yiqing, then you can teach me. Han Feng cut in, asking, Hey, what are you two talking about? Can you explain in detail, from beginning to end? Chiu's eyes narrowed. Before this was hell. Yiqing added, Are you sure you want to hear it? Han Feng was innocently curious. I'm sure. He thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen a middle school girl with an expression like this. The story began with Yiqing's narration. That year, I graduated from university at 18, and she graduated with a master's degree at 19. We were both famous female researchers, talented and beautiful. Han Feng heard this and felt a little dejected. Isn't that a bit too much flattery? She continued her story. 2 years ago, our institute happened to discover a person with special abilities. She was frozen by her own ability. Yiqing recalled, Last year, my sister and I suddenly gained special abilities. But my sister suddenly disappeared. At the beginning of this year, the Research Institute successfully implemented a plan to create artificial ability users. But a few months ago, the professor in charge of the special ability research was assassinated in the women's restroom. Hearing this, Han Feng and Qi Yin both wondered, why in the women's restroom? Yiqing continued, and the remaining researchers either went missing or were killed. After that, even the Research Institute building was blown up. But the three of us managed to escape using our special abilities. After hearing the whole story, Han Feng stroked his chin and concluded, Could it be that your technology was targeted by some people? In order to monopolize this technology, they killed everyone involved and destroyed the Research Institute. Yiqing immediately replied, As far as I know, there is an organization in the city that calls itself the Base. They have gathered quite a few people with special abilities. I suspect they are the culprits. He silently recalled, his expression surprised. The Base? Could it be them? Han Feng turned to ask, The soldiers you fought, weren't they from the Base? If you just grab one and ask, won't you find out? She lowered her head and replied, We captured a squad leader. According to his confession, he's not from the Base, but a member of the Righteousness Hall. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, What? Righteousness Hall? Zishi, from behind, complained, That old man who once helped the whole area through a difficult time, but was later captured by the Righteousness Hall to be used as a human shield. He was gentle and refined, very charismatic. At first glance, he seemed like a good person. After hearing this, Han Feng's face contorted. He was doubtful. No way. Righteousness Hall capturing people to use as human shields? Brother Li and the others, they would never do something like that. He recalled the faces of the members and silently concluded, Besides, where would Righteousness Hall find someone gentle and refined? Han Feng curiously turned back to ask the two kids, Where is the prisoner? Can you take me to see him? A moment later, Zishi led him to a place full of iron bars. The little girl pointed at a cell and said, He's locked up in here. Zishi stood in front of the door and called out, Hey, Mr. Prisoner, we have something to ask you. Unexpectedly, the person was Shueyo. He replied, Little girl, I've already told you everything I know. When are you going to let me out? Shueyo sighed and added, The Righteousness Hall captured me and my friends. In order to survive, we had no choice but to follow their orders. I'm just a victim too. Han Feng stepped forward, sneering, I really didn't expect it to be you. You've become a squad leader. He was startled and looked up. He looked at him sitting there and called out the name Jiang Shueyo. Han Feng crossed his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Isn't this our good Mr. Jiang? Weren't you leading your brothers to a life of luxury? How did you end up as a lowly prisoner like this? Zishi was startled. She turned to look at him, puzzled. You two know each other? Shueyo looked up and smiled. I didn't expect to see you here either, Mr. Han Feng. He stood up and placed a hand on his chest, explaining. At first, I also wanted to save more people, which is why I wanted to get the supplies you had. I hope you can understand. Han Feng, standing outside, replied. So, not giving you the supplies was my fault? Shueyo stood up and waved his hand, explaining. That's not what I meant. In that situation, it's understandable that you would prioritize your own safety. Han Feng remained firm. Stop pretending. Do you think I'm an idiot? He pointed his gun at him and asked, Weren't you with the people from the base? Why are you impersonating someone from the Righteousness Hall? Hearing this, Zishi was startled and blurted out, What? He's from the base? The little girl gripped the iron bars and angrily shouted, You dare to lie to us? Shueyo remained quite calm, just letting out a sigh. Then, he spoke up, I'm not lying to you. This is a long story. Shueyo recounted. At first, I joined the base and was appointed as a squad leader. But when our team was surrounding the Righteousness Hall, we were ambushed by them. So we had no choice but to surrender and join them. He explained, Not long ago, the Righteousness Hall sent people disguised as soldiers to try to seize this underground warehouse. I was among them, but we were quickly defeated, and I was also locked up. Han Feng frowned and interrupted, Stop. Shueyo maintained a calm demeanor. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He suddenly reached in and grabbed him by the hair. Han Feng pulled hard, slamming his head against the iron bars. He shouted, Stop your damn acting. Do you think I'm one of those brainless residents you tricked? Shueyo trembled, still trying to explain, I didn't lie to you. But he was immediately met with a punch straight to the face from Han Feng. The powerful punch sent Shueyo flying back inside. He lost his balance and fell backward onto the ground. Shueyo stumbled to his feet, wiped his face, and said, Mr. Han, you've misunderstood. I didn't lie to you. Everything I said is the truth. He staggered forward, his voice trembling as he explained, I was captured by you guys. Besides, you know my past. So, to save my own skin, I wouldn't dare lie to you again. Han Feng frowned, his face contorted, then let out a soft tch. After that, he cocked his rifle. Han Feng pointed the gun at Shueyo and said, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me everything you know about the base organization. Don't let me hear another lie. He was terrified and frowned, replying, I only joined the base recently, and I was captured by the Righteousness Hall shortly after, so I don't know much. Immediately, a bullet was fired, grazing past Shueyo's ear, startling him with fear. The smoke from the muzzle of the gun slowly dissipated. Han Feng's voice was serious. The reason I didn't kill you with that last shot is because I think you still have value. He raised his gun again and warned, If you don't tell the truth, then you have no value at all. Shueyo trembled, clutching his ear. Afterwards, walking down the hallway, Zishi looked at him and exclaimed, Hey man, the way you beat up that liar just now was so cool. Han Feng replied awkwardly, No, not at all. You're too kind. The two opened the door and walked in. The little girl shouted excitedly, Sis, we're back. Everyone was playing cards for fun. Seeing them, they all turned their heads to look at the door. Han Feng walked in and said, Nurse Jean, high school student, you'll never guess who that prisoner is. He announced, It's Jiang Shueyo. This information left the two of them completely shocked, and they blurted out, What? Yiqing turned to ask, You all know that prisoner? Qiu stood up and recounted. It was like this, and like that, and like this, and like that. After listening for a while, she held her head and lamented, I can't believe we were tricked too. Yuan Yi, from above, chimed in. Actually, I've always felt that most handsome guys are not good people. Han Feng added, Jiang Shueyo is currently a member of the base, and this underground warehouse originally belonged to the base. He continued, I heard that the base's patrol teams are often harassed by the Righteousness Hall, so they are gathering forces to surround the Righteousness Hall. Qi Yin realized, Righteousness Hall. Could that be where Uncle Li works? Han Feng recounted. Jiang Shueyo said that the current leader of the Righteousness Hall is Li Ziyi. The two girls found it hard to believe when they heard the name. No way. He explained, I didn't believe it at the time either. I also thought Jiang Shueyo was lying, so I ended up beating him up again. Yiqing turned to ask, Are you all also very close with that Righteousness Hall? Your experiences are really rich. Qiu was again chosen to stand up and recount the story. Han Feng continued to provide information. According to Jiang Shueyo, the base currently occupies the international airport and has nearly 1,000 soldiers. They search for supplies and residents in the city, then recruit young men and the military, and provide normal food. Ugly girls, the elderly, and the poor are secretly processed into food and supplied to the remaining civilians. After hearing this, Yuan Yi said reassuringly, That's disgusting. While Yiqing was nauseated, Zishi angrily cursed. The base organization is no longer human. I really want to blow them to bits. Han Feng turned to ask the two girls, "Why do I feel like you guys don't seem surprised at all?" Qi Yin smiled wryly and replied, "Actually, Uncle Li Zhenghao told us a long time ago." Qiu Qiu nodded beside her. Hearing this, he turned purple with anger, his hands clenched into fists. "Damn it, that old man didn't say a word to me." Han Feng then voiced his concern. Once the base destroys the Righteousness Hall in the city, they might be free to attack this underground warehouse. He also cautiously reminded them, "The villa where we're hiding isn't far, so it's possible we'll be exposed too." Han Feng then made a proposal. "To prevent the base from achieving its goal, I want to bring some weapons and equipment to support the Righteousness Hall. What do you think?" Qiu Qiu frowned and replied, "The Evil Eye approves of your proposal." The scene shifts to the armory, which had been damaged by Han Feng earlier. He pointed and declared, "Bring all the cannons and shells, and let's blast those bastards from the base to smithereens." Qiu Qiu stood in the middle of the room, sucking all the supplies into her space, and shouted, "Great Evil Eye, show me your true power." Seeing this, Zishi couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "This ability is too amazing. No wonder you're her older sister." Han Feng, getting carried away, pulled Qiu Qiu from room to room. There's still a lot of fuel and military rations up ahead. And over here, there's an armory with lots of guns and ammunition. Let's take all these guns too. And all these supplies. Take them all. He stood there, stroking his chin and muttering, "Let me think. Is there anything else to bring?" Meanwhile, the little girl trembled and lamented, "I'm full. I'm going to throw up." Afterwards, a box was set down. Yiqing said to everyone, "These are military walkie-talkies with a communication range of 30 kilometers. Everyone, please take them with you, so we can stay in touch at all times." Qiu Qiu continued to tremble and cry out, "No more. I really can't fit anything else." Meanwhile, Han Feng was still trying to stuff more in. "It's the last one. You can do it. Come on." Over here, Ziyi was trying to explain, "The people from the base are surrounding us. Li Zhenghao is nowhere to be found, so there's no need to do that. I've already said, I can't be the big brother." A Chang was still trying to persuade him, "Calm down. You can do it. Come on." Just then, someone pushed the door open and announced, "Boss, they've tied our people to the armored car as human shields. They're driving towards us now." From the armored car, a soldier's voice rang out with a warning, "You're surrounded. Surrender now. If not, we'll open fire." The people from the base continuously issued threats. "You're surrounded. Surrender now. We have thermal cameras, so we've already seen you." After that, there were continuous gunshots. The people tied to the front trembled in fear. The shots were fired indiscriminately at the nearby buildings. Looking at the thermal camera image, one person wondered, "On the way here, we haven't seen a single living person on the thermal camera. Are they really hiding nearby?" The soldier next to him reminded him, "Don't talk nonsense. Just do as the captain says. If the captain says the Righteousness Hall is here, then they're definitely here." Then he spoke into the walkie-talkie, reporting, "Captain, 4th Squad has not detected the target." The captain replied, "4th Squad, proceed with the original plan. Continue to scout that street." The other end of the line immediately complied, "Roger that." He continued to request, "Squad 1, Squad 2, report your situation." Immediately, reports came from them. Squad 1 has not detected the target. Squad 2 has not detected the target. The person sitting in the back of the vehicle, Zhang Dongxiu, spoke up sarcastically, "Captain Zhao, are you sure you're up for this?" He frowned and sneered. "Last time, you let an ability user escape, and you were punished by the commander. This time, can't you even handle a group of ordinary people?" Captain Zhao, holding a cigar in his hand, replied, "This is an old part of the city with buildings packed closely together. How can we find them so quickly? As long as we continue to tighten the encirclement, they won't be able to escape." Dongxiu, a cigarette in his mouth, said, "Don't make excuses." He got out of the car, his voice arrogant. "This young master isn't playing with you guys anymore." Dongxiu snapped his fingers, and a blue flame appeared on his fingertip. He lit his cigarette and walked away, not forgetting to taunt, "I hope you can complete the mission this time. Good luck." After he left, the driver turned to ask, "Captain, who is that kid? Why is he so arrogant?" He replied, "He's not human." Captain Zhao continued to give orders into the walkie-talkie. All teams, listen up. Narrow the perimeter. Carefully check every room and basement. The other end of the line acknowledged the order. Roger that, Captain. The scene shifts to the mountain range near the villa complex. A figure is seen skiing. It was Han Feng's group, Qiu and Yuan. He observed through his binoculars and exclaimed, "We're already in the city so quickly. Your ability is so convenient." Hearing this, the little boy thought to himself, "He's treating me like a vehicle." Remembering earlier, Han Feng had bribed Yuan with supplies. Not everyone has fresh food like this, and all you have to do is put in a little effort to get it. Zishi also urged, "Hurry up and agree. Agree now." The little boy said to himself, "If I hadn't seen the meat and vegetables, I would never have helped you." Han Feng pointed and signaled, "Turn left and cross 2 streets, and we'll be there." After that, they stopped in front of an entrance. He spoke up, "The sewer below can lead straight to our residential complex. Brotherly and I have been through here." And so, Yuan continued to use his ability to move. Inside the sewer, they switched to walking. Han Feng took out his gun and reminded them, "Everyone, stay close to me. The path here is very complicated and it's easy to get lost." He spoke softly and cautiously. Ahead is the residential area. There might be people hiding and living there, so be careful of ambushes. Han Feng used his red energy, not forgetting to remind the two of them first. "Everyone, step back a bit." At the Happy Community 2F, the 3 of them entered. He let out a sigh of relief. "We're finally here." Looking inside, Han Feng exclaimed, "I can't believe I'd ever come back to this place." He recalled, with a bit of nostalgia, the things that happened not long ago. It feels like they happened a very long time ago. Qiu looked up and asked, "Where are we going to find Uncle Li and the others?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Zhang Shuiyo said they are in the old city area to the west, but the exact location is unclear. An hour later, the base's armored car was still moving slowly. Han Feng's voice rang out, "These soldiers are besieging Brotherly. If we just follow them, we'll definitely find him." They were standing on the top floor of a building. He wondered, "But we've been following them for an hour. Where did Brotherly and the others go?" A tremor echoed from the distance. Han Feng was startled and looked over. "There's an explosion over there." Through the binoculars, he saw a base vehicle destroyed. Then, Han Feng spotted the Righteousness Hall group in a nearby building. "Brotherly, are they attacking the base's army?" He was startled and realized, "No, they're being surrounded." Over there, a Chong handed the megaphone to Ziyi. Brotherly shouted, "You bastards from the base. Your old man Li is here. If you've got the guts, come and kill me." Ziyi turned back and said to everyone, "Brothers, even if we die, we have to take a few of them with us." They shouted in unison, "We will never surrender. We will not surrender." On this side, Captain Zhao gave the order, "All units, listen up. Open fire. Leave no one alive." The other end of the line replied, "But Captain, the higher-ups ordered us to find the secret key in the hands of the Righteousness Hall." He said with a grim face, his voice low, "Don't forget that we've sacrificed many of our brothers. If the Righteousness Hall doesn't surrender, then they can all die." From the armored car, they immediately complied. "Yes, Captain." The mortar was placed on a shoulder, ready. Target acquired. Awaiting orders. Captain Zhao shouted the order, "Fire." Just then, another large explosion occurred behind them. Thick black smoke billowed. He stuck his head out the door and shouted, "What's going on?" Han Feng, riding on Yuan Yi's snow wave, let out a whoop and threw a pile of grenades down at the base's troops. He smiled and said sarcastically, "You defeated underlings, we meet again." Qiu stood beside him, calmly taking weapons out of her space for Han Feng to use in rapid succession. A series of explosions occurred along the street where the base's soldiers were gathered. The sound of screaming was incessant. Captain Zhao recognized him. He growled, "It's you again, kid." He thought to himself, "He's clearly trying to lure us away. He probably wants to save the Righteousness Hall. But he's an ability user. If I can just capture him, the commander will value me again." From inside the vehicle, Captain Zhao issued a new order. "Ignore those bastards from the Righteousness Hall. Go after that kid." The convoy quickly pursued the snow wave. Captain Zhao used a megaphone to try and negotiate. "Mr. Han Feng, Our commander said that as long as you are willing to surrender, he can make you the deputy commander. Yuan E, on top, complained, and they make a child like me responsible for luring the enemy. They've completely lost all humanity. From the thick snow, a streak of red energy appeared. Han Feng and Xiao jumped up. He stood on the opposite building, facing the Righteousness Hall group, and waved continuously. After that, they had a reunion after many days apart. Zi rushed over and hugged Han Feng, whimpering, "Old friend, I thought I was a goner this time. Thank goodness for you." He tried to push Brother Li away and reminded him, "Let's talk about this later. This place isn't safe." The men in front wondered, "Who is he? Did he save us?" A Chang gestured and introduced, "This is our brother, Han Feng. He's one of us." Zi put his arm around his shoulder and added, "We are brothers who have been through life and death together." Han Feng spoke up, "Everyone follow me. I've prepared something good for you all." Brother Li was excited. "Little bro, what supplies did you bring this time? Our brothers are all very hungry." Zi looked to the side and his eyes widened in surprise. He and everyone else exclaimed in astonishment, "They're all cannons." A Chang blurted out, "In a place like this, how can there be grenades too?" Han Feng added, "I had the middle school girl place these cannons here beforehand. Her ability needs to be kept a secret." Brother Li gave a thumbs up and replied, "Got it, little bro." He clenched his fist and rallied. "Brothers of the Righteousness Hall, it's our turn to counterattack. Let's turn those bastards from the base into dust." Xiao, standing nearby, added her encouragement. "The true-eyed evil king has chosen you as his apostles. So accept your new mission and extinguish the flames of karma to purify the sins of this world." Han Feng patted her head, brushing her off. "All right, stop being so dramatic." Zi ran over, enthusiastically praising him. "Little bro, you're so damn cool." Meanwhile, Chang and the others were discussing Xiao's performance. Zi grabbed Han Feng's hand and proposed, "Little bro, hurry up and teach me how to fire the cannon. I want to blow those bastards to bits." Han Feng replied, "What makes you think I know how to fire it? I just came here to deliver the cannons to everyone." Hearing this, he was a little disappointed. "Little bro, I just finished complimenting how cool you were. Can't you be a little more reliable?" Zi turned back and asked, "Do any of you brothers know how to fire a cannon?" The rest of the Tui Tang members answered blankly, "I only know how to shoot a gun. I've seen it in movies." "Brother Li, you're overestimating me. Let's just run." Xiao Pao, standing there, unexpectedly raised his hand and said, I used to be an artilleryman." Han Feng looked down, skeptical. Asterisk, for real? There's actually someone this talented in this group. Asterisk. The young man stood before the large cannon. Everyone, along with Brother Li, cheered him on. "Brother, I believe in you. Go for it. Kid, show some spirit. Don't let us down." Xiao Pao began his analysis. This is a 105mm howitzer, produced in the 1970s, with a 34 caliber barrel and a muzzle velocity of 662 meters per second. When firing standard ammunition, the maximum range increases from 11,200 m to 14,700 m. When using rocket-assisted projectiles, the maximum range can reach 18,000 meters. The gun's elevation angle is from -5 to 65 degrees, and its horizontal traverse is 23 degrees on both sides. A soft recoil system is installed. Han Feng immediately cut him off. "Stop reciting, kid. Just get to it." He pointed to the tall building in front of them and continued, "Hey, cannon bro, you see that building? The people from the base are in there right now." Han Feng inquired, "The people in the building. Can you blow them all to smithereens? Can you do it?" Zi looked over with wide eyes, puzzled. "Little bro, how do you know the base's people are in that building?" Han Feng replied, "I left some good stuff there. Once they see it, they won't be able to leave." As he said this, the convoy of the base's people had already stopped below the building. A soldier reported, "Captain, we've lost the target's trail nearby. However, we've discovered something new in this building." They then moved inside. The soldier continued, "Captain, we've done a sweep. It's all fuel and food." Captain Zhao walked over, looking puzzled. Who would hoard these supplies in a place like this? He questioned, "Could it be the Tui Tang?" A soldier asked, "Captain, how should we handle these supplies?" He turned back and gave an order. First, check if there are any traps around here. After confirming it's safe, move them out. They immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, Captain. Captain Zhao thought to himself, supplies are scarce right now. No matter where this fuel and food came from, I have no reason to pass it up. It was then that he had a startling realization. Wait a minute, this is all fuel? His face darkened. The bright red glow from outside reflected in Captain Zhao's wide eyes as he turned to look. He was beginning to realize the trap that had been set. On their side, Han Feng pointed and commanded, fire. Immediately, the series of prepared cannons launched their shells. The base's men were loading supplies onto their vehicles. The sound of the artillery shells made them freeze and look up at the sky. Immediately after, a series of massive explosions echoed all around. The sound was deafening, and smoke and dust filled the air. The shells slammed directly into the fuel barrels. Flames erupted right in front of Captain Zhao. His subordinates rushed towards him, unable to even speak. The massive explosion sent the base's men flying into the air along with bricks and stones. He fell to the ground with a thud and a grunt, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The soldiers, engulfed in flames, screamed in agony. It was only then that Captain Zhao realized the problem. We're done for. An entire floor of the building erupted in a massive explosion and fierce flames. Afterwards, a barrage of artillery shells rained down all around. From the artillery position, all that could be seen was a thick black smoke ahead. Z exclaimed, "Little bro, your big cannons are insane." The loud noise made Han Feng hold his head and ask, What? What did you say? I can't hear you." He reminded them, after firing the cannons, our position will be exposed. Once all the shells are used up, we have to move fast. This time, it was Brother Li's turn to react. I can't hear you. 10 minutes later, more than half of the building was destroyed and had collapsed. Smoke and fire continued to billow. The members of the Tuyi Tang were incredibly excited and thrilled, shouting, "Little bro, firing this cannon feels so good." They finally got what was coming to them. So satisfying. Big Brother Han is a badass. You're my idol. Han Feng's face twisted as he reminded them. Our position has been exposed. Don't waste any more time. Let's use this chance to escape. Zi said to everyone. Brothers, take the cannons. Han Feng looked at them and thought, the cannons are so heavy. How can they possibly move them? Besides, they're stuck in the snow. Han Feng stepped forward and said to everyone, leave all the cannons behind. We'll bury mines all around this place. And when their people come looking for the cannons, we'll blow them all up. Zi jumped up in agreement. Great idea, little bro. Brother Li then said to everyone, hurry up, brothers, get those mines buried in the snow. The members of the Tuyi Tang replied in unison, yes, boss. Han Feng turned and asked, Brother Li, weren't you guys going to rescue Xiao Lu? How is he now? Zi replied, we don't know where Xiao Lu is being held. Lately, we've just been capturing prisoners to interrogate for information. Han Feng understood. So that's what's going on. No wonder you guys keep attacking their patrols. Han Feng asked again. So where's that bearded uncle? I haven't seen him. Brother Li looked at Han Feng and replied, you mean Brother Zheng Hao, right? We split up to act separately before, but we haven't been able to contact each other lately. Han Feng reassured him, don't worry, we'll find him sooner or later. For now, everyone should go back to the Xingfu community and rest for a while. Zi was a bit confused by this. Xingfu community, where we used to live. Why go back? Han Feng replied cheerfully. I've left a lot of weapons and supplies in the community's underground garage. I guarantee it'll be enough to make you all a formidable force. Brother Li shook Han Feng's hand vigorously and exclaimed, I'm really so grateful to you, little bro. The scene shifted to another nearby area. A soldier pointed and reported, Captain, we found the new cannons that were used in the bombardment just now. Captain Zhao was in a wheelchair, covered in bandages, being pushed by a subordinate. He groaned softly and asked, you found the cannons? Captain Zhao screamed, useless. Did I tell you to find the cannons? I told you to find those bastards. And then blow them all to bits. To smithereens. A click was heard. The wheelchair's wheel had rolled onto a mine trigger. He realized what had happened. His expression froze. The cigar fell from his mouth along with Captain Zhao's curse. Then, a massive explosion occurred. Rocks and dirt flew into the air along with the wheelchair. The bright red flames turned him into minced meat. Han Feng stood to one side, watching the explosion through his binoculars. He smiled with satisfaction. The landmine over there went off. I wonder which unlucky bastard it was. Z.E., his face flushed, walked up from behind and asked, "Little bro, what are you doing out here? Come back and keep drinking." After that, the two of them walked inside together. The entire Tuyi Tang group was cheerfully raising their glasses after their victory. They shouted in unison, "Cheers." Only Yuan Yi sat to one side, huddled and holding his head. Some time passed. The smoke from the explosion had cleared. A group of people approached to inspect the scene. Dong Su stood there and ordered, "You guys clean up the bodies. We'll need them later, since we don't have much food right now." The soldiers replied in unison, "Yes, sir." He stood before the frozen upper torso of Captain Zhao and reported into his radio. "Commander, Captain Zhao was ambushed and died heroically." A scolding voice came from the other end. "What a useless piece of trash. You will take over his squad. You must find the secret key." Dong Su smiled smugly and replied, "Yes, Commander." The scene shifted to the temporary command post of the Third Company, formerly a high-rise scenic cafe. The new captain of the Third Company, Zhang Dongxiu, was sitting there drinking coffee and looking down at the snow-covered city. He lifted his cup and blew on it, saying softly, "It's snowing outside. Only a fool would go to work. I'll just have some coffee first." Dong Su closed his eyes, savoring a sip of coffee. Then, he turned and ordered his subordinate, "Have each squad split into 3-man teams. Search carefully. No slacking." He immediately complied. The subordinate cursed under his breath. "Back then, Captain Zhao always shared our hardships. But now this new captain only knows how to be lazy and enjoy himself. It's disgusting." On the table was a tray of rice balls, a luxury in this era. Dong Su picked up a rice ball and thought, "I just need to wait for the Tuyi Tang to run out of food, and they'll definitely have to come out to find more. Once they attack our patrols again, I'll be able to find them." He was using the 3-man teams of soldiers, shivering in the cold, as bait. Meanwhile, he himself sat there enjoying the food and exclaiming, "This rice is so delicious. Right now, only someone like me gets to eat it." He thought, perhaps right now, those guys, they might even be chewing on snow. But completely contrary to his thoughts, the Tuyi Tang was feasting and drinking merrily. There were continuous sighs of contentment. "I really can't eat another bite. I can't drink anymore. This is so good. So full. Are these guys eating and drinking all night?" Everyone ate and drank together, constantly exclaiming, "After the Ice Age, this is the first time I've eaten beef. This is so luxurious. Keep drinking. To think we can eat as many vegetables as we want. I could die without regrets." Some even raised their bottles in front of him and said in unison, "Big brother Han Feng, if you don't mind, we're willing to acknowledge you as our big brother." He sat there, startled and inwardly exasperated. Are these people this shameless? Han Feng turned and whispered, "Brotherly, why do I feel like they're not very reliable? They call everyone big brother." Z replied, "Don't mind them, little bro. They're people I recruited over the last 10 days or so they haven't experienced much of the world yet." He added, "But bro, they all acknowledge you as their boss. Now that you're the boss, why don't you show it a little?" Hearing this, Han Feng took out a few cigarettes and offered them. "Brothers, want a smoke of Chenghua?" Hearing about cigarettes, the whole group exclaimed in surprise, "Chenghua." Then, the group smoked together and sighed. "Chenghua is still the most refreshing. I haven't had a smoke in a month. I was dying of boredom." Yuan Yi and Chiu Chiu wore smoke masks, constantly complaining. "Smoking in front of children is immoral. This is clearly dark magic." He turned to Han Feng and said, "I've done what you asked, so I'm heading back now." He turned back and replied, "That makes sense." Han Feng went to Brother Li and said, "I originally came here to distribute supplies to everyone. Now that the supplies are here, we should get going." Hearing this, Su Yi was startled and turned around to ask, "What? Bro, why are you leaving so soon?" He explained, "I've had some clashes with the base recently, so I need to hurry back to avoid any unexpected trouble." Brother Li frowned and exclaimed, "Is that so? Did they find your villa?" Han Feng hurriedly covered Su Yi's mouth and whispered a reminder. My situation needs to be kept secret. Brotherly suddenly realized, all right, I almost slipped up. Then he recounted, after driving away the soldiers, I found a nearby warehouse. It was full of weapons and equipment, so I brought them over as a gift for you guys. Su Yi gave a thumbs up and sighed. Bro, you're truly righteous. Then, he scratched his face and asked, but even though we have enough weapons, could you give me a few more cigarettes? We mortgaged some of our old brothers, and now we want to get them back. Hearing this, Han Feng grimaced in confusion. What did you say? I can't believe there's a place like this in the city. Even living people can be traded? Su Yi told Han Feng everything, cigarette ash filling the tray. After listening, he could only exclaim, I can't believe there's a place like this in the city. Even living people can be traded. Brotherly held his head in distress. We were in absolute despair back then, so we had no choice but to pawn our brothers. Han Feng frowned and replied, that's so greedy. You have to pay 4 times the original price just to redeem them. He drew his hand across his neck and asked, but are you sure they won't be killed? Su Yi replied loudly, if those bastards dare to kill them, I'll blast them to death with a cannon. A Chong looked over and added, right now, an adult man can only be traded for 10 kilograms of food, but a pack of cigarettes is worth 50 kilograms of food. Han Feng and Yuan Yi exclaimed in unison, holy crap, are human lives really that cheap? Su Yi explained, food is relatively cheap, but the prices of vegetables and fruits are absurdly high. I heard someone traded 3 tomatoes for 3 beauties. Dark thoughts immediately popped into his head. What? You can actually do that? Han Feng regained his composure and said, that really makes people angry. He asked seriously, if that's the case, then the base doesn't control the entire city, right? Su Yi replied, the base uses the subway tunnels to transport troops, so they can only control the subway lines. He added, those guys can't control areas without subways where transportation is inconvenient. Han Feng realized, no wonder you guys keep hiding in the old district. There really are no subways there. Suddenly, Su Yi stood up and said loudly, Brother Chong, let's go. Let's go redeem our brothers. If we want to save Boss Lu later, we'll still have to rely on them. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Li's body suddenly trembled, and then Su Yi unconsciously fell backward onto the ground. Han Feng hurriedly went over and asked, oh crap, Brother Li, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. A while later, 3 space heaters were turned on. There was a wound on Su Yi's abdomen. A Chong sat there and said dejectedly, judging by the level of infection, it probably happened a few days ago. To avoid holding us back, he actually endured it until now. What a true man. Everyone stood there in an uproar. Brother Chong, you have to save Boss Li. Boss Han, we're begging you to. A Chong replied, I want to save him too, but I don't know anything about medicine. Han Feng spoke up. Everyone, step outside for a moment. Let me give it a try. Hearing this, they still remained stubborn. We want to stay with the boss. Let us guard this place. A Chong quickly pushed them out. What's the fuss? Get out, all of you. Out. Now. Only Han Feng and the 2 kids were left in the room. He used his green energy on Su Yi, thinking to himself, whatever, I'll just try it first. 10 minutes later, nothing had changed. Han Feng broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. Why is it completely ineffective? Can I only heal myself? He turned to Chiu Chiu and asked, do you have any medicine? The little girl checked her space for a moment and shook her head. Han Feng turned to Yuan Yi and asked, your place is a military warehouse. There must be medicine, right? Your sister was also shot, so how was she treated? The boy replied, the warehouse is entirely weapons, equipment, fuel, and food. We didn't find any medicine at all. Besides, Sister Zhang's wound didn't get infected. Han Feng sighed, calculating in his mind, if he isn't treated in time, I'm afraid Brother Li won't last much longer. He used the walkie-talkie to contact Ji Yan. Hello? Is Nurse Jean there? Brother Li got shot. The wound is severely infected. Do you know how to treat it? She exclaimed in panic. Brother Li is injured? Ji Yan then gave first aid instructions. First, you need to extract the bullet. Then, wash the wound with saline solution. She continued. After that, use iodine to disinfect the wound. Oh, and he also needs to take fever reducers and antibiotics. Nurse Jean showed Han Feng how to treat the wound and what medicines to use. To find the medicine, he decided to go to the black market with Brother Chong. Han Feng urged Yuan, hurry up, faster. A Chong, sitting next to him, could only blurt out, damn, we're literally flying close to the ground. The boy muttered a complaint, treating me like a vehicle again. He turned and asked, Brother Chong, where is this black market you guys mentioned? We won't be spotted by the base on the way, right? He replied, not too far. A Chong said that the black market was located under the river. The entire river was now frozen, with boats overturned. Then, Yuan created a wave and surfed quickly in the designated direction. Han Feng raised his hand to block the wind and asked, Brother Chong, you're not kidding, are you? The black market is under the river. A Chong quickly replied, the black market is inside the Cross River Tunnel. It's only a few kilometers away. He warned, usually, there are people lying in ambush on the way to the black market, so we have to be careful. Han Feng looked down at the street below and sighed. Look at all those destroyed cars. I wonder how many people died. A Chong replied, people going to the black market definitely have to carry supplies, which is why so many get ambushed. He added, but not many people have guns, so with our equipment, there shouldn't be any problems. Hearing this, he could only reply, I hope so. The scene shifts to another quiet street. A man was shivering by the window, pointing his gun outside. He complained, damn it, we haven't caught anything for 5 days, and we'll be out of food tomorrow. The girl sitting behind him said reproachfully, I told you to wait until he got supplies from the black market before attacking, but you just wouldn't listen. She glanced to the side and continued, as a result, he only had a few cigarettes on him. And you can't eat cigarettes. Looking at the corpse lying there, Xiaobai burst into tears. I don't want to live a life of eating human flesh anymore. Xiaohe's eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled. Baby, don't cry. A vehicle is coming. He looked down at Han Feng's group and asked in astonishment, wait, what the hell is that? Xiaohe watched the snow wave surf through the street in front of him. He leaned out and yelled, they're actually standing on the snow, riding like the wind. I've seen a ghost. Hearing this, Xiaobai asked curiously, what nonsense are you talking about? A while later, a Chong spoke up. The entrance to the black market is just ahead. According to the rules, we can only walk in. The two gripped their guns tightly. He added, otherwise, we'll end up like these people. The ground below was littered with terrifying frozen corpses. Some people died right in their cars, their bodies starting to decompose. After walking past that spot, Han Feng and Yuan simultaneously dropped to their knees, vomiting uncontrollably. In front of them were people hanging suspended, swaying in the wind. A Chong reassured them, just bear with it a little longer. After passing this toll station, we'll be in the black market's territory. Han Feng wiped his mouth and asked, is the Cross River Tunnel ahead where the underground black market is? The three of them walked to the tunnel entrance. Han Feng asked in confusion, how do we get in? A Chong pointed to the side and replied, the entrance is over here. They quickly moved to the building right next to it. A Chong warned, later, don't let what you see get to you. Han Feng replied cautiously, what haven't I seen over the years? Just then, a machine slid over and emitted a sound. Welcome. Please present your membership card. This startled Han Feng and Yuan simultaneously. He realized, it's actually a hotel robot. How does a robot still have power at a time like this? A Chong held the card in front of the robot. It announced, member number 250, welcome. Please follow me. The robot led the group inside and issued a warning. Dear guests, this market is very peaceful. Please do not engage in any violent behavior. Otherwise, we will open fire immediately and smash you into a bloody pulp. Thank you for your understanding. Han Feng observed intently, feeling anxious inside. This place really is dangerous. The robot continued, we are about to enter the elevator. Please follow me closely. He exclaimed in shock. This is too absurd. There's actually an elevator. After going down, Han Feng was still amazed. The robot, the elevator, and the lights are all working. There must be electricity down here. He glanced over and whispered in awe. The forces behind this black market are probably not simple at all. Hearing this, a Chong nodded slightly in agreement. A while later, standing in front of a door, the robot announced, we have arrived. Please enter. Han Feng placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it gently, wondering to himself, is the underground black market right behind this door? Many thoughts raced through his mind. Is this a gathering place for extremely cruel people who specialize in murder and robbery, completely lawless? Or is it just like an auction house, but only auctioning illegal goods? Han Feng cautiously poked his head in, telling himself, no matter what it is, I have to be careful. The sight in front of him made his eyes widen in shock. Looking at the corridor ahead, Han Feng blurted out, so many corpses. Seriously. At the end of the corridor was a shelf with a laptop on it, and a neat row of machine guns. The robot warned, once again, let me reiterate the rules of this market. If a customer engages in any behavior that harms this market, we will open fire immediately. We hope for your understanding. Everyone's gaze turned to the 6-barrel minigun in front of them. Han Feng asked anxiously, Brother Chong, is this place really okay? A Chong reassured him, no matter what you say, we can only obey and follow the rules. Yuan Yi trembled on a Chong's back and whined, I want to go home. The robot requested, please use the computer to conduct your buying and selling transactions. The laptop turned on, and the inventory appeared accordingly. Han Feng was still baffled. Brother Chong, don't you feel this place is too absurd? He quickly smiled, patted his shoulder, and replied, Brother, I understand how you feel. I also find it absurd, but you'll get used to it. A Chong typed on the keyboard, muttering, first, let's redeem Old Gon, Old One, and Old Shui. Images of the people who had been pawned earlier appeared on the screen. The robot spoke up, detected that the customer has selected 3 hostages. Please pay 4.5 packs of Chunghua. Han Feng quickly interrupted. Wait, we still need to find some medicine. He typed in a list of supplies Nurse Jean had mentioned earlier. Saline solution, iodine, mupirocin ointment, ampicillin, cephalexin. A moment later, after calculating, the robot gave the total. A total of 17 packs of Chunghua. Please pay for the goods. A Chong whispered, Brother Han, we don't have enough cigarettes. He replied calmly, it's fine, I brought other good stuff. After the items were placed into the robot, it calculated and announced 6 packs of Chunghua. 3 tomatoes are worth 7 packs of Chunghua. 1 banana is worth 4 packs of Chunghua. The robot went inside and said, payment has been made. Please wait a moment. The goods will be delivered to you shortly. Han Feng worried. They won't just take our stuff and kill us, right? A Chong continued to reassure him. This black market should still have some credibility. A while later, the robot returned with the supplies in its compartment. Here are all the medicines. Please inspect them. Following that, it let out the 3 redeemed people and announced, 3 living persons have been delivered. Please inspect them. A Chong ran over and hugged them tightly. Brothers, you've suffered. I'm here to bring you back. The robot turned to Han Feng, handed over some items, and said, the 10 games and 30 photo albums you requested have been delivered. Please inspect them. Hearing this, a Chong cleared his throat and reminded him, 30 albums? Young man, you should show some restraint. Afterward, Yuan Yi led the whole group out of the black market. The snow wave surfed through the streets again. Han Feng complained, I'm never coming to this damn place again. A Chong blushed and pleaded, Brother Han, could you give me a few photo albums? 5 is enough. Han Feng held up 2 fingers and replied, too many. I'll give you 2 at most. A Chong bargained, make it 3. Hearing this, Yuan Yi turned around and said, I've been acting as a vehicle for so long. I'm exhausted now. I want 2 albums too. The 2 of them scolded the boy in unison. Children aren't allowed to look at unhealthy things like that. Just then, a flash of light appeared from the top floor window of a building. A bullet pierced straight into Han Feng's chest. A Chong panicked and shouted, Brother Han. His eyes widened, and he slowly fell backward. Up above, Xiaohe was extremely smug. I don't care who you are, just die for me. Bullets rained down continuously. A Chong's group hid behind the cars. He stood up and fired back, shouting in agony, I have to avenge Brother Han. A Chong aimed straight at the building and opened fire. Xiaohe stood pressed against the window, muttering, I need to eliminate the rest of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if someone else spots us, it'll be a huge hassle. He leaned out the window to shoot down, thinking to himself, damn it, why don't you poke your head out? Down below, a Chong was crying continuously, Brother Han, You died so tragically. Too tragically. Amidst the gunfire, a dark figure scrambled to sit up. Han Feng's face darkened as he thought. Even though I told you to draw the enemy's attention, your acting is way too exaggerated, Brother Chong. Then, he silently moved through the gaps between the cars. Han Feng weaved his way and gradually approached the building. He sneaked like a mouse, quickly closing in on the building where the gunfire was coming from. Han Feng used his red energy on the building and muttered to himself, "Dare to snipe me? Go to hell." Up above, Xiaohe was a bit confused and asked, "What's glowing?" The entire large wall behind him softened and began to collapse. The building shook and started to crumble, making Xiaohe stumble. Xiaobai also jumped up and asked, "What happened?" As soon as she finished speaking, he fell down, screaming in terror. A cloud of white snow dust appeared. The building had been completely demolished. Then, the dust and smoke slowly dissipated. From the snow, Xiaohe poked his head out, panting heavily. He was shocked when a voice rang out. Surprised? Unexpected. Xiaohe blurted out, "Impossible. Why are you still alive?" Han Feng pointed his gun at him, tugged lightly at his chest, and replied, "Isn't it normal to wear body armor when going out?" Xiaohe's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would a normal person have body armor? Could you be a soldier from the base? He changed his attitude and started explaining. "Officer, I'm from the White Tiger Gang. We submitted to the base a long time ago. I know Captain Zhao, and I even participated in attacking the Righteousness Hall's hideout." Before he could even finish his sentence, Han Feng fired a shot and finished him off. He stood there and said in a deep voice, "Then you deserve to die even more." Han Feng called out again, "Stop hiding. I heard a woman's voice in the building earlier." Xiaobai was trembling inside behind the ruined brick wall. Her eyes were wide with fear, using both hands to cover her mouth to avoid making a sound. Xiaobai looked at the supply bag full of cigarettes next to her. Then, she scrambled out and pleaded, "Officer, please don't shoot. I'm not his accomplice." Xiaobai explained, "That scumbag attacked me and then locked me up here for days. Thank you for saving me." She held up the bag and continued, "I still have the cigarettes that bastard robbed. Please accept them, officer." Xiaobai spoke in a soft, seductive voice. "From now on, I'm yours. You can ask me to do anything you want." Han Feng gave a perverted smile, looking down and hesitating. This isn't very appropriate. He knelt down, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her, and continued, "But don't worry, we're not bad guys." Xiaobai thanked him, but her hand secretly grabbed the knife in her pocket. She lunged forward to stab Han Feng, screaming, "You idiot!" But before she could even touch him, a gunshot rang out. She looked down at the bullet wounds on her body and said weakly, "You actually dared to shoot a beautiful woman like me. Are you even a man?" Han Feng replied calmly, "A beauty imprisoned by a man for days, yet her clothes aren't torn, her body isn't injured, and she's even wearing makeup. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Then, she collapsed to the ground, dead. At the same time, a Chang's group walked over. He marveled, "Brother Han, you're amazing. If it were me facing a beauty like this, I would have hesitated to shoot." Yuan Yi secretly mocked, "Because you're an idiot." Han Feng recalled Huina's image and replied, "It's just that she reminded me of someone I used to know." Checking their supplies, he looked confused. If they had cigarettes, why didn't they go to the black market to trade for food? A Chang explained, "If you don't have a membership card, you can't enter the black market." Han Feng wondered, "A membership card? How do you get a membership card?" A Chang replied, "First, you have to pay 5 cartons of cigarettes as a membership fee." Han Feng looked into the bag and said, "No wonder. There are only 4 cartons in here." The scene then shifts back to the old district where the Righteousness Hall members were taking shelter. After returning, Han Feng immediately treated Brother Li's wound. By the second day, Brother Li had woken up. The members of the Righteousness Hall were overjoyed. The 3 rescued men had also recovered their spirits. Moreover, they were the earliest members of the Righteousness Hall. Seeing the delicious food in front of them, they said in unison, "Thank you for saving our lives, Brother Han." A Chang smiled brightly at Han Feng and said, "Brother Han, after discussing with the brothers, we would like to nominate you as the Hall Master of our Righteousness Hall." He immediately raised his hand to stop them. "Stop. I have no such intentions." Han Feng explained, "I helped everyone purely out of respect for Brother Li. In his heart, he thought, trying to drag me in to risk my life for you guys? I'm not stupid. The scene shifts to 2 days later. Han Feng sat by the bed and asked, Brotherly, is your wound okay? It's about time for me to head back. Su-yi reached out, crying, Bro, stay a few more days. I haven't even repaid you for saving my life. Han Feng thought to himself, Brother Chang and the others keep urging me to be the home master every day. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to escape. Then, he took out a walkie-talkie and reassured him, Don't worry. I'll send over a bunch of supplies every month. If you need anything, just call me on the internal radio. Brotherly sniffled, Thank you, bro. You're truly too righteous. Su-yi jumped up and declared, With your help, bro, we will definitely save Boss Lu. Han Feng was highly skeptical in his heart. It's been so long. Who knows if Boss Lu is even still alive? His wound hadn't healed yet, and his exaggerated movement made Brotherly cry out in pain. Relying on his supplies, Su-yi was elected as the Hall Master of the Righteousness Hall. But that's a story for later. For now, Han Feng continued to ride Yuan Yi's snow wave back home. He smiled and said to the boy, Little bro, you've worked hard these past few days. After we get home, I'll definitely treat you well. Han Feng looked up at the sky in delight. The heaters at my place are strong enough. The room temperature can reach 10 degrees. Plus, there's a TV and game consoles. You can play as much as you want. Chiu, beside them, thought differently. A sauna and steam room are the true signs of civilization. Yuan Yi blushed, thinking to himself, game consoles and a bath. The boy said dismissively, Is that all? That's not even as good as our cave. But when he returned to his shelter, Han Feng gasped at the ruined sight before him. What happened? How did my villa turn into this? Han Feng looked at the buried wood stove, covered in snow, and screamed in horror, My coal stove. He ran to the next room, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. My generator. Reaching the end of the cave, Han Feng collapsed to his knees, tearing at his hair. My garden. The three of them went to sit in the living room. He sat down and fumbled to start the heaters. How did this happen? All the electric heaters are burned out. Han Feng stared at a heater that was charred black and complained, The quality of electric heaters these days is too terrible. He suddenly snapped to his senses, as if remembering something. His memory flashed back to a few days ago. Come to think of it, when we first left the house, I thought we'd be back the same day. So when we left, I didn't turn off the electric heaters. Han Feng collapsed to the ground in despair. As a result, the electric heaters were left on continuously for days and nights, causing them all to overheat and break. He struggled to get up, his whole body shivering, and walked over to the generator. No matter what, the first thing to do is restore the power. Han Feng was startled and utterly panicked when he saw the red text warning on the machine. Out of fuel. I remember there was still a lot left. Warning, warning. Low fuel. Please add fuel. He bent down to open the tank cap to check, still grumbling. No way. Could the fuel be frozen? I didn't have this problem the last time I started the generator. Han Feng looked up at the machine covered in ice and sighed. To melt the fuel, I need to raise the indoor temperature. And to raise the indoor temperature, I need electricity and heaters. Han Feng froze, muttering to himself. And to have electricity, I have to start the generator. I'm stuck in a vicious cycle. Damn it. His face darkened, looking a bit grim. Anyway, I can't use fire to melt the oil. That doesn't feel very safe. Han Feng took out a stun baton, while simultaneously activating his fire ability on his other hand. Looks like I can only try using my ability. He placed his ability-infused hand directly against the surface of the machine, while his other hand held the stun baton against his ability hand. Control the energy output. Just enough to melt the fuel, but absolutely do not let it catch fire. The flames and electric current ran all over the machine, and the layer of ice covering it gradually disappeared. Good. The temperature is rising and the ice is melting. The very next second after the electric spark touched the machine, it made a strange noise. The machine's fuel tank suddenly burst into fierce flames. Han Feng jumped and screamed, "Oh my God!" A second later, thick black smoke billowed from the machine, accompanied by strange noises. The sudden rush of black smoke made him throw his hands over his face, coughing violently. The room lights flickered back on, and the black smoke also dissipated a bit. At the same time, Chiu dragged Yuan over, running towards him. The little girl waved her arms around. The emissary of darkness has arrived. Han Feng, his face covered in soot, stared blankly and asked her, "What did you say?" Yuan and Chiu pursed their lips, trying to hold back their laughter. Nothing. Han Feng rested his chin on his hand, pacing back and forth in deep thought. Even though we have electricity now, if the electric heaters get too hot and break from being used too long, the house will freeze again. He was still lost in thought and unconsciously leaned his back against the machine. I need to find a long-term heating method that won't break down. The machine suddenly made a sizzling sound behind Han Feng. He jumped forward in shock, waving his arms wildly and yelling, "Ouch! So hot." Han Feng rubbed his back uncomfortably and approached the thing that had just burned him. What the hell is so hot? The generator's coolant tank. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into his head. I've got it. Outside the door, Yuan poked his head in and called out, "Bro, can I go home now?" Han Feng rushed over and tightly gripped the boy's shoulders. "My dear little bro, help me with one more teeny tiny thing." Yuan replied coldly, "No." Han Feng smiled and asked the boy, "Do you guys have steel pipes or something similar at your place? I'm building a heating system." Yuan avoided his gaze. "What pipes?" "I don't know." Han Feng didn't give up and put his arm around the boy's shoulder. It's fine. Just take us to the cave, and we'll find them ourselves." Chiu ran over holding a phone. "My useless little sister says there's a warehouse full of steel pipes." "Sister, how could you say that about me?" Han Feng immediately gave the little girl a thumbs up. He shook Yuan lightly. "It's urgent. Let's go." The boy complained tiredly. "My life is so miserable." Chiu suddenly burst out laughing, making the two of them turn to look. "It's time to show off my new magic." Chiu spread her arms, muttered something, and summoned an object. "Come forth." Evil Eye of Space, number 2. The little girl tossed the object into Yuan Yi's hand. "Here you go. When you get back, put the stuff in there. I'll be able to take it out from this side." Han Feng's jaw dropped in astonishment, pointing at the lump Yuan was holding. "You can actually give this thing to someone else?" Chiu replied calmly, "It's no big deal." The little girl proceeded to summon another one. "Because I have another one." Han Feng was even more shocked. How did you do that?" Chiu explained seriously. "Not long after I stuffed too much in last time, the Evil Eye of Space number 2 appeared." Han Feng looked down at his hands and sighed. "Makes sense. My ability can continuously grow stronger, so there's no reason why a high school girl's ability wouldn't evolve." He patted Yuan Yi's shoulder with a flattering look. "In that case, we'll leave the supplies we need to you." Half an hour later, Yuan was struggling to shove each steel pipe through the spatial ring. On the other end, the steel pipe the boy had just shoved in immediately appeared. Han Feng happily grabbed it and pulled the steel pipe out. It's here. Your new skill is way too convenient. High school girl. Bow down, mortal. This is the power of the true evil king." A while later, a pile of steel pipes was neatly stacked on the ground. "Next, watch me." Han Feng pressed the red button on the machine. First, turn off the generator to make modifications easier. Then he used a steel pipe to attach to one end of the cooler. The generator is water-cooled, so we can use the hot water in the water tank. Han Feng used his ability to weld the steel pipe to the machine. First, connect the output of the water tank to the steel pipe. Just like that, connect it to many other pipes. Then the hot water in the tank can flow to every corner of the house through the pipes. He worked seriously and carefully, step by step. After softening and bending the steel pipes, I can create a simple radiator. Han Feng wiped his sweat, looking at the finished product with satisfaction. And then, cover the entire area with radiators. He returned to the generator to finish the final step. The last thing is to use a water pump to pump the water back from downstairs. Then, once it heats up, it's ready to use. He smugly tapped the generator. Generator and heating system, restart. The generator vibrated and made a low humming sound. Outside, Chiu touched the wall. It's not that warm. Han Feng calmly held a can of soda and sat down on the chair. Don't rush. Just wait a little longer. Half an hour later, food was scattered messily across the table. Han Feng and Chiu, wearing summer clothes and dripping with sweat, lay on the sofa. How is it? The true evil king likes it, right? He leaned back, a spoon in his mouth, deep in thought. But why do I always feel like I've forgotten something? Han Feng suddenly remembered there was one place in the cave he hadn't checked yet. All right, my garden. Rows of dead, dry plants drooped to the ground. Large patches of ice and mold appeared on the leaves. Some plants were even completely covered in ice. Han Feng stretched tiredly, looking at the newly installed heating panels. Finally, the heating in the basement is complete. He took off his gloves, sat down on a chair, and used his ability to restore a few boxes of vegetables. I don't even know if these vegetables can survive. Half an hour later, Han Feng tiredly picked up a box of vegetables to inspect. Damn it, it has absolutely no effect. He randomly pulled up a plant, feeling a bit speechless. Radishes, they're too small. He bent down and picked up a tomato. Even though the tomatoes aren't ripe, they've grown this big. It would be a waste to throw them away. Han Feng didn't hesitate to take a big bite. After 2 bites, he quickly spat it out. So sour. So astringent. Han Feng sighed and walked upstairs dejectedly. Forget it. I'll just have to plant new ones. He sluggishly looked at Xiao, who was playing games in the living room. High school girl, all the vegetables underground are dead. Give me some new seeds. The little girl pulled 2 bags of seeds from her storage space. The evil eye says that besides vegetables, you must also offer fruits. Strawberries would be a good choice. He nodded. That's no problem. Xiao frowned and reminded him. And steak too. I want to eat steak today. Han Feng held the bag of seeds, his smile stiffening. You just said it was an offering for the evil eye, but the moment you finished speaking, it turned into what you want to eat. He suddenly thought of something. All right. How could I forget? Han Feng recalled a memory. Using beans and meat, combining the green light and red light, I can create a bigger piece of meat. Going down to the basement, he took out a cabbage core. Han Feng looked at the 2 seeds in his hands, deep in thought. If I combine beans and a cabbage core, will they become a giant cabbage? Acting on his thought, he clasped his hands together and activated his ability. I'm more sensitive to energy now than before. As long as I'm patient and find the rhythm of the energy fluctuations, I can succeed. A moment later, when he opened his hands, only a pile of ash slowly fell out. Looking at the ash, Han Feng couldn't help but complain. Sure enough, it's not as simple as I imagined. Han Feng took out 2 more plants to experiment. If beans and cabbage don't work, then let's try lettuce and cabbage. Just like last time, it was only a pile of ash. He blurted out a curse. Damn it. Han Feng shook the tomato in his hand. Since both cabbage and lettuce failed, now it's the tomato's turn. With his other hand, he reached down and grabbed a handful of seeds. Han Feng clasped his hands again and activated his ability, but this time he was more careful. Feel the fluctuation and rhythm of the energy. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked down. He happily looked at the giant tomato and cheered. It got bigger. Han Feng used his strength to lift it up and inspect it. But why is it still green? He curiously took a bite. Let's taste it. Maybe the flavor has gotten better. Just like last time, Han Feng quickly spat it out. So sour and astringent. After that, I also successfully fused a giant radish. He took a bite and cheered happily. This thing tastes just like normal. Han Feng rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The tomato wasn't ripe, so it tasted sour and astringent. But the flavor of a young radish is the same as a normal radish. In other words, fruits, just like meat, only retain their original flavor after growing larger. Xiao's eyes lit up, drooling as she asked Han Feng. As long as we can grow ripe strawberries and then make them bigger, we can eat as much as we want, right? Good idea. We can try that. It took him a moment to realize something was wrong, and he quickly backed away. Whoa, since when did you come down here? The little girl replied calmly. Around the time you made that giant tomato. Xiao took out her phone and said, Sister Jean just said she's already on her way back. We don't need to pick her up. Han Feng was a bit worried. Isn't it very dangerous for her to travel so far alone? The little girl added. She also said she picked up a pet. He was surprised. A pet. Outside the cave entrance, the wind howled incessantly, and snow covered everything in white. In this damn weather, she actually managed to find a pet. A snow bear with pitiful eyes and one cheek swollen red appeared. Han Feng pointed at it in utter shock. This is the pet she found. The emissary brought her mount. Ji Yin affectionately hugged it. Bai is a polar bear that escaped from the zoo, but he's very cute and very obedient. Look at him. He's so skinny from starvation. He probably hasn't eaten anything for months. We have to help him. Han Feng's face darkened, and he immediately retorted, extremely cute? Obedient? What exactly did you encounter? Ji Yin gently recounted. After leaving Miss Jiang, I ran all the way home. Then suddenly, this little guy crossed my path. At that time, I wasn't paying attention and threw a punch. I accidentally injured him. To apologize, I brought him back to treat him. Han Feng looked at the bear with some sympathy. No wonder he has a wound on his face and is this terrified. He still led them inside the cave. No matter what you say, we're adopting this polar bear. Perhaps because there was enough food, the polar bear became familiar with us after just a few days. Moreover, I have to say, having a bear pull a sled is really fast. Charge. Han Feng smiled sinisterly, calculating in his mind. Besides, the bear only needs to eat synthesized meat, so there's no need to waste precious vegetables and fruits. The cost-effectiveness is also higher. Arriving home, the bear collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. He leisurely took off his shoes and laughed. That was awesome. Ji Yin ran out excitedly from inside. Xiaobai, are you tired? The bear trembled in fear and hugged Han Feng's leg. Ji Yin froze. I'm the one who brought you back. Why are you so afraid of me? He sighed. Who told you to have such terrifying strength? A few more days passed. The three of them excitedly lifted a pot of strawberries high. Strawberries. They're finally ripe. Han Feng immediately got to work creating giant strawberries. Ji Yin and he sat there, scooping up strawberries and eating them ravenously. This strawberry flavor is amazing. On the other side, Qiu opened a spatial portal and teleported all the giant strawberries away. My blood kin, give thanks for my blessing. On Yuan Yi's side, when they saw the giant strawberries, they were in disbelief. Why are they so big? Sister, are these really strawberries? After eating, they lay on the bed with their bellies full. I'm sick of them. I don't want to eat strawberries anymore. I'm too full. Sister, your strawberries are delicious. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The whole room shook, and they immediately went on high alert. What was that sound? A metahuman. In the darkness, a pair of bloodshot eyes glared widely. A large, muscular figure slowly stepped inside. Finally, I've reached the destination. In the basement, the hurried, rapid footsteps of soldiers echoed incessantly. 2 rows of soldiers in military uniforms, fully equipped and well-trained, marched in and spread out on both sides. In the middle, De Zhuang also jogged in, looking disheveled. Then, Dong Su and Enran appeared in their usual captain uniforms, exuding a cold, unapproachable aura. The 2 rows of soldiers stood solemnly on either side as the 2 of them walked in slowly, with De Zhuang trailing behind them. Dong Su raised a finger and beckoned backward, ordering, "Reserve squad, it's your turn." Behind him, a group of people holding guns, wearing ragged, patched clothes like beggars, were noisily gathered together. Search every room. Do not let a single one escape. Every face clearly showed a terrifyingly perverted and cunning desire when they heard his promise. After everything is done, I will make all of you official personnel and reward each of you with a woman. Those guys simultaneously went wild with excitement and rushed forward, disregarding everything. Dong Su revealed a wicked look on his face, analyzing inwardly. This underground warehouse has a complex structure, and the enemies are 3 dangerous metahumans. To avoid being ambushed, this bunch of trash is the most suitable for scouting the way. At this moment, Enran glanced at him and reminded, Captain Zhang, you no longer have the authority to reward these people. He didn't hold back at all, his words clearly revealing his intentions. Only the living need rewards. The dead do not. Dong Su pretended to bow and ask respectfully, but his eyes revealed a sly look. In that case, Captain, we should split up and act separately, right? Enran frowned, not wanting to pay attention. Up to you. Seeing him leave, De Zhuang looked awkwardly at both sides. Oh well, old Jean. Dong Su just gently reminded him, but his words were a bit provocative. Your captain now is me, not that woman. Hearing that, De Zhuang trotted after him, leaving Enran behind. Wait for me. She frowned, annoyed by his arrogant actions and attitude. She spun around and ordered the row of soldiers in a clear, ringing voice. We will stand guard here to prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack and cutting off our retreat. Understood, Captain. On this side, the beggars were still excitedly scouting the way and daydreaming, unaware that they were the ones taking the dangerous front line for Dongsu's group. He was still slowly walking deeper inside, surrounded and protected by the soldiers and Dezhuang. Everyone, walk slowly. Let the reserve squad scout the way first. We don't need to take risks. From another perspective, something was sensing them through consciousness without them knowing. It turned out to be Yiqing. She was pressing her fingers against her temples, sensing her surroundings. She looked up and said to Yuan E and Z, she's sitting opposite her. There are two metahumans. Their position is deep underground, and they are heading towards us. Z Shi, as if she couldn't believe her ears, asked in surprise, underground? How could they come out from underground? Yiqing remembered how she had set a trap at the cave entrance earlier. No one had ever launched an attack from deep inside the cave before, and Z she had only set a trap near the entrance. She looked at the little girl, who was grabbing Yuan Yi's shirt and shaking him back and forth, feeling a bit scared. And because there's no snow in the cave, Yuan Yi's ability is completely useless. How could they pass through the tunnel? I don't know either. Yiqing looked down at the ground, starting to fear the worst. Relying on myself alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with those two metahumans. Not to mention they might also have a group of soldiers. Suddenly, Han Feng's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? What metahumans? What happened? Yiqing quickly informed him of the situation. Two metahumans suddenly appeared deep underground. We were caught off guard, so we are preparing to evacuate. Hearing this, Han Feng also started to panic and asked rapidly, who are those two metahumans? Are they from the base? Did they bring soldiers? Yiqing broke into a sweat and began to describe what she had sensed with her consciousness. I've never seen them before, but one of them is a huge metahuman, much larger than a normal person's size. Hearing this, he froze slightly and started to recall the blurry figure from before. Huge physique and appearing from deep underground. Could it be that guy? At this time, the evil king was also standing nearby listening to the situation when suddenly a clear voice came from the walkie-talkie. Sister, you don't need to worry about me. Wait until we reach a safe place, then I'll contact you. While Han Feng's group was stunned and hadn't had time to say more, the walkie-talkie continued. See you later. He could only tear at his hair in defeat. Wait, this situation is very bad. Han Feng remembered the scene of heavy vehicles slowly driving in side by side and felt anxious. If they run away, the weapons and ammunition in the cave will fall into the hands of the people from the base. He thought about the terrified people trembling and fleeing. Then Brother Li and the others in the city will be in danger. He thought about the worst possible things that could happen. Moreover, my location isn't very far from the cave. If the base controls the cave, it's very likely they will discover my existence in the future. Han Feng imagined the highly destructive artillery batteries and became even more afraid. Once my location is exposed, the base will definitely attack me. Han Feng's face darkened as he pondered and analyzed which situation would be beneficial. I have to take back those supplies. Or if I can't, I have to destroy all the supplies. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, startling the other two. We can't leave Miss Jiang alone. She is my ally. Han Feng turned to the evil king with an imposing aura. She is also the high school girl's sister. Therefore, I must go save them even more. The little girl was also very cooperative and reassured him. It's fine. If they encounter danger, with their abilities, they will easily escape. Suddenly, he rushed over, grabbed the evil king's shoulders, and said firmly, she is also the high school girl's sister. Therefore, I must go save them even more. The little girl seemed too used to it and didn't react. Your reaction is very weird. Why do you care about my sister so much? Suddenly, the little girl seemed enlightened and realized something. So that's how it is. The evil king crossed her arms over her chest and said with an extremely serious expression, the evil eye agrees to let you two get married. But from now on, you have to call me One-san. The little girl's reaction confused Han Feng. Get married? Has this high school girl's vocabulary reached a point where even I can't understand it? At this moment, Ji Yin turned to the evil king and asked in confusion, "What are you two talking about? I don't understand anything at all." The little girl raised her hand and whispered the answer. "The wisdom of the evil eye tells me that Mr. Han Feng likes my sister and wants to be the hero saving the beauty." Ji Yin was enlightened. So that's how it is. The scene shifts. A snowmobile was speeding across the thick snow. Meanwhile, the polar bear was panting heavily, out of breath. Han Feng, wearing protective gear, sat holding the handles with a reluctant expression. I can just go by myself. You don't need to come with me." Ji Yin sat on the bear's back, exuding the aura of someone holding an artillery gun. "Mr. Han, you've helped me many times. Let me help you this time." Hearing this, he could only feel helpless and reluctant. "I really don't need it. Mr. Han, you don't need to be polite." As for this side, Yuan, E, and Z, she were also panting heavily, pushing Yiqing's wheelchair. The three of them executed a perfect corner drift. They were stunned to find a group of people rushing towards them from behind. When the beggars saw the three of them, they revealed a lecherous look and lunged forward. "That girl over there. Don't shoot. Capture the woman alive." Very quickly, Zishi spun the wheelchair around with Yuan Yi's help. Yiqing also reacted quickly. She raised her gun and fired a barrage of bullets at them. Those guys couldn't react in time, got hit, and collapsed on the spot. On Dong Su's side, hearing the noise, they quickly took defensive positions. Gunshots. Another group was now rushing over rapidly. "They're over here. Don't let them escape. Shoot them dead." Seeing the situation going south, Yiqing raised her hand to cast her magic, not forgetting to remind Zishi and Yuan Yi behind her. "You too. Hold on tight to the wheelchair handles." The two of them quickly gripped the handles of the wheelchair tightly. "Could it be that you're planning to?" She unleashed a move that overwhelmed a large area. "That's right. Hold on tight." However, because the move was too powerful, all three were pushed backward at the speed of light. "This is so stupid." The beggars in front hadn't understood what was happening and stood there dumbfounded. "What is this?" Before the crowd could react, they were swept up, leaving only terrified screams. At this moment, De Zhuang recklessly charged forward, screaming madly, "Merit! I have to earn merit." Meanwhile, Yiqing, Zishi, and Yuan Yi were blasted into a room further back. De Zhuang was still charging madly, terrifying Yuan Yi and Zishi. "Sister." The three looked back and saw that the path had been blocked by large boulders. "We're trapped." Yiqing quickly gripped the armrests of the wheelchair, casting her move towards the boulders, and ordered, "Hold on tight." She turned to Zishi and reminded her, "Blow up the cave entrance." The little girl didn't hesitate and executed it immediately. "I know." De Zhuang was seen clinging to the boulder, struggling against the move and cursing, "Damn it." Outside, an earth-shattering explosion also went off. Han Feng and Ji Yin, who were rushing over, had to look up and notice the explosion. What a huge commotion. He used his consciousness to scan the surroundings. The three of them seemed to have escaped. The three of them, protected by Yiqing's shield, fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! The wheelchair slid forward by inertia and tripped over a large protruding rock. By reflex, all three were violently thrown backward. De Zhuang, his head covered in blood, rushed out, cursing nonstop. "You dared to blow me up. I'm going to kill you." Yiqing and the two kids were in absolute panic. They saw him lunging forward, raising his fist towards the three of them in extreme rage. Without hesitation, he swung his fist down, still cursing endlessly. "Go to hell." Suddenly, the flash of an artillery gun unexpectedly rang out from behind. The sparks shot straight into De Zhuang's body, startling him for a moment. Han Feng steered the vehicle forward, with Ji Yin continuously firing the artillery gun. "Big head, we meet again." The cannon's destructive power forced Da Zhuang to raise his arms to block it. Han Feng rushed forward, reaching out to Yaching and shouting, "Hurry up." Da Zhuang grew even more furious and roared, "You little bastard again. I'm definitely going to kill you this time." Suddenly, Ji Yin rushed in front of him, forcefully swinging the cannon backward. She used all her strength to smash his porcelain armor away, completely shattering the cannon in the process. Zishi watched the scene, her jaw dropping in awe. "That's amazing." Suddenly, a hand grabbed the two kids before they could react. Jian tucked them under her arms, while Yaqing clung tightly to Han Feng from behind. Let's go. Dazhuang hadn't lost all his teeth yet, and still managed to stand up and curse. Damn it. I won't let you get away. Han Feng glanced back, terrified to see him still giving chase. This immortal freak. He turned to the three ahead and shouted, Can we use the snow around us to trigger an avalanche and block him? I can. Yuan reached out, using the momentum of their sprint to shape the snow. A wall of snow began to rise right after they dashed past, blocking Dazhuang behind them. Looking at the snow wall, he scoffed. It's just a little snow. Watch me smash it with one punch. Before he could gloat, a shard of ice grazed his face, leaving him stunned. A massive block of ice suddenly crashed down in front of him before he could react. Shards of ice rained down on Dazhuang like a storm, pinning him in place. He roared furiously into the blizzard. Don't even think about running. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Stop chasing them. Dongxiu, with an icy expression, raised his hand and ordered, We have more important things to do. Just driving them away is enough. The scene shifts to an ancient snow-covered castle somewhere. Han Feng's group had finally arrived. Everyone, along with the bear, was taking a breather. Sister Jean, you were so badass back there. Was I? Han Feng walked up to Jian and instructed, Nurse Jean, take Miss Jiang and the others back first. I'll stay here to hold them off. He flashed his usual sly smile, a sure sign of impending trouble. If they chase after us, I'll just open the floodgates again. Yaqing, Zishi, and Yuan shuddered in fear upon hearing that. This guy is way too ruthless. Han Feng stepped outside, glancing at his vehicle with his intentions clear. Now it's my turn to make a move. His gaze shifted back to the entrance buried under massive boulders. Hiding in a corner, Han Feng observed the situation. The cave entrance is completely blocked, and there are no guards around. He imagined running into guards and getting shot at. Even if I run into trouble, as long as I reinforce my clothes, they won't pose much of a threat to me. Han Feng rubbed his forehead, recalling the figures of Dongxiu and Dazhuang. The real threats are that big-headed guy and the other esper. But they're deep inside the cave right now, so I shouldn't run into them. Han Feng walked down to the boulders and used his softening skill on them. He then slowly and awkwardly squeezed his way through. It's so tight. If I get stuck here, it'll be a disaster. Han Feng kept applying his skill to the rocks as he crawled forward. Perfect. No one's at the entrance. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to slip through to the other side. Standing up, Han Feng carefully surveyed his surroundings. Han Feng walked slowly, scouting the area while feeling puzzled. This isn't right. Why isn't there a single person inside? He reached the area where the oil barrels were stored, doubting everything. It wasn't easy for them to take back the cave, yet they didn't even bother sending anyone to move the supplies. Finding it strange but brushing it off, Han Feng slowly pulled explosives out of his backpack. Whatever. As long as all the fuel, weapons, and ammo are destroyed, my goal is achieved. After crossing over, Han Feng continued searching for his next target. I remember the armory being right here. Why can't I find it? Suddenly, he heard noises echoing from a deep, dark tunnel. Deep inside, Dongxiu and Dazhuang were intensely commanding their men, aiming at the other side of the cave entrance. And Ran was hiding behind a rock with a few scattered soldiers. She shouted furiously, Zhang Dongxiu, how dare you rebel? Han Feng quickly hid outside, thinking to himself, no wonder no one is moving the supplies. Turns out there's a civil war going on. Dongxiu, wearing a triumphant expression, called out, Captain, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you surrender, I won't treat you unfairly. Hiding behind the rock, and Ran cursed in anger, Zhang Dongxiu. The commander just promoted you to captain, and yet you rebel. Are you even worthy of the commander? His face darkened with cold disgust. That bastard commander only sees espers as tools. He's never treated us like human beings. Furious, he ripped open his leather collar in a fit of rage. Look at what my body and old Jins have turned into. If we keep following him, we'll only die faster. Hearing this, Ran paused and reconsidered. She remembered the time she was reprimanded. It's been so long, and you still haven't retrieved the supply depot? How are you doing your job? Push that Jean Dazhuang. You have 10 days to open the underground passage. And Ran had tried to defend herself and her teammate. Jean Dazhuang's brain has already started crystallizing. If we don't let him rest, Captain. But all she received was a dismissive look from him. I only need the supplies. And Rand's face fell as she truly understood the situation. The commander doesn't care whether they live or die anymore. Dongshu waved his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him, and continued. Right now, the only espers left in the base are the commander and that glowing piece of trash. Meanwhile, supplies, weapons, and ammo are getting scarcer by the day. With old Jin's abilities in this depot, why the hell should we listen to him? His face revealed his sinister nature as he delivered the final blow to Enran. Captain, you still haven't completed your mission. Even if you escape, the commander won't let you off the hook. He then turned to brainwash the soldiers on Enran's side, and to the brothers under Captain An's command. How long has it been since you had a proper meal? That's right. Follow Captain Zhang. We'll have flour, food, and oil. The soldiers began to waver, looking at each other at this tempting offer. Let's defeat that bastard commander together and split the base's supplies. A soldier standing in front, protecting Enran, couldn't help but speak up. Captain, they're right. With a reluctant expression, she let out a helpless sigh. She slowly stood up and raised her hands in surrender. Fine, I agree to join you. But she looked at her injured soldiers and stated her condition. First, you have to treat my men. Watching from outside, Han Feng was utterly shocked. Holy crap, they made peace that fast. Why don't you guys keep fighting? Looking a bit disappointed, he pondered his next move. Well, if they go attack the base's commander, that's not too bad. But if I let them keep the supplies here, they'll become a massive threat to me in the future. Han Feng quickly turned around, eager to leave. Forget it. I should just destroy all the weapons and ammo, then get the hell out of here. 10 minutes later, in the armory, Han Feng was busy planting bombs on the storage racks one by one. He then moved to the supply areas and continued planting explosives. Han Feng kept running back and forth between the depots, setting bombs. Once finished, he looked at his detonator and thought to himself, the bombs are set. As soon as I'm out of the cave, I'll detonate them. Han Feng thought about all the places he had rigged and felt a chill. When thousands of oil barrels and countless artillery shells explode all at once. I can't even imagine how massive the blast will be. He casually walked through a prison block, looking for a way out. I remember passing through this prison block, then taking 2 turns to find the tunnel exit. Suddenly, Han Feng caught a glimpse of a figure inside one of the cells. It turned out to be Xueyou, sitting there gnawing on some bread. Both of them jumped when they spotted each other. He immediately shot up, crushing the bread in his hand, and screamed, "Guards!" Before he could utter another sound, dozens of bullets tore through his body. Standing outside, Han Feng almost had a heart attack. Damn it, I almost forgot this guy was still locked up here. Outside, Dongshu and Enran, who were just shaking hands to make peace, were startled by the gunfire. Han Feng frantically sprinted toward the exit. Xueyou is such a bastard. I should have killed him sooner. Son of a bitch. Using his spatial awareness, he sensed Dongshu and Dazhuang running in his direction. Sure enough, they spotted me. They're chasing me down. On their end, they were frantically assigning teams to block all paths. First squad, follow the map. Take the shortcut and block the tunnel exit. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, Han Feng was still steadily making his way out. As he reached the final stretch, he let out a sigh of relief. Perfect. Just one more turn, and I'll find the tunnel exit. Han Feng ran to the entrance, facing the stone wall he had originally squeezed through. Finally, I'm out. Behind him, the soldiers were urgently pushing each other forward. Hurry, hurry. Han Feng was startled to see a group hot on his heels. Found him. He skillfully used his powers to dodge the lethal shots. How did they come out from the other side? Damn it. The soldiers stared at Han Feng in utter disbelief. Impossible. Why are bullets useless against him? Suddenly, lethal bullets flew back at them, taking them down one by one. He raised his gun, aiming and firing at all the enemies in front of him. Good thing I reacted fast, or I'd be dead for sure. Once the coast was clear, Han Feng rushed over to the massive boulders. He pulled out the bomb detonator and set the timer. Before I go, I'll set the detonation time. Once activated, the bombs began their countdown. 120 seconds should be enough. He once again used his softening skill on the boulders. Han Feng thought about the massive stockpile inside and felt a pang of regret. So many supplies. Blowing them all up is such a waste. He slowly began squeezing through the giant boulders, just like how he got in. At that moment, Dazhuang ran up, saw him, and roared, "That purple light. It's you." The spatial esper. Boiling with rage, he lunged forward, wanting to tear him apart. "Go to hell." Dazhuang delivered an earth-shattering punch to the ground, sending rocks and debris flying. Han Feng, who was struggling to crawl out, was terrified. "Motherfucker." The impacted boulders shifted violently, pushing him back out. "Damn it. I was so close to getting out." Han Feng stood up to face the furious Dazhuang. "I'm going to kill you, you spatial freak. Why does it have to be this big guy? Talk about bad luck." He frantically unloaded his gun at him, his heart racing. "I need to finish him off quickly, or I'll get caught in the explosion too." He kicked a boulder up in front of him, blocking all of Han Feng's bullets. Han Feng stood there, firing away and cursing, "Damn it." Dazhuang suddenly smashed through the stone wall, charging at Han Feng in the blink of an eye. He tried to block it with both his powers and his gun, but the impact still made him cough up blood. Dazhuang lunged forward, swinging his arm with immense force, sending Han Feng crashing into the adjacent wall. He struggled to defend himself, his powers slowly fading away. He charged again, throwing another punch, but luckily Han Feng reacted in time and dodged to the side. He quickly turned and bolted, while Dazhuang roared from behind, "Stop right there." Han Feng pulled out the detonator as he ran and pressed it. "Oh great. The remote is broken, and the bomb's timer can't be stopped." He glanced back and saw the brute still hot on his tail. "He's blocking the exit. What do I do now?" Han Feng thought about the bombs still ticking down, his heart aching. "If I had known, I wouldn't have set the damn timer." Meanwhile, Dazhuang slammed his fists into the ground once again. Refusing to back down, Han Feng crouched and unleashed his power. Hardened, he successfully blocked Dazhuang's attack in an instant. Without pausing, Han Feng activated his power again. Softened, he pressed his hands hard against the stone floor, causing it to cave in. Dazhuang, who was slowly sinking into the ground, glared at Han Feng and roared, "You little punk. Don't run." Han Feng sprinted with all his might in the opposite direction, deeper inside. Han Feng dashed toward the supply depot, praying internally. "There's still over a minute before it blows. I need to find a safe spot." He used his spatial awareness to check on Dazhuang. "The big-headed guy isn't chasing me." While shifting his spatial awareness, Han Feng was terrified to discover Dongshu running his way. He and Enran were leading a squad straight toward Han Feng's location. But upon arriving, they didn't see anyone inside. The group began scouring the area, while Han Feng quickly hid behind a supply crate up high. "That was close. I almost ran right into them." Dongshu yelled furiously into his walkie-talkie at Dazhuang. "You let him get away? Is the enemy an esper?" "Sorry." And Rand spoke up from behind, analyzing the situation. "If the enemy is an esper, searching individually means we could get picked off one by one." Dongshu realized she was right. "But if we stick together, it'll be incredibly hard to find him." While the two were discussing, Han Feng was trembling in fear up above. "What are you guys talking about? Get out of there right now." He squeezed his eyes shut, thinking of the bombs he had planted. The bombs are about to go off. Suddenly, Enran spun around, aiming her gun at Han Feng's hiding spot, and shouted, "Who's there?" Hearing this, all the soldiers immediately aimed their weapons in that direction. Han Feng was sweating bullets, trembling uncontrollably. "What do I do? What do I do now? There are so many of them. I can't fight them all." Suddenly, he stood up and unleashed his skill on the wall behind him. "Open up." Everyone watched as the stone wall above them was engulfed in a red aura. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng quickly leaped down from his hiding spot. "Now's my chance. Run." Dongshu reacted swiftly, firing his power at the fleeing Han Feng. But in doing so, he accidentally blasted a massive hole leading outside. Annoyed and furious, Dongshu ordered, "Go after him." Meanwhile, Han Feng was sprinting toward the oil storage area, panting heavily as he ran. He ran up to one of the bombs to check it. How many seconds left until it blows? Only 11 seconds. 11 seconds. Han Feng kicked into high gear, sprinting out of there as fast as he could. Holy shit. Run. Behind him, Dongxiu and his soldiers were hot on the chase. Whoever catches that kid gets 100 kilos of rice and 50 kilos of beef. Understood. Suddenly, Dazhuang came lumbering from a distance, shouting, "Captain, wait for me." Dongxiu stopped and whipped around to scold him. "You useless piece of trash. Why do you fail every single time?" Suddenly, he heard a beeping sound. He turned his head just as the bomb's countdown hit 0. A deafening explosion erupted, blasting Dazhuang away. Up ahead, and Ran panicked and ordered, "Run." Before they could escape, all the bombs detonated simultaneously. Han Feng, who was standing there panting heavily, heard the blast. "It's done." They went off. Suddenly, and Ran and a few soldiers were still chasing him, scaring the life out of him. "Oh crap." She ran toward him, cursing as explosions continued to go off behind her. "You idiot. You actually blew up the entire oil depot." Han Feng had to run for his life once again. Damn it. He pressed his hands against the wall and used his power. Block them. A stone wall formed, blocking Ran's path. But before the wall fully rose, she skillfully slipped through and leaped over it. She sprinted after Han Feng at top speed, not forgetting to curse. "You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Don't come over here." Explosions continued to rage behind them as the two kept up their wild chase. "I won't let you get away. Lady, is this really the time for that?" Han Feng yelled as he sprinted forward, panting. "There's a cave up ahead." And Ran also spotted the entrance and urged, "Get inside." The two stopped chasing each other and simply accelerated, fleeing the explosion hot on their heels. Luckily, both of them managed to run into the cave together. And Ran quickly pointed at Han Feng and shouted, "Use your power to block it." "You don't need to tell me." Right after he used his power to create a wall, the explosion crashed into it. Fortunately, it was blocked and couldn't penetrate any further inside. The supply depots behind them were reduced to a pile of ashes and ruins. Amidst the flames, the agonizing screams of those being burned alive could be heard. Even looking in from the cave entrance, one could feel the intense heat radiating from the inferno inside.